Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to King Khalid Racecourse. It's Funky Friday, and it is the penultimate meeting here at Taif before we move on swiftly down to Riyadh. My name is Callum Helliwell. As per usual, I'm taking you through 9 wonderful races, but I'm not doing it alone. I am joined by the man on my right, Mr. Rory Delaghi. Only 2 more left to go now.
Yes, it's been a fun stay on Taif, hasn't it? But this time tomorrow we'll be counting down to the end of it and thinking about the Riyadh season. But there's still plenty of fun and games to be had before we close the door on Taif, and some good races on the card today and an absolute cracker tomorrow.
Yes, plenty of good races on the card today. There's also some very good racing tomorrow. We've got an 18-runner Arabian contest, a full-field Arabian contest, which we haven't seen in a very long time. But before we dig into more details about that, let's have a look at some of the headliners for today.
Strong contests will be witnessed on the last Friday of the Taif racing season, beginning with the open race for local bred horses over 1,200 metres, a distance which Basul is specialised in, as he was victorious and then came second twice in his last 3 runs. First line may threaten him if he repeats the same performance as he gave when he finished second last week. In the second race, Walid Al-Mitrifa searches for a long-awaited victory, as he may find what he's looking for here even after finishing 5th in his last race. Tabarak Al-Khaliq stands before a real test of his abilities after he was finally able to get the first win of his career. Batrik may find what he wants in the third race to get him to the podium after several good attempts, the best of which he finished second place, and his chances seem good despite his decline in the Taif Cup. The first cup on the card is the Sprint Championship for 3-year-old colts over 1,200 metres. Bakil will try to regain his winning streak after falling to second place with the older horses. Meanwhile, Rossmore Nation raises his hopes after surprising everyone during his last victory. The Arabian Horse Sprint Championship may present a good opportunity for Wathib Al-Khaladia to achieve the first victory in his career after finishing second in his best 2 appearances. He will be accompanied by Owen, who finished 3rd behind him last time out. Although her only win is over a mile, Reem Al Riyadh storms the Sprint Championship Cup for fillies with high hopes of winning the title. She was last seen coming second in the Taif Cup. Motarakia will try to step up to the challenge after she recently won a local bred maiden.
Well, isn't that just enough to get your blood boiling and getting really excited ahead of the racing today? Like we said, start off with an open race, and then we have a few other contests, that big field Arabian race as well, followed by some sprint championships as well. Rory, what are you most looking forward to? I know those sprint championships toward the back end of the card are truly exciting races.
They are, but I thought the last few races were tricky enough, despite the fact they got small fields. And I thought, to be honest, the horse I'm most looking forward to seeing comes in the first race here today. I thought Basul looked to have lots in his favour in the open race, which opens our card here. Normally, we're looking at maiden races starting the cards here, but this open race looks a decent contest. You've got Basul meeting first line with back to form when making almost all here last week. But Basul's been keeping really good company. What we saw yesterday was that the inside draws were getting the best of things. The horses going around the inside rather than wide around the bend were doing best. I thought Basul in stall 2, dropping in class, looked possibly the best bet of the day. Well, I say best bet, the most likely winner that I could find on the cards.
Well, isn't that interesting there? Basul in our opener. Now remember, we're not just myself and Rory today. We've also got Shamila, who is live in the parade ring.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us on our last Friday, or Funky Friday, as Callum says, of the season. We only have 18 more races until the end of the Taif season. Wow, can you believe it? We have 3 races today, which are worth 300,000 Saudi riyals each. They are 3 feature races, the last 3 races of the day. And I am very much looking forward to race number 7, which is the Sprint Championship for Thoroughbred Colts, where we see Rossmore Nation and Bakil going head-to-head in this contest. And I'm also really looking forward to seeing Amarillo Gold in that race. I thought he was very unlucky last time out, coming 10th, and I think he can redeem himself today.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, I think that Rossmore Nation contest versus he comes against Bakil in that race as well. I think that is a wide open affair. Small field, but select. And those who've got talent are on the upgrade and have clearly stayed in Taif for a little bit longer to try and aim for this valuable prize. Remember, 300,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs. But there has to be a 4th member of our awesome foursome, and this time it is the man in the sky, our voice from above, Mr. John Blance.
Callum, Rory, Shamila, yeah, great to be here. And, well, we can see the schedule for our final Friday of the Taif season. We've got that aforementioned local bred horses open race coming up in the next few minutes, the runners and riders for that shortly. 425s, 0 to 85 handicap, and then we move to 1,400-metre races, a couple of contests there. Longest race of the day over the 2,400 metres, that Arabian horses race at 6:30 local time. And then we got those sprint championship races that are coming up as well, including the Arabian horses version as well. And a couple of, one more race, the Philly sprint race to finish off. Mota Rakia in that race, I think, is definitely one to look forward to. Right, then let's take a look at this first race. It's a local bred horses open contest over the 1,200 metres. Horse number 1 is Najm Al-Medmar. Abdullah Al-Khamis is aboard. Horse number 2 is Basul, Alexis Moreno. Yep, definitely got a very good chance, that one, no doubt about it. Sayaf is next. That's horse number 3 for Naif Al-Anazi. Helmi is horse number 4, Abdullah Al-Kradis. Horse number 5 is Thamil. Horse number 6 is Sati Al Maidan, Rayad Al Toesh aboard. Horse number 7 is Meshayal, Fawas Wanas. And horse number 8 is Al Washmi, Farad Al Faradi. Horse number 9 is Abo Hamra, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 10 is Theo Seek, Mohammed Al Shamri. Horse number 11 is First Line, will almost certainly go forward from a wide draw. Camilo Ospina is aboard. And Ursula, another go-forward horse in the hands of Ayad Al Tarisi, is horse number 12. So a slightly smaller field than normal for our opener, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, John, for taking us through the runners and the riders for our first contest. And just a reminder to everyone at home, we are live on the Jcsa YouTube channel. Always remember to like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notifications so you can be reminded whenever we come on air. And remember, we'll get to the end of this season here at Taif. We'll have a couple of weeks break, and then we will return in Riyadh in anger to get going all over again with turf racing on the agenda too, which will be very exciting. More pressing concerns is this 12-runner contest, an open race. And Rory, I know you like Basul, horse number 2. Tell me why.
Well, he's dropping down in class. He's only had 2 runs this season. First in meeting 12, winning the second in a Jcsa award contest. Won 2 of his last 3 in Riyadh last season as well. And then stepped up to finish a very good second in the Shubra Cup last time out behind Futalin. I thought that was a good effort. He's come from off the pace there, from a slightly awkward draw, to finish a clear second. Behind a very useful performer, and I don't think he's meeting anything of that kind of calibre here. Stole 2 is a good place to be as long as he gets a reasonably good break, and I think he's got a very good chance. Obviously, First Line we saw come right back to form in second here over the course of distance last week. He'd been disappointing on the whole this season, but got to the front last time out from a good draw. He stuck out in stall 11 this time. Not so easy for him to get to the front, although it's not a massive field. But he'd be a danger if he was able to dominate. But I think what we saw from him last week, the key to him is that he probably needs to dominate. And in tougher races, it becomes a little bit harder. And you've got the likes of Al Washmi, who should be thereabout, but he's pretty pretty frustrating in terms of his recent win rate. So it looks to me like a very good opportunity for Basul, who's a really reliable performer.
The grey we just saw going through shot there is Helmy. Now, when I saw Helmy entered in over 1,200 metres, my first thought was the trip has to be a concern here.
Yeah, well, the last time we saw Helmy, he was finishing well over 1.25 miles in the Jcsa Al Masif Cup. But he was third in the course and distance open earlier in the season. But yeah, from what we see of him, he tends to sit off the pace and do his best work late. He's not a grinder, you know. He does actually have a little bit of a turn of foot, and he just prefers to use it at the end of his races rather than early on. But I would have thought that at this level, the drop to 6 furlongs has to be a massive concern for him, really.
Yes, and first line has Camille Ospina in the saddle from a wide enough draw. That's not going to be a concern for one of the best jockeys around here, leading the Jockeys Championship.
Yes, and again, you know, the point we make about Camilo is if he's on a horse with early speed, he's got an unerring knack of getting to the front without appearing to make much effort to do so. So he's the ideal jockey for first line here. He probably needs to dominate. And if he gets across, which he's got a fair chance of doing, then he could be very dangerous here. But as I said, I just thought that Basul was a slightly more reliable character. First line has been in and out this season, but it may well be the key to him is being able to get to the front, which he wasn't able to do in previous starts until he showed that massive revival last time out.
We just saw Naif Alanazi in shot, one of the big name jockeys out here, fresh off the back of winning a half a million Saudi Riel contest auction race last weekend. He rides Taif, who's horse number 3 on your race cards, coming out of stall 3. Course and distance maiden winner. Haven't seen this horse this season. Can you give a chance first time up, this Son of Frozen Power?
He was a little bit in and out in Riyadh last season, but he was highly tried. He ran in 2 Group 3 contests. But I should say, his course and distance maiden winner, and he was 6th in the Sprint Championship with this card last year. So obviously he can't perform here at this time of the season.
Number 1 is Najim Al-Medma.
He's only been in the money once in his last 10 stars, so he doesn't seem to be in particularly good form, being well beaten in a 0-70 last time out. So not easy to fancy Najim Al-Madar at the moment.
He's one of the ones that looks like he could do with a little bit more condition on him. He seems quite light. Horse number 2, Basul, the one that you really like here, great walker.
Yeah, he is. He's got plenty of power about him, Basul, and he comes here pretty fresh. He hasn't run since meeting 24. A lot of the horses we'll see this weekend are squeezing in 2 or 3 runs at the end of the season while they've got an opportunity, and some of those maybe a little bit over the top. But Basul comes here fresh. He looks really well, and that second in the Shobra Cup last time out is the best piece of form on offer. Here's
Taif, who comes here off a bit of a break, first run up of the season.
He looks fresh, unsurprisingly, having not run since March. And yeah, he's fully effective here. As I said, he kept very strong company in Riyadh last year, so if he's ready, he's got place chances. But often horses coming off this kind of break, they're getting ready for the Riyadh season and they need the run.
We often see the Frozen Powers need some time. This is Helmy, the horse that's usually seen over further.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very reliable performer, Helmy. He's been 4th in his last 4 starts. He always tends to do his best work late in his races, usually racing over further, but as we said, he has been placed over course and distance this season, but at this level, he'd probably find the trip too sharp.
This is Samil, horse number 5.
Yeah, Samil was off 3.5 years and more before reappearing last week and tailed off in 17th. He turns out quickly, which is a good sign. Obviously, no ill effects from that race, but he's impossible to fancy because of that layoff.
Yeah, and the run last time filled you with no confidence. Sateh Al-Medan is horse number 6, a lovely looking animal, big, strong behind.
Yeah, big, strong behind. Does look a sprinter, Sateh Al-Medan, but his only form this year was when 3rd in a 0-70 over a mile, 3 starts back, and he needs further, and he needs easier company as well.
Messial, number 7.
Is running respectably, but 4th on his last 2 starts, but he has lost his last 64 races.
Al-Washmi, number 8.
Al-Washmi, very consistent as a rule. He's been in the money on 14 of his last 25 starts, but his last 3 have been below par. And the fact that he's not won any of those 25 starts when he's been in the frame is also a concern.
Number 9 is Abu Hamra.
He was 3rd in a course and distance 0-70 handicap back in June, but unplaced in all 6 starts since, and he'll find this a bit tough, I think.
Yeah, he's one of those type of horses that will run his best race, but whether it's enough to actually win here is probably not enough. But horse number 10 is So Seat.
So Seat showed promise a couple of seasons ago, but he was off quite a long time after winning a 1 mile open in March last year and hasn't recovered his form. His form figures recently 19, 20, 18, 14, 12. You could at least argue that he's gradually getting better, but he's well beaten on all those starts.
Here's first line, one of the main dangers to Basul.
Yeah, he's threatened to be disappointing. I mean, he'd been fourth a couple of times, disappointed in meeting 45, but then bounced right back to his best when second to Balb over course and distance last time out, where he made most of the running and was only caught late in the day.
Yeah, it's almost set the race up for Balb on that occasion. He was coming back off a poor run.
Yeah, also just worth pointing out that, of course, he won the sprint championship on this card last year over course and distance. So this is maybe his time of the year with him showing his first form of the season, first really solid form of the season last time out. So coming to form at the right time.
The final horse we'll look at is Ursula, who we talk about horses running poor races, ran an absolute stinker last time out.
Yeah, the thing about Ursula, she's normally pretty reliable, and she's been in the frame in 3 of her last 5. But that run last time out suggested she's had enough for the season, and her rating of 70 suggests she'd struggle here anyway, even at her best.
She has been busy as well. She's been on the go since the beginning of the season, before you and I even came out here. So you can understand that she might be a little bit over the top now.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, connections are keen to make the most of her. But as I said, that run last time out suggests that she's had a little bit too much. They can bounce back, these fillies, but you know, I think Ursula's an unlikely winner today.
Shamila is in the parade ring, having a good look at them. Have you got us an eye catcher?
Well, Callum, it's only the first race of the day, and this has been very difficult for me. Obviously, only 12 runners. However, my eye has been caught by horse number 11, First Line. He will be ridden by Camila Ospina. He's a 4-year-old colt, looking really, really nice by New Line. And the trainer has 2 horses in the race. Both of them caught my eye. However, this is the standout in the parade ring for me as so far. There isn't any particular negatives in this race. All the horses are looking really good, really fit. Horse number 2, Basul, I was really excited to see him. He didn't catch my eye straight away in the parade ring. However, he is looking very fit and well, as well as horse number 3, who is making his first start today at Taif Racecourse. Obviously, as we've seen yesterday, there are some horses this weekend making their very first start of the season, so they're just using it as a preparation to get fit for Riyadh.
Thank you, Shamila. Just a quick question in regards to Basul. From our angle here, he looks very small in comparison to some of the others here. Is that true from your angle? Because obviously you're seeing them in the flesh compared to us seeing them on a screen.
That's absolutely right, Callum. Basul is definitely the smallest horse in the race, but as we've seen previously, small doesn't mean not fit or not ready. Small and mighty indeed. He is looking very fit and well, however, not as much as some of the other horses in the race, perhaps.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, when I think of small and mighty, I think of Infrared Rory, a horse that's already been a winner here in Taif and isn't much to look at, but is all power in the finish.
He's all sinew, really, isn't he,
Yeah.
Infrared? Basul is a different type. He's a bussy sort. I think he looks really well. He's nicely put together. For all, he's not particularly tall. But he's got a sprinter's build, so he looks a bit like, you know, if you think of a quality 2-year-old sprinter, he looks a little bit like that. But obviously he's a 5-year-old. He's just smaller in physique. As I said, he's got a decent chance here. It's worth pointing out, if you're looking at a race card, his rating is 92. First Line's rated 87. You think, well, that's fairly straightforward. He should be winning this. But there are different weights here. He's giving 2 kilos away.
Let's have a look at him in action this time. This is the second placed effort last time out. Good performance, Rory.
Yeah, he's coming from about 5th on the bend. He's got the red cap and the nose bands, and he stays on very strongly here to finish behind Futulin in the Shubra Cup. This is a very strong contest. It's a very likeable performance with him coming past the others to finish second. Never a threat to the winner, who's a very good horse, but I thought it was a really good run from Basul. Now he's got 62 kilos to carry today, and First Line has got 60, so 2 kilos between them, and we'll see First Line in action. Here he is on screen at the moment.
Yeah, this is First Line just in shot here. Gorgeous looking animal, and I think it's really interesting that Shamila made this her paddock eye catcher only after you also said that this horse seems to be coming into his own now.
Yes, he was a winner on this card last year in the Sprint Championship, and he ran a cracker last time out, slightly out of the blue. He'd been sort of bubbling under before that, but he leads into the straight. Looks likely to hold on at this stage. The horse that wins the race, Balb, under stronger pressure than him. The First Line just capitulates in the last 50 yards. This is good form. You know, there are plenty of horses coming into this race.
Infrared's in behind.
Infrared, I think, will finish fourth that day. Groom was an impressive winner for 0 to 90 before that. He finishes third. Full of talent, that race. Now, First Line, his race card rating is 87, but he's actually been raised for that run last week. He's up to 90 now. So he's only got 2 pounds to find with Basul. He's getting 2 kilos. So according to the handicapper, he should win this race, because he's got, if you convert the kilos to pounds, it's an odd one. The ratings are in pounds, the weights are in kilos. So essentially, he's getting 4 pounds from Basul, but he's only 2 pounds inferior. So that should give him the edge by about half a length if the handicapper is correct. I feel that Basul will have a better run from stall 2, assuming he breaks well. That's the thing. I mean, he had to come from behind last time out, but that, as I said, that was a very strong race. He didn't have such a kind draw. I'm hoping he gets a good break today and can at least be very close to First Line. If he is into the first bend and gets a clear run, I would fancy him to come home in front. If for some reason First Line, as he did last week, gets a really good break and leads, and Basul has some traffic problems, it's going to be difficult for him to get back on terms. But my belief is that Basul's class will tell on the day.
Oh, so it makes it very easy to do selections nice and early. Rory is with Basul. I am going to take you on and join Shamila's bandwagon with First Line. So myself and Shamila are going to go for First Line. I think this horse is coming into himself, into a really nice rhythm. I think the point that you made is really key for all the viewers at home. The fact that the handicapper has now raised him to a 90 rated animal, which I think makes all the difference. He's getting 2 kilos in weight, and I think that might make all the difference. And hopefully Camille Ospina can get him out well, get across to that rail and try and dictate. Basul is a massive danger though, so I totally understand why you've made that selection.
Yeah, they're very, and I know you've been looking at the times a little bit more recently, because I tend to jot the times down from maiden
Learning
races
from you.
to get an idea of what kind of strength and depth there are in those races. And Basul and First Line are very close together in terms of the time. But of course, that doesn't take account of the weight that they're carrying here. So again, that suggests that First Line might have the edge. Worth pointing out that you know, Basul's the one with the better strike rate. First Line's been a little in and out this season. If he doesn't get to the front, he doesn't always give his running.
But does this not remind you of Pagan yesterday? A horse that takes a little bit of a while to get to the boil, but now is at that stage late in the season, just before getting to Riyadh, is now hitting the stride.
Very much so. And of course, Pagan was impressive yesterday. He did get the race. Fell into his lap a little bit, it has to be said, but he still pulled well clear and looked in extremely good terms for himself. And you have to say, First Line, for a horse he ran last week, we talk about this occasionally, is this run coming too soon? Absolutely not for him. He looks magnificent, and you know, I know sometimes it's hard for us to see, but we can see the shine on his coat here. He looks in really, really good condition.
What someone else who is always in very good condition is Mr. John Blance, our man in the sky. So you know that Rory likes Basul, myself and Shamila like First Line. John, who do you like?
Well, it's very kind of you to say so, Callum. I fear I may have seen better days, but we will see. I don't want to worry Rory, but basically Basul for me here. As you've outlined, First Line will almost certainly go forward. Camilo Ospina didn't get where he is today by meekly accepting a wide draw, and he'll be having First Line up with the pace as soon as he can. Ursula has didn't run very well last time out, but she likes to go forward as well. One or two others might want to set the pace too. So it's one of those moments where a low-drawn horse like Basul, Alexis Moreno, can just bounce him out and then just let the race kind of happen around him from a speed perspective, and then just pounce in the latter stages. So that would be the thought as to what might happen as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, Basul was the one that leapt off the page for me here, given all that, and I think is a pretty good selection to go very well. That's Al Washme going forward. Stall number 8. Horse number 10 is Though Seat. Loading up process as ever. Very, very efficient here at Taif. The 6 is Sati Al Maidan. There's the chosen box, stall 5, of course, where we have stall cam going to be occupied by Thamil here. Also going forward is Sayaf, in the hands of Naif Alanazi. You often see Wiggy riding in those colours, but Naif Alanazi's got the mount on Sayaf here. There is Thamil going in. Najm Al Medmar into stall 1, favourite out of stall 2. 1,400 metres the trip. 1,200 metres trip, I should say. It says 14 on the graphic, but it's 1,200 metres. In goes Najm Al Medmar. Najm Al Medmar is in. Horse number 9, Abo Hamra. We're ready. Over the 1,200, stand by. Gates back and away they go. They're racing. Taif a little bit awkward from the gate there in the red jacket. Really good start from Basul. The red cap gets into a good early posse, but as we thought, first line is getting across to try and lead them there in the white cap to in second position now. Najm Al Medmar, the one horse. They're followed by Taif. Then Basul, who's racing in fourth, followed then in fifth spot by the spotted jacket of Those Seat. Bit of a gap developing to the rest, headed by Sati Almeida, and also there is Al Washmi. One or two of these comprehensively outpaced in the early stages, including Ursula, who's right at the back of the field, and also towards the back of the field is Thamil. Starting to make the turn now, though, inside the final 600. First line with blistering early speed. Leads to Taif and then Najm Al Medmar. Just being nudged along now, Basul, who's going to have to try and stay on here, but is now making progress around the outside. Bit of a gap to the rest of them, now headed by trying to stay on Al Washmi, but they've swung for home, and first line and Camilo Ospina still the leader. But here down the centre of the track comes Basul, who's now going to throw down the challenge to first line. First line the far side, Basul Lanier, as we expected inside the final 200. First line still leads, but Basul is working up a good head of steam. First line though for Camilo is finding a bit more, leads by a length and a half as they race up towards the line, and they're not going to get to first line. Camilo Ospina from the front again. Basul was second, staying on very well for third was Helmi from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula, and we'll sort out fourth shortly. Camilo Ospina, he's just a really good jockey. I think you could take Camilo to virtually any jurisdiction worldwide, and he would more than hold his own. And the ability to get a horse badly drawn very quickly into a good position. There are few jockeys around the world who've really got the ability to do that. Joe Moreira was always really good at that sort of thing over in Hong Kong in his heyday there. And this fella, Camilo Ospina, has just got this first line into the absolutely perfect posse to start with. In second, Basul. Third horse home, there was Helmi, and Najm Al Medmar has held on for fourth. So that is your 1, 2, 3, 4 in our opening race. And first line for the Al Jabba stable, straight to the front and dominated the race. And when Basul looked like he was going to be able to overhaul the long-time leader, there was a bit more in the locker. Terrific ride from Camilo Ospina, and well, he's still on course for the Jockeys Championship here in Saudi Arabia, and if he keeps riding them like that, he's going to be a very hard man to catch. That was your opener at Taif this afternoon. Hats off to horse and rider.
Spina, congrats Camilo, first time with him, how is he?
Yeah, no, thank you very much to Bamer Musa, and he's good horse, I saw the races the first time I ride, but I saw the races all time he's going in front. Yeah. But today, thanks God, she brought very good and I poof in front, and he's coming comfortable. Today, no coming the other horses with me, and thanks God, when I asked him in the last 300 meters, he responded very good, yeah. Thank you very much.
Camilo Ospina using all his moxie to win aboard first line in what turned out to be a straight shootout between him and Basul. First line coming out on top this time. Rory, was the weight the difference in this contest?
Possibly a little bit of fitness, because Basul, we know Basul's strong at the finish of his races, and he got within half a length, I would say, a furlong out. But first line, for a horse who was caught close home last week, he found extra in the last 100 metres, and Basul just flattened out a little bit. Maybe this is first run since that Shubra Cup. Maybe not 100% fit compared to first line, who ran only last week. But the weights are clearly important. When you're getting horses who are as closely rated as these, and there's a couple of kilos between them, that can make, it should make, a length of difference, 2 kilos. and that's all First Line needed in order to get his head in front according to the official ratings, and that's worked out exactly according to that. So the handicapper will be very, very happy with this result, because according to his adjustments, First Line became the likeliest winner of the race at the weights, and he's run a fine race, but it wasn't the usual Camilo Ospina front-running ride. He had to work to get First Line at the front, and we know, I think the key with First Line is normally Camilo wouldn't want to get serious with a horse going into the first bend in a 1,200-metre race. He knows he's got to see the race out. But this horse needs to lead. If he doesn't lead, he doesn't give his running. So he had to ask him to get across and get to the front, and then he was comfortable. I thought the race was setting up nicely for Basul, because you had a couple, Sayaf went forward as well, and there were a couple trying to chase First Line. I thought put him under pressure.
Najim Al-Madar.
Najim Al-Mamar was the other one, and I thought that might put pressure on First Line and make him vulnerable late on. But in the end, it was Basul who was vulnerable.
Shamila is with our winning jockey.
Brilliant ride and brilliant start to the Friday race day for Camilo Ospina on New Line. Congratulations. You had to jump from stall 11. How did you ride that race?
Nah, you know, Shamila, he's good horse. You know, I saw the races, he finished second, third, you know. And today she brought very good, and I put in front, he's coming comfortable. And this guy, when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he responded very good and keep going until wire.
Were you worried before the race? Did you think Basul was your biggest competition?
Yeah, sure, yeah. But Basul, he has very good chance in that race. And I just waiting for him, you know. But this guy, my horse is coming very comfortable, you know. He's coming full. When I ask him, he responds very well.
Was it always your plan to try and get him to the rail as quickly as possible?
Yeah, because the trainer, he told me he ran very good on the rail and in front in the rail. I try to catch the rail, you know, and he's a speed horse, and this guy, he do very good on that rail.
You're firmly at the top of the Jockeys Championship now. Are you looking forward to any of your other rides today and tomorrow?
Yeah, inshallah. I got a chance in some races today and tomorrow. I hope the horse run well.
Thank you so much, Camilo. Well done again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Camilo Ospina taking us through this race, and it's made from the start, and like you said, Rory, he's really rousting along. He's really giving it to First Line to make sure that this horse is in front, because Najim Al-Medmar has hit the lids and gone.
Yeah, Najim Al-Medmar from stall 1 has got a good break. I thought Basul broke well enough, but he was happy to sit just behind Najim Al-Medmar and Sayaf on the inside. I think I was hoping that Basul would get a run round the inside and be able to come round without having to come off the rail. But because the second and third are showing good speed throughout, they both weakened in the straight. But Basul, in order to be able to get a challenge in First Line, had to come 3 horses wide, and that's made a difference. We saw yesterday that it became difficult going wide around the bend. And though it's only 3 horses, it's still enough to lose him a length coming around that bend.
Sayaf is an absolute monster. You don't really get the impression how big that big, strong grey is until you see him. And to have to go all the way around Sayaf is clearly been the difference in this race, I think. If Sayaf isn't there and it's just Najim Al-Medmar, it would have been probably a different result for Basul, who wouldn't have had to come so far wide.
It would have been a lot easier for him to get there. But as you see, he's not going away from the pack of the line, and First Line's beginning to open up. And as you actually see that we pan back, you see dear old Helmy flying over there. He's so reliable. It was 4th over a mile and a quarter in a cup race last week. And he's dropped back to 6 furlongs here in a race that was run at a furious gallop, and he's still come through to hit the frame again. He must be a wonderful horse to be involved with, because he's always picking up prize money. You know, it's often minor prize money, but it all adds up.
And Ahmed Al-Kradis as well, who's a jockey. He's not panicked here, has he? He sat there quite nicely towards the back of the field and said, I know my horse has got stamina. This lot are going to come back to me. Sayaf fell out the back of the telly. That's to be expected with the first run of the season. You also saw Najim Al-Medmar ended up fading into 4th, and it was Helmy that took advantage of that fade.
It was, yes, and with Najim Al-Medmar, I think that's as good as you get. He just blazed early speed and wasn't able to see it out as a result. He's perfectly fit. He's had 2 runs in recent weeks, so fitness wasn't an issue for him. But for Sayaf, this was his first run of the season, and fitness clearly was the reason why he faded out of things late in the day. But the fact that he was able to be within a length of the winner coming round the final bend will be a great encouragement to Connections, and he will go to Riyadh looking to pick up on his decent performances from last year. As long as he's not pitched in too deep, because he was running on some very, very good races last year, which are a wee bit beyond him.
And that's the issue we've had with ratings, isn't it? Now, we've been here long enough to see how the ratings works, and you can get really punished for running well in a good race, and it takes a while for that rating then to come down and to give you an opportunity in maybe a 0-75 handicap or a contest like that.
Yeah, when the horses are running in handicaps or very tightly knit open races, and I think the handicap is a lot easier. What we're seeing is a lot of horses, and we'll see one later on. Amotra is a horse who's clearly going to sort of split opinion as to her chances. Horses who are really impressive in maiden wins or in weeks or non-winners of 2 or something like that, they can end up going up a lot in the weights because of the margin of victory. And that's kind of understandable in terms of, if you're beating something by 20 lengths, you must be a fair bit better than that horse. But going into much stronger company can be a culture shock for them. We're seeing at the start of the race again here.
Al Madam with the best start in the race. It was nowhere near at the finish, but broke well.
No, Sati Al Maidan, but immediately taken back there by Rayan. And you saw that Basul actually jumped better than Najin Al Melmar and Sayaf, but Alex Moreno was more than happy to sit in behind because he's quite a late runner over this trip, so there was no reason for him to get involved in a pace battle. What he wanted was for the others to hook up in a battle up front and soften themselves up for him. Didn't quite work out in the end. They still run a very, very good race.
That's it, because as they were running down the back straight into that final bend, we was talking off camera, obviously, and saying you just want the 2 horses in front of Basil to challenge First Light a little bit early and get on his shoulder and give him something to look at, rather than giving him that uncontested lead and that free rein up front to then build up some energy and some stamina reserves and then kick again when the pressure comes.
Yeah, but that's a very good ride from Camilo to get into that position. I don't think the jockeys on the horses who were second and third early did anything wrong.
No,
they weren't trying to sort of rate the horses and hold them back at all. They were going as fast as they comfortably could without being asked a question that they couldn't answer. And it just panned out in First Line's favour. Although, to be honest, I think he's probably come on again for that run last week. As I said, he looked magnificent pre-race. But you can't really knock Basul. His only run when he was out of the frame came on turf last year. He's very much a dirt performer. His last 5 runs now on dirt read 1-1, 2-2-2. Really consistent performer at a high level.
Just a wonderful performer, and a horse very much like Pagan, who's taken a while to get going but is now really profiting from the smaller fields towards the end of the season. So I think a horse definitely we've got to look forward to early on in Riyadh. Things we move on to are our next contest. It's a 0-85 handicap. It's over 1,200 metres. It's a cracker on paper, and the man to take us through it is Mr. John Blance. We've just lost John briefly here, so I'll take you through them. Walid Al-Matfira is horse number 1. Shibil Latim, horse number 2. Beehive, regular appearance here, horse number 3. Alotabi is horse number 4. Karajinsky, horse number 5, ran a very good race last time. Mojazail, horse number 6. Batua is horse number 7, and Spirit of Nguru is horse number 8. The next page we see Abu Khalif, horse number 9. Ain Ali Akin, horse number 10, looking to bounce back from a poor run. Assad, horse number 11, would prefer a lower draw than 9. Mustango is horse number 12. Dulabati, horse number 13, unlucky for some. Tabrak Al-Khalek, horse number 14, will blaze the start from stall 8. Al-Haber, horse number 15, matching Sox, horse number 16. Finally, we see Mosafira won a maiden last time, number 17, and Mujib, horse number 18. That is by Dabawi. Rory, those are the 18 runners we've got to look forward to in what looks to be a wide open renewal. There are a few horses here that come off the back of really good performances. The first one, Tabrak Al-Khalek. I know I like it. You have questions about that previous form.
Yeah, this is a hugely competitive race, and I find it very, very difficult. Well, it's interesting that you mentioned Tabarak Al-Khalek. Talking about horses going up chunks in the handicap for winning easily, and Tabarak Al-Khalek is a horse who won course and distance maiden easily last time. I had a 4 1/4 length winner of that maiden in meeting 36. and he steps up in class to handicap company, a mark of 72. Not a murderous mark, is it, by any manner of means? But the question is whether he is, whether he's got the experience to take this jump in class, and it's going to be an interesting one.
He's one of those funny horses, because when he won his maiden, my first thought was that, it's only his third run of his career, but it wasn't. That was his 7th start, so he's had plenty of racecourse experience. I think they've just about worked out how to ride him, and it's basically kick as hard as you can and just run away from them.
Yeah, and that's what worries me with horses who win impressively when they do that, is often they need to dominate to do it. And we've seen quite a lot of winners, really impressive winners. But what they do is they go hard from the start and they get away from their field before they get to the bend, and then they're freewheeling up the straight. And you've got no idea. You know they're good. You know they're a lot better than the opposition that they're up against in maiden company. But you've got no idea whether they've got the minerals, whether they've got the run style to take on better horses, because you can't just keep going eyeballs out from the front in all your races. You've got to have or you can, but you're not going to be successful all the time. Yeah, you've got to be able to adapt to certain circumstances. And we'll see here whether Tabarak Al-Khalek is in need of the lead to win this race, or whether he's able to sit just off the pace and win, because there'll be a lot more competition in a 0-85 handicap for the lead than there was in an ordinary maiden last time out.
The one horse that won't be going for the lead, but was a winner last time out, and also had a rating of 75, so slightly higher, £3 higher than Tabarak Al-Khalek, is Mustango. Horse number 12 on your race cards. He was an interesting winner last time. I thought it was a good win in maiden company. It's a big step up, but the handicapper clearly liked him, as we look at horse number 1, Walid Al-Matrefa.
Yes, let's Walid Al-Matrefa. We'll see him in the 30s. He often runs well. He's 2 from 64 in his career, pretty consistent. 5th, 4th, 6th, 5th in his last 4 runs. But he's lost his last 24 since winning a 0-75 handicap in January 2022. So much more likely to be placed than to win here. But he should be thereabouts based on his recent efforts.
Very much the same grain as Helmy, where you're just running very well every time you hit the track, so you're giving connections a wonderful time. Shibal Latam is horse number 2, who we will see very shortly.
Similar sort of story here. Shibal Latam, rated 84. And always runs pretty respectably. Again, 4 of his last 5 runs have been there or thereabouts, close to being in the money. But he's only won 1 of his last 32. His last 2 starts at this level of competition have seen him finish 5th.
Beehive comes out to stall 15.
Was rated as high as 99 in the past. Beehive. He's been 6th in his last 3 handicap runs, which gives an idea that maybe he's a little bit high in the weights. Again, running respectably, but probably needs a bit of help from the handicapper to be winning a race like this.
Alotabi 4, Karajinsky 5.
Alotabi's 1 from 14 in total since moving here. He was respectable 3 1/4 lengths 6th to recall the show over 7 furlongs 3 weeks ago. That form hasn't worked out as well as you'd like, though. Karajinsky was well behind Alotabi in a 0-85 2 starts back, but he bounced right back to form, went 3rd to Sunset and Vine over 7 furlongs here last time out. Drops back to 6 furlongs now, but now that he's back in form, he can do a bit of damage.
Mojazel 6 and Batoa is 7.
Mojazel was a course and distance maiden winner of week 30. Again, quite an impressive winner that day. Stepping up in class since, he's not made anything like the same sort of impact, but he was just in front of Beehive last time out in a race won by Ryan's Party.
Spirit of Nguru, number 8.
Spirit of Nguru had won twice over 7 furlongs at Kempton, when with William Haggis. Hasn't won in 16 starts here, though. Ran okay in in 2 starts here, I should say. It was 5th in his local debut, then 16th last time out, which is very disappointing. I think he needs more time to acclimatise.
Abu Khalif, number 9.
Best form has come in a mile thus far. Was only 7th of 9 in a course and distance Jcsa award contest behind Sodad's at meeting 48. That was a hot contest, but I think Abu Khalaf probably wants a longer trip to be competitive here.
Ain Ali Akin and Assad.
Ain Ali Akin's only place this year came in a 0-60 over course and distance. This looks tough for him despite the rating. And Assad put up a career best when dominating over course and distance 2 starts back and finishing a very good 2nd. He was 6th in a non-winners of 4, just behind Al Haber last time out from a wide draw. From stall 9, he'll want to go forward early. He'll be one of the likelier leaders in the race.
Mustango's number 12 and Dulabati, number 13.
Yeah, we touched on Mustango. He's, of course, and distance winner last time out. He didn't do that by blazing early speed. He really looked more of a stayer at the trip. So we'll be interested to see how he gets on. He should be doing his best work late. Dulabati was a winner from Michael Dawes in the flat, but not from 10 here. Disappointing effort last week, so needs to bounce back.
This is Tabrak Al-Khalik, horse I'm really interested in. Look at all the power in behind.
Yeah, he's certainly built like a sprinter, isn't he? Got a big, powerful backside on him, and he walks like a sprinter as well. He made all, as I said, for that easy course and distance win last time out. The time was pretty good. The question is whether he can dominate these much stronger rivals.
This is Al Haber. We spoke about this horse earlier. His form ties in.
Yeah, he was 5th in a race won by Balb last week over course and distance. We've already seen that one work out, because first line he was runner-up in that race, won our opening contest. So that's Frank de Form, and several of these were behind him that day. So Al Haber could be well handicapped running off the same mark.
Matching Socks and Musafira.
Matching Socks, his best effort here came when 7th last time out over course and distance, although he was behind Al Haber, behind Assad on that occasion. But on the plus side, his first 2 runs here are pretty poor, and he's beginning to step in the right direction and finding his old form.
Let's go to Shamila, who is live from the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Callum. And we are off to a winning start. Which is unbelievable considering how our picks did yesterday. However, this is my pick for this race, and I'm never usually biased, but you know what, today I'm going to be biased. I used to ride this horse back when he was trained in Dubai at Sabil Stables. He is horse number 5, Karajinsky, ridden by Alex Moreno this time. Give us a little wave, Alex. Hi. He is a stunning 8-year-old gelding by Dubawi. I just love him, and he looks really, really well in the parade ring today. He was 3rd last time out, and he hasn't had the best of seasons. Obviously, he won at meeting 27 really impressively, 3rd last time out, but in between then it's been up and down. Another highlight for me in the parade ring is horse number 7, Batoa, also looking really well. A question mark for me would be horse number 10, just looking like they're not carrying as much condition as we would like to see, and a little bit backwards compared to some of the other horses in the race. But you know what? This looks like a really strong contest yet again, Callum.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and interesting to hear that Karajinsky, a horse that Shamila used to ride out, as we said, very, very talented individual with our Shamila. She does it all. Let's have a look at some of these in action. The first one is Walid Al-Matrifa, who we can just see going out onto the start now. Real big, strong, powerful type. But this horse isn't a bad runner. It was the 5th last time out. That was at the back end of September. We can see this horse just coming in right at the back of his short, white cap, grey and blue sleeves.
Yeah, he doesn't threaten to win this, and that's the story of his recent career, to be honest. It's a 7-year-old entire. He usually does good late work in his races, but he doesn't tend to look like winning. This is a good performance, and he's got he's got the beating of a couple of these on recent efforts. Stays on well for 5th, as you see in between horses in the white cap. But he'll need to step up again if he's going to win this. But he's got place claims on the balance of his form.
He's beaten a horse there called Alazra, who's a horse that's got plenty of winning form here at this time of the season. So probably a very good form line is the reason why it's been selected.
Yeah, and he's top weight for a reason as well. You know, as I said, his last win came in at 0 to 75, and that's going back 24 runs. But he's very, very consistent in good company.
This is Assad you're seeing in short here, just making his way out onto the course. And we can also see a nice close-up of Karajinsky. And that is the horse we're going to have a look at next, if the insert gods have been kind to us. And this is Karajinsky. He is the one currently in 3rd. He's about to pass the owner mate for 2nd and runs a very good race here. It's actually another owner mate that comes through late to just nab him on the line.
Yes, it's Ryan's Party finishing fast out wide. Karajinsky just touched off for 2nd, you'll see here at the line, behind Sunset and Vine, who's a horse with very, very good form in Riyadh, and he was bouncing right back to his best to run out a comfortable winner here. The runner-up, Ryan's Party, had won his previous 2 races. The form is absolutely rock solid, and given that return to form from Karajinsky, he ran a couple of clunkers, meeting 45, meeting 38, 15th and 14th, but he was right back to his recent best last time out.
This is Tabrak Al-Khalik doing it from the front, and I thought in impressive style.
Yeah, he's won this well. Now the worry here is this is what meeting was this? Meeting 36. We've had a few races since then. We've had a few meetings since then. I would have liked at least something in behind to have won a race since, and none of them have. So he's beating trees here to some degree. He's done it very nicely, but I find it difficult to get a handle on exactly how good a horse like that is. How much more is in the tank, we don't know. But this will be much more testing for him. If he's able to lead these, then he's going to go close. But if he can lead these, he's a good horse.
Well, here's my point, because Tabrak Al-Khalik jumps out of 8 and Assad jumps out of 9. They are two major pace angles to this contest, and they're drawn next to each other.
Right. Well, the point I would make with that is Assad has been making the pace in better races than this, and he's got a good history. He was a useful enough horse in the UK from Mick Appleby. He's adapted well here, and he's always shown pace early in his races. Tabarak Al-Khalik is coming here having won a weak maiden last time out, so the pace that he showed is...
He did show it in his previous start. He was just nabbed on the line on penultimate effort as well.
But it's still...
Again, that was a weak maiden contest.
It's pace in maiden races.
Yeah.
No, he's done 1:18.20 when he won last time out. I thought that was a pretty good time. So maybe he will be able to show that pace against these horses. It's enough of a question mark just to put me off him in the meantime. But obviously he's unexposed as a sprinter in this sort of class, and he could easily do better.
One I want to talk about, Al Haber, number 15. You mentioned really well handicapped. You're really getting your head around these handicaps now and seeing where horses are marked and how their performances may have been boosted. And First Line gives this horse a massive performance boost only in our last race.
Yeah, he's 2 from 15 in his career. He ran respectably, but no better in his first 2 starts. Started the season late, of course. Only came here for his first start in meeting 41. But he stepped up in 2 starts since, and that run last time out went 5th in a strong race behind Balb last time out. Again, the form horses, the 2 who came to the front were slightly surprising, but they had good back class, and they returned to form. Yeah. And so finishing 5th in that race, that would be a much better race than this. If he repeats that effort, I think, given what First Line has just done now, the handicapper might go back and decide to re-rate the form of that race and maybe put Al Haber up a couple of pounds. So a mark of 70 looks very workable here. Whereas we talked about the likes of the top 2 or 3. You know, they're right on their peak marks. They're struggling to win off those marks, although they're running well enough. Whereas Al Haber is a little less exposed. He's capable of better form and potentially well in off a mark of 70. He needs to show he can back up what he did last time out, but he is interesting.
Right, let's go through selections once and for all. I am going to go with Tabrak Al-Khalik. I think that horse has blazing speed, but it'll be a real test for him. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
I am going to side with Karajinsky, who has a good draw on stall 4. Was right back to form last time out, and I think he's just got the kindest draw here, although I do respect the chances of Assad. I think Assad will just be a spoiler for you.
Yeah, could be.
To be perfectly honest, and I think Karajinsky, if he can find his old form or just repeat last week's, he goes very close.
Rory and Shamila like Karajinsky. Shamila also likes Batoa. I like Tabrak Al-Khalik, but there's so many with chances in this wide open 0-85 handicap. There's only one man to describe the action that could do this race justice, and it's Mr. John Blance.
I never liked the big build-up, Callum, but thank you very much, and apologies for the issues, which meant I wasn't quite able to do the rundown of this race, but hopefully they've all been sorted out. They are down at the start, and it's a big field to load up. Yeah, Tabarak Al-Khalik, it was a good run against weak opposition, as Rory was saying, but still time-wise it was pretty good. Abdul Ella Al Hussein's got some interesting rides today, actually. He hasn't had too many of those so far this Taif season, but he's got some today. Definitely interesting. Obviously, Mosafira is coming up from a pretty lowly race, but winning it well last time out. Assad would be a very, very solid option, I suppose. And Shibble Latam, you know, for that man, Capillo Ospina, if there was a pace burn up here, this horse, most of his best form is over 1400 or a mile, but has run 1200 okay in the past as well. And if it was a pace burn-up, Shibble Latam could pick 1 or 2 of them off, albeit 4 wins from 36 starts. Isn't a particularly great strike rate, but 1 or 2 of them up against him don't have a particularly great strike rate as well. This is Karaginsky going forward. 5 wins from 18 starts. That is a good strike rate when compared to most of these. Now, Rory's quite keen on Karaginsky. Alexis Moreno is aboard. Batoa is in. Now, of course, this is a race where the saddle cloths don't correspond to the draw, so just don't let that catch you out. Been telling myself that for the last few minutes. Horse number 9 is the next to go in. That's Abu Khalaf. Safira is in. Tell you what, they're nearly all in. Assad to move forward. Horse 11 into stall 11. They're off and racing for the second on the card here. Assad got away pretty well. Also prominent in the early stages is Ayn Al Yaqeen. Another one that pushes forward is Beehive in the blue colours. Right up the inside as well, Walad Al Matrefar and Tabarak Al Khalek. Plenty of speed last time out, has shown plenty here and moves into second. So it's Beehive to Tabarak Al Khalek. That's your 1-2, followed by Assad, who's racing in third spot. Abu Khalaf is relatively prominent around the outside as well. Then right up the inside, one that's getting quite close is Ayn Al Yaqeen. They're pretty well strung out here, though. Towards the back of the field is Matching Socks. That's what got plenty to do. So too is Mustangos. They start to make the turn for home, though. It's Tabarak Al Khalek that leads. Beehive, though, is nicely poised around the outside. These two have kicked on from the rest. They've all got a bit of work to do to get involved. They're followed in third spot by Assad, who's trying to box on. Walad Al Matrefar is also there, but has plenty to do. And staying on from the back of the field is Karaginski. They've swung for home. Tabarak Al Khalek looking to back up that win from last time and is just pressing on here now inside the final 200. Goes on by 3 or 4 lengths. Beehive with no answers to the questions posed. Walad Al Matrefar is staying on, but it's Tabarak Al Khalek who's going to be too strong for them once again and up towards the line. Another easy win. Tabarak Al Khalek in front of the line. Tight for second. Karaginski was staying on very well. Beehive was still there. So too Shibble Latam got going late in the latter part of the race as well. But it's Tabarak Al Khalek. The question was, could this horse, who was a bit less exposed than quite a few of these, could he back up from last time? And the answer was an unequivocal yes. Tabarak Al Khalek, who's won in a time of 1 minute 14.69 seconds. 5/100ths of a second faster than that first race, which was won in 1:14.74. So there's an interesting comparison of the times straight away. Flashed up on our screen right away here at Taif as well. Terrific stuff from all concerned. But Tabarak Al Khalek in the hands of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. To Karaginski got up for second. Beehive was third. The fourth horse on was Walad Al Metrafar, and Shibble Latam never got a shout in the early part of the race, but stayed on quite well. But they went hard in the early stages of that contest. And Tabarak Al Khalek was always in the vanguard and then just picked them off in the latter stages. Beehive showed good early pace but couldn't live with Tabarak Al Khalek, who clearly is a sprinter on the up and up and has shown that in no uncertain terms there today. Karaginski in second, Beehive in third, Walad Al Matrefar in fourth. 3 3/4 lengths at the line, but in the end Abdul Ella Al Hussein was up in the saddle. He could have probably won by a little bit more, possibly better value than the 3 3/4 lengths. So that was race number 2, won in no uncertain terms by number 14, Tabarak Al Khalek.
Well, he passed the eye test, that was for sure. Tabarak Al Khalek was mightily impressive today. Having won a maiden last time, he showed all the speed he needed to show here. He outbroke Assad, didn't allow that horse to be a spoiler, got the rail against Beehive and put the race to bed on the bend. Rory, I was really taken aback by that performance.
Yes, listen, a very good call by you in the first place. You were impressed with his maiden win. He's gone 3.5 seconds quicker here, which is about 20-odd lengths, you know, and that's what I said. When horses who win maidens like that, when they come into handicaps, even if I don't think a handicapper murdered them off a mark of 72, but when even with that, most horses coming into higher grade, they have to run up. They have to run to a higher level to be competitive. Repeating the form they showed in the maiden usually leaves them on the back foot. But he's clearly stepped forward markedly from that. He's a horse who's rapidly improving. Now, she said he's not. Yeah, he's pretty unexposed compared to some of these, but this was his 8th start, and they've just found the key to him in recent races. He's got a lot of early pace, and he's able to sustain that, but he's really stepped up on what he did last time out, even if the track is riding quick here. 3.5 seconds faster in that time is pretty impressive.
Yeah, no matter how cuppy the course is, there's no getting away from 3.5 second difference. Abdullah Al Hussein was our winning jockey, and I thought he did a marvellous job when Beehive took the lead. Didn't panic and try and race Beehive initially, waited, Beehive drifts off the rail, he gets that gap, and he makes his move very early.
He does, yeah. It was a mature ride, wasn't it? From a reasonably young jockey. He didn't panic when the third in the end, wasn't it? Beehive has come across from a very wide draw to lead. Beehive had to do plenty to do that. He's actually done well to hang on for third, because he did have back class coming into this Beehive. But as you said, Abdullah could have thought, well, no, I need to stay in front of this horse. But he knew he was in a good position. He knew as long as he's able to hold the rail, that the gaps would open for him. And that's important. You know, if you're coming into the rail in second place, you can usually guarantee, because the bend is tight enough here, that whoever's in front is going to swing off a little bit and give you a gap if you're good enough to come through it. Obviously, if you don't have the acceleration to take that gap, it will close again on you. But he was obviously going well and was able to come through when Beehive just wandered off the rail. Beehive's kept going well enough to hold a place, and that's a return to form from him on the back of a very disappointing effort last week. But yeah, he'll go to Riyadh. Quite well handicapped Beehive on last season's form, but this is a horse who's very much heading there on the up and up.
Now, I have slight concerns about maybe this horse is built for King Khalid Racecourse rather than Riyadh.
He's very nippy, isn't he?
Yeah. He gets around those bends so quickly and so tight. You can just see him, he's hugging the rails like a greyhound, really hugging the rail. He's not going to get so much of that at Riyadh. He's got that long straight to contend with. And let's be honest, he wasn't going away down the straight here.
No, but he's done well to come away from Beehive, who is no mug. You know, obviously, when you're coming away from maiden rivals, you're wondering, you know, what exactly does the second half under the bonnet. But we know what Beehive is capable of here, so I thought he's done quite well to come away. But this is a good point. He clearly does handle the track really well. He has come round that bend on rails, and that's an important aspect of this course. So clearly he'll be suited by this. He needs to show that Riyadh will come as easily to him. But I thought he kept the gallop up pretty well, given the way the race panned out. And certainly, there's nothing closing on him particularly fast at the line, is there? So this is a good time. It measures up very well with the opening contest, 500ths faster than that. And now they find the key to this horse. Again, it's all in the hands of the handicapper. He's won by a good margin, so he's going to go up.
He's jumping into the 80s, isn't he, now? I mean,
he's 80 plus.
And he's pumped Beehive. Look at the start, though. Look how low he is coming out of the gates here. You've got Assad on the outside. Assad is already a length down. They've travelled 50 meters.
Yeah, whereas Beehive, if you can blaze speed from the outside stall, nothing can come across you from the outside. That's the one benefit of that. And Beehive has been able to get across with all that speed. Assad's race is run already at this stage. When he wasn't able to get out in front, that's his race gone. Beehive leads, and the race has already taken shape, hasn't it? Because Tabarak Al-Khalek already taking a good position, and the pair of them have come a few lengths clear. We know that Assad is not going to keep the gallop up from there because he needs to lead, and essentially they're about 7 lengths clear of anything that's got a chance of finishing off.
Karadzinsky is swinging in behind, though. They've not asked a question of Karadzinsky, but it's too far back.
The problem, Karadzinsky's been ridden as if the track is riding the way it was 3 or 4 weeks ago. And at that stage, that was the perfect place to be. But we've seen at the last few meetings since I've been back here that the speed is really holding up. Whereas, you know, there were lots of meetings where horses going as fast as these two in front were going. With the deeper track, they weren't quite getting home, and horses like Karadzinsky, who travelled really well through the race, were picking them up. We saw Ryan's Party in the same colours doing the same thing last week. Perfectly positioned, ridden exactly the way he'd been when he'd won 2 good races, but he found the leaders didn't come back to him last time, and he ended up just nabbing second on the line. So the track, as we've seen, is riding differently. We're getting more of a breeze as well, which is very much in the horse's favour in the straight as well. It'll be interesting if that breeze turned around for front runners. It's helping them to last home in the straight. But this is still impressive. You know, I wasn't absolutely convinced by him before the race because I've seen too many maiden winners blow out on handicap debut. But this is one who's really stepped up and is one you'd be fairly positive about. It's interesting you mentioned that he went round the rail like a greyhound. He's also come out of the stalls like a greyhound as well. Low to the ground, fast. And clearly a tight track suits him better than most.
We'll get those wonderful shots at the start as well, and hopefully we'll get to have a good look at his style coming out of the gates, because it's just stunning. Credit to the video team who had the first, second and the fourth, with Walid Al-Matrifa running on for fourth and running a really big race.
Yeah,
as well.
that's Walid Al-Matrifa all over. Yeah, it's exactly what he did last time out. You know, he's never really figuring with a winning chance, but he keeps running through. I mean, he's a horse I'd love to own. If I had a horse like that who's constantly running into the frame and picking up more prize money than he's costing to keep in training, tremendous stuff. That's all I want.
That's all you want. You want him to be making you money, not costing you money.
Yeah, who needs winners when you got a horse who's paying your bills constantly?
Absolutely. Give me a Helmy over an Albota head every day of the week. Who am I kidding? I take an Albota head every month. But yeah, we see the winner going away here. What would be next for this horse? Because now winning a 0 to 85 kind of throws handicaps out the window, doesn't it? To be honest, or a 0 to 90s, 0 to 90s rather than open contests.
Yeah, again, we need to dig out the cards for the early season at Riyadh, but he's definitely going to be not to 80 plus after this. He might go up to 80. The handicap might decide, give him a chance to compete in that level of handicaps next time out, rather than push him up two grades essentially. But not to 80, not to 85. I mean, you might even have, you know.
He could do a non-winners of 3.
Well, that's the thing, yeah.
That's the other option. There's some very valuable non-winners of 3 contests that would maybe be a little less running against hardened sprinters, because now when he gets into that grade, he's now running against the tough hardened sprinting division.
Talking about this race and how easy they are to place. You know, the likes of Walid Al-Matrifa, the likes of Shibi Latam at the top, horses are struggling to win races. Not from 25, Walid Al-Matrifa is since his last win. Shibi Latam is now 1 from his last 33.
33, yeah.
And the problem they have, of course, is because Walid Al-Matrifa has won twice, Shibi Latam has won 4 times. They're not going to be competitive in you know, with Shibi Latam. There's very few non-winners of 5 races.
Yes, yeah, there are a couple, yes.
Non-winners of 3, maybe a possibility for a horse like Walid Al-Matrifa. They're not usually. Are they open to horses of his age? Are they?
I think they are.
Yeah.
I don't think we often see it.
But clearly, you know, horses who've won a couple of races 3 years ago. You know, they're hard to place now unless you have races that are for horses who haven't won this season or haven't won since the start of last season. Those are interesting races for horses at the top of the handicap who are just, you know, who are always meeting improvers and struggling to get their heads in front. And this is always a way of looking at the program. How many horses are in that kind of category, and is it worth creating races for those horses? You always got to look at the horse population and how, you know, where are the bottlenecks.
Just see them coming out here. We might not be able to get, because he's so low down. He's in the purple colour. He's almost blinded by the shadow. But he's going to pop out just there. You can see him appearing now. That's your eventual race winner in the purple. That's how low he was. You couldn't even see him in comparison to the other horses coming out.
The other thing that this shows, it's not how fast you get out of the stalls that matters. It's how quickly you get into your stride. The 2 horses who blazed to the bend there didn't actually come out of the stalls especially quickly. They were fine. They weren't slowly away. But their other horses are popping out quickly, but then not immediately hitting their stride. Both the winner, Tabarak Al-Khalek, and Beehive showed really good pace after you know, ordinary starts. And we see this quite a lot, actually, horses who get out just behind the other runners, but are able to hit their strides very quickly and hit top speed quicker than those others. Sometimes it's not about getting out of the garage, it's about how quickly you hit 0 to 60. That's
a quote from a man who has never driven. That is a quote from a man who has never driven a car in his life. It's not how fast you get out the garage, it's how fast you reach 0 to 60.
Yes. Yeah. I was going to make the joke that you just made anyway. So you know.
I've jumped the gun there.
I was going to be self-effacing, and now I can't do it. But yeah,
I bullied you on.
But I used to, and I remember years ago looking at greyhound cards in the paper, and sometimes it would say EP early bit, and sometimes say FA. I thought, well, FA's fast away, and EP's early bit. They're exactly the same thing, aren't they? And I spoke to my dad about it, who trained greyhounds. I said, no. There's dogs fast away always first out the traps, but they don't necessarily show speed to the bend.
To get to that first bend.
Yeah, and the dogs with early pace don't always come out their traps very quickly, but they're quick to the bend, and it's a different thing.
And as we move on to our next contest on the card, race 3, let's hear from John Blance.
Thank you, lads. Yeah, race number 3 coming up. This time we're over the 1,400 metres. It's a local bred horses maiden. Anna Al-Mojib for Abdullah Al-Khamis, his horse number 1. Palance is horse number 2, Naif Al-Anazi aboard. Horse number 3 is Fonda, Rea Al-Toesh. Horse number 4 is Baterik, Luis Morales is aboard. Number 5 is Cal Flahom, a debutant in the hands of Camilo Ospina. Millionaire is in the hands of Fawaz Wanas, that's horse number 6. 7 is Halm Abdullah, Jose Rodriguez. Horse number 8 is Al-Majd Al-Majid. That's horse number 8. Number 9 is Yatakir, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 10 is Morasil, Mohammed Al-Shurimar. Horse number 11 is Tanaf, Fahed Al-Faredi. Number 12 is a non-runner, Fazlar is out. Number 13, Mandushi, Wigberto Ramos. Number 14 is Umami. Number 15 is Kaseb Al-Maidan, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 16 is Salamala. Horse number 17 is Edward. And that's in the hands of Abdul Aziz Al Yesh. Horse number 18 is Akko Batlar. And the 19 gets a run. Janae Ayad Al Turisi is aboard. So 12 is a non-runner, 20 and 21 the reserves that aren't required. So we get a full field of 18 going to post for race number 3. They're making their way into the parade ring.
Thank you very much, John. 2 of the 3 Musketeers are on show today. We've lost the 3rd, so we'll have to find out from Jamila what's happened there. I imagine it'll be another suspension, careless riding, as we've had with a lot of jockeys so far. This is a fascinating local bred contest.
It's nice that you can do that joke 2 days running, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wonderful, because I'm hoping people are only tuning in for the first time. Talking about tuning in for the first time, thank you to everyone getting involved in the YouTube comments. It's great to have you along for the ride with us. Remember, I'll say it before and I'll say it again, like, subscribe and turn on your bell notifications. We're only in Taif for 2 more days, today and tomorrow. Then we take a little break, recharge the batteries, and we do it all again in Riyadh, and we hope to have you all with us once again. But yes, plenty to look forward to today in this next contest. Local bred horses maiden. Rory, what do you make of them? This race seems wide open, but not because a lot of them have chances, because a lot of them have let themselves down.
Well, it can't be open if a lot of them don't have chances.
Well, that's
by
the thing.
definition.
That's the thing. If a lot of them don't have chances, suddenly do a lot of them have chances?
Yeah, in fairness, we've all been there when we start looking at a race going, right, really, you're looking for, essentially when you're looking at any race, rather than trying to find the winner straight away, your first protocol is ruling horses out and then narrowing the field down. And we start with Anna Al-Mojib, whose best effort was from 4.25 lengths, 6 to Fell. Over course and distance last time. That was a messy race, though. It was a difficult race to be absolutely blunt about, because the horse who was leading that day swerved and unseated his rider off the bend and then ran loose and caused a bit of havoc afterwards. So it was hard for him to be blunt about. Indeed.
Absolute nightmare of a pony. We move straight on. Palance, Fonda and Baterik. 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, Fonda's better effort was when 12.5 lengths, 8th to King Rise last time out. Will stay this trip. That was a tougher race last time out and may do better. But Tarik is an interesting one. His best effort came 2 starts back when 2nd to Laila LM in a 1 mile maiden. He then ran in the Taif Cup last time out and ran a perfect respectable 8th. He's the one to beat on paper. Kaflahom
and Millionaire are 5 and 6. Kaflahom on debut, and then we're looking at Helm Abdullah as well, flying through.
Well, let's pick a few of these up afterwards. Helm Abdullah was 4th on debut over 6 furlongs, but he hasn't really gone on from that since and was beaten 32.5 lengths over a mile last time out. Probably needs to drop back in trip, but still has something to find.
Al-Majid, horse number 8.
Wasn't entirely disgraced when 16 lengths 7th to die down in a course and distance maiden last time. That's his best effort. He needs to build on it again.
Yatakir is horse number 9.
Yatakir, Dam is a 4-time winner here at a mile to a mile and a quarter, and you'd have thought that Yatakir will find races in time. Might just need this on debut, though, but we'll find out from Shamila.
Morasil and Tanaf are horse 10 and 11.
Morasil was 5th over 6 furlongs on his debut, but has struggled since, including over course and distance last time out. And Tanaf was beaten 34 lengths when 11th on debut over course and distance behind Safa, and needs to step forward markedly from that.
Mandushi, the debutant, 13.
Mandushi, half-brother to mile maiden winner Misar, and 2 other siblings haven't been so good, so not the easiest to fancy on debut.
Umami, only rated 4.
Umami. 6th right at the start of the season, meeting 1. Performed in that race this week, and he was well beaten twice over course and distance since that.
Kasab Al-Maidan, 15, and Sama Allah, 16.
Casab Almeidan was second in that race, won by Fell over course and distance 2 starts back. But he was fairly disappointing on debut, and then again last time out. So difficult to know where we stand with him. Although strictly speaking, he's the one to beat on the form of that Fell race, but it's not the most reliable.
Ako Batala is horse number 18.
Ako Batla has chances on his debut third over 6 furlongs. And again, he's rated 74, but he's gone backwards since. Very disappointing over a mile last time out and drops back to 7 furlongs here.
Janae is a bit of a chunky monkey. That's making second start today.
Again, that made its debut in the Fell race, finishing 9th behind a pair of these on debut. More needed here, but again, not hard to forgive a run in that contest either.
Right, let's all catch our breath as we rattle through those, and let's give some more information. Let's give some more information on a few of those horses we missed. The first one, let's talk about Barteric, number 4. I know this is the one they've all got to beat on.
Well, I'd say let's go back to Palance, who we didn't touch on at all. Very briefly, he was beaten 35 lengths when 15th over course and distance on a debut, and did that in about 1 minute 41. So he's got an awful lot of improvement to do.
We'll go down to Barteric, number 4.
Yeah.
We did Fonda.
Yeah, we did Fonda. Barteric, his best effort came 2 starts back when second to Lila LM in a mile maiden. That was a good race, but it must be said that the winner won by a long way, 17 3/4 lengths in the end. So he needs to step up a little bit in that. But to be honest, his 8th in the Taif Cup last time was a perfectly respectable run, and this should be easier.
Well, we rattled through those, but Shamila's had a chance to look at them in a more sedentary manner, so hopefully she can give us a paddock eye catcher.
Thank you very much, Callum. Honestly, this was a difficult decision for me, and there are a few debutants in this race. However, I have gone for horse number 5, Cafalom, ridden by Camila Ospina. He's already had 1 winner today, so he's chasing that double. Obviously, it is this colt's first time out ever, but he does look really fit and really raring to go. A horse that I also really like in the parade ring is horse number 6 behind him, Milliner, ridden by Fawaz Wanas. And the horse number 16 is currently loose in the parade ring. He's just been caught. And he was actually one of my paddock negatives because he was being a little bit naughty in the parade ring, and that just goes to prove it. Another one that I wasn't super keen on is horse number 14, Omami, because looks like he really has tight hindquarters, doesn't look 100% fit in my eye. And horse number 19 as well, probably needs the run and lacks fitness. However, horse number 5 and 6 have caught my eye.
Thank you very much. I tell you what,
Excellent.
Shamila needs eyes in the back of her head in that parade ring at the moment. Horses running around all over the place, getting loose. She's having to keep her wits about her.
She's well on top of it, though. Interesting, the 2 that we mentioned are 2 we didn't get a chance to talk about because they were rattling past us so fast in the parade ring. So let's touch on Kafla Home, newcomer. He's a half-brother to a couple of winners, Alpha Care and Najem Kafla. They have won at 1.25 miles and 1 mile and a furlong, so the 7 furlongs would be sort of a minimum on pedigree for Kafla.
Let's take a look at Barteric in action. This is Barteric finishing 2nd at the back end of August. Has been seen since then, finished 8th, but that was in a much tougher race than what he faced today.
Yeah, that was the Taif Cup last time out, which, as I said, a perfectly respectable effort and a much stronger race than this. But we'll see him finishing 2nd to a pretty smart performer in Lila LM in maiden company. You need to keep your eye quickly in the blue checks because the winner disappears into the distance fairly quickly, so we'll only get to see Barteric fleetingly in the clip that we have.
Yes, just having a couple of issues getting that insert to you, but we'll get it as soon as we can. And here it is, as you just see. Keep your eyes on the horse in the outside because he's about to disappear from view.
Yeah, you see he's staying on past a couple of rivals to get into that 2nd place, but already the race has been put to bed by Lila LM, who stretches away to win by that 17 3/4 length margin. And from here on, there are no other horses in shot until we pan back after the line. The winner looks good, and this was a good time as well. But Terix ended up doing 1:31.95, despite being beaten 17 3/4 lengths. A remarkably fast time for the course and distance from the winner. And you see that he's pulled about 6 or 7 lengths clear of those that he was level with off the turn. So that's a good performance. He's built on that last time out, despite only finishing 8th, because obviously he was taking a big step up in grade in the Taif Cup last time out. As you said, this doesn't look the strongest maiden we've seen. There are a couple who are rated similar to him. Helm Abdullah's rated 70. Ako Batla's rated 74. Kaseb Almeidan is rated 71, but he's the one, I think, with the strongest recent form, Barteric, and he's going the right way at the moment, whereas I think there's question marks about a couple of the other highly rated horses in the race.
Shamila also mentioned she liked Millionaire who is horse number 6.
Millionaire, indeed. He's only had the one run, but I thought he ran a good race. He was far from discredited with 7 1/4 lengths 6 to Tawi Al-Baid last time out.
We're seeing playing up there. That's Palance having a really good time out on course there, trying to show off his dressage skills as well. I just saw quite accentuated trot on show. Now trying to get into the canter, and you've got Taif in the saddle doing his best to keep the partnership intact.
Indeed. You'd want Jack Palance himself in the saddle there. You don't remember Jack Palance?
Wouldn't have a clue.
Old-time cowboy actor, probably most famous these days for appearing in City Slickers. Which you don't even remember that? That's too old for you, is it?
Again. I looked at you and I went, huh?
Have you heard of Billy Crystal?
I have heard of Billy Crystal.
Good. Well, we've at least found some common ground. we'll move away from Jack Palance onto other things then.
Yes, Millionaire.
Yes, he was 6 to Tawi Al-Baid in a course and distance maiden last time out. Not particularly well placed in that contest, but stayed on late. Now he's got about 2 seconds to find with Baterik, but Baterik had plenty of form before posting that time, whereas Millionaire has done it on debut, and I think he's liable to improve a fair bit from that. I think he's one of the more interesting horses in the race, and it's interesting, very positive that Shamila gives him a good mention in the parade.
We never spoke about Helm Abdullah either. That was another one we missed.
Yes. Helm Abdullah, 4th on debut at meeting 5 over 6 furlongs. But actually, we did touch on him now that I think about it. He hasn't gone on really since that. Beaten 32.5 lengths over a mile last time, which he probably didn't stay. So cutting back to 7 furlongs is a positive for him. But his best time for this trip is 1:38.64, which is the best part of 7 seconds slower than Baterik. So it gives you an idea of what he's got to do. But of course, he ends up rated 2 pounds inferior to Baterik. Based on that good run on the debut, which he hasn't been able to back up yet. I'd say there's a lot more than 2 pounds between these two on current ability. I like to see horses. I don't mind how badly they run on debut as long as they start going forward from there. The worst kind of horse for me is a horse who runs well on debut and then gradually slides away from that because they're very hard to rely on.
Kaflahom is one of the big-name debutants here. There's a few others in here, but Shamila liked this one in the parade ring. Looked gorgeous down at the start. Maybe a bit big and bold, but I know these blue burners tend to be like that.
Yeah, and he's bred to stay a bit further than this. The half brothers who've won have won over the 1,800 metres and the 2,000 at Riyadh. So he might be a Riyadh horse down the line and a horse who'll come into his own over further as a 3-year-old. But he did look well, and we get plenty of debut winners in those colours, and of course Camilo Espina riding out of his skin at the moment.
Yeah, so let's go and talk about selections here. We know Shamila likes Kaflahom and Millionaire. I'm going to ask you first because I haven't got a clue.
I'm going to go. There's a couple I like. I like Millionaire as well, but I like Baterik slightly better. I think he's got the most solid form in the race at the trip. He comes here off a good run and a stronger race, and he'd appreciate the drop back in class. But I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a big step forward from Millionaire, who's also on my shortlist. I'm
going to go for Kasab Al Maidan, a horse who I think will enjoy the step up in trip. I think he was in that very messy fell race, so it's hard to gauge how good that performance was, but had to come wide and still ran a good enough race down the centre of the track. So just to go back over those selections again, it's Kasab Al Maidan for me, Shamila likes Kaflahom and Millionaire, and Rory, who was your selection again?
Baterik's my main selection, but I'd also give a nudge towards the Millionaire, who's the one I thought is open to most improvement on.
Absolutely, but keep an eye on plenty of these. I think Yatakir, one of the debutants, number 9, is looking a bit chunky, will come on from this. And Mandushi as well didn't look the biggest and the strongest. Two ends of the debut spectrum with those two horses. So one will grow into himself and the other just needs to get into some more race fitness. But as we've spoken about who we like in this race, let us know who you like at home, and we can now hand over to John Blance.
Yeah, thanks, guys. They're loading. Ooh, number 6 Million is getting a little bit leery there. Doesn't want to go in. It's just going backwards. Generally speaking, the loading here in Saudi Arabia is extremely efficient, but Millionaire doesn't want to play ball at the moment. I'm going to go with Kaflahom here, purely on the basis, well, I was very happy with what Shamila said, but purely on the basis that he wouldn't have to be brilliant on debut to win this. And we've seen the King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons colours doing extremely well all Taif season. They've had some very good spur starters or inexperienced horses looking as though they've got loads of potential, and I think Caflaholm might just be in that category. It's a tentative selection, but like I said as well, he wouldn't have to be particularly brilliant to win this. You can see Morasil in shot there. Helm Abdullah is in. Fonda has also gone forward. Palance is in there as well, and you can see Anna Al-Mojib in stall number 1. The 4 is Bateric, who's definitely got some of the best form on offer here. Wouldn't be a great surprise to see Luis Morales steer that one to victory. Helm Abdullah is already in. There's Yatakir. Stall 10 for Morasil. 11 there is for Tanaf. In goes the replacement horse there, Janae. Just seen those colours there at the last minute, which is elicited a sigh of relief anyway. In goes Al-Majid Al-Majid. Al-Majid Al-Jamid is in. Number 6 Milliner still out the back, as indeed is Caflaholm. The 8 goes forward. So we're just waiting for 2 more here. Caflaholm on debut. He's a little bit reluctant as well. Camilo Ospina looking for a quick double, of course. And then Millionaire is going to be tried again. Over the 1400 metres for this locally bred horse's maiden. Millionaire, stall 6. Blindfold on for stall's entry, to coin a phrase. Millionaire straight in. Caflaholm getting a little bit nervous in the starting stalls. They're ready. Starter seems happy. 1 or 2 shouts from inside. Being checked, I think we've got a dropped whip in there somewhere, but I think we're okay now. All clear, they're off and racing. Rather slowly away was Yatakir, that one showing no early pace. Good speed though from Morasil, the white and green towards the centre of the track. Also showing up very well the light colours there of Al-Majid Al-Majid, and that one is your early leader. Fonda is also prominent in the run, so too towards the outside Salam Allah in the orange and light blue colours. Here comes Caflaholm spearing through as well in the hands of Camilo Ospina, right up the inside Al-Majid Al-Majid. They're then followed towards the outer by Millionaire, who's relatively prominent as well. Then right up the inside, Palance, who's going the shortest way. The reserve is in there as well. Jane in a pretty prominent posse. And also there, Bateric, the check jacket now moving into a decent position. One that's trying to get a bit closer up the inside is Anna Al-Mojib. And then right round the outer, Tanaf. As they start to make the turn, this Caflaholm is setting sail for home a long way out on debut. To in second position, Al-Majid Al-Majib. Then round the outside in third is Millionaire, who's now just being asked a question or two. Even further out is Jane, the reserve, but Terrick is now being asked a question or two as well. But look at this debutant. Caflaholm is miles clear as they swing for home. 10 to 12 lengths the advantage over in second position Al-Majid Al-Majid. There in third spot is Milliner, who's now very tired, and Bateric in fourth. Goodness me, Caflaholm, Camilo Ospina, this is just a saunter in the sunshine. This horse has absolutely skated in. Caflaholm on debut, another very interesting recruit. To in second position, Al-Majid Al-Majid. They're finished in third, the 3 Fonda, and after that in fourth spot was Bateric. Well, there we go. I did mention prior to the start of the race that this horse wouldn't have to be that good to win this race. I think he is quite good on that evidence, because he's won this with any amount in hand. Camilo Ospina got the horse to the front early doors. Caflaholm had to do a little bit of work to get there. I suppose if you were siding with this horse in the race, you might have thought, well, he's had to do quite a bit of work on debut to get to the front, but he just went further and further clear. That is a horse who's not going to be messing around at this sort of level for very long. And Camilo Ospina has fired in a quick double. He's probably had the ammunition here to get the job done. 1 minute 28.54 seconds, has won by a lazy 15 1/4 lengths, geared down. I think you can add a good few lengths onto that as well. Al-Majid Al-Majid has finished in second. Fonda finished in third. Bateric in fourth. I think Bateric's probably a pretty solid form line for this race. And he has been given the proverbial pasting by Caflaholm, who is clearly going places after that debut. And it'll be a one to keep an eye on. Certainly when we all decamp to Riyadh and maybe start thinking about high quality handicaps or maybe even stakes races on the evidence of that. That was a very, very easy success for Kaffler-Hom, and well done to Shamila in the parade ring. She picked this horse out as looking possibly a cut above, and that was just how it proved.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Ali. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Prince Vita in Abdullah. Thank you to Talal bin Sharai and Ahmed Neri. I just say mashallah. Mashallah because I rode the mother the first time is like the mother, inshallah. Inshallah. Yes, I know because I won with her and the first time she won with me. I know this. That horse is mashallah. Allah kari, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Sometimes you see something that's quite special, and I think if you've been willing to stick around with us till the penultimate meeting here of the Taif season, you might have seen something quite special. Kaffler-Hom is very, very good, Rory. That was not just a destructive run away from the front performance. That was a controlled, measured getting to the front, then not only staying there but extending away on the turn, then concentrating and being very professional down the straight. I know the White Stable have all the talent in the world, but this is another one that was serious. Look at the size of the thing. Massive.
Yeah, he's the only concern pre-race. He took the eye in the paddock. He's got a good pedigree, half brother to 2 winners over further. The slight concern was that he was maybe, because of his size, maybe not ideally suited to this track, and maybe would have benefited from the run before really coming into his own at Riyadh. He certainly looked the best prospect of these in the parade ring, but he's surprised us with how well he's won this on debut. You hear Camilo talking about the dam, Kaffler, who's already produced those 2 winners, but she's a very smart performer in her own right. I'm trying to take out her race record there to give you an idea of what she achieved. But yeah, she's clearly.
But why you feel free to dig that out, because while you're digging that out, I think it's crucial to discuss that we've come to the end of the Taif racing season here, which means that a lot of the horses that are running are either horses that have struggled to win anything or would be what we would describe as backwards. This horse is a big, bruising, strong colt. He's probably taken a while to come into himself and come into race fitness. And when you see that in the parade ring, you go, yeah, he looks great, but is he race fit and ready to go? Because on the same token, Jcsa looked great, but clearly, he finished 20 lengths last, needed plenty of time to grow into himself and learn how to be a racehorse. This horse not only looked good, he then did it on the track as well, which I thought was even more impressive, because he's clearly got much more scope and room to grow.
He does, yeah, he's one to look forward to.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with what I can imagine is an over-the-moon winning rider.
He absolutely is. Very quick double for Camilo Ospina there in the 3rd race. That was so impressive, Camilo.
Yeah, the first thing, thanks to the Prince Mita bin Abdullah, the manager Talal bin Sharain, and the trainer Ahmed Neri, he's my support in Saudi Arabia. And thanks God, that horse, I can't believe, because I rode the mother, very, very good filly, but this horse is impressive, he's a nice horse, nice.
And you barely had to move your hands on him in the last 400 meters. He just took off and he knew the job already.
Yeah, he brought a little bit late, but when I asked him a little bit, thanks God, I had a way.
and I poof in front, you know, the horse is coming very good. And I want to ask him in the last 400 meters, but I saw behind the horse is coming far away, you know. And I just keep to asking no more, because it's nice horse, yeah. Thanks, God.
And you said to me just before we came on air, he's very much like his mother in the way that he looks, and I really liked him in the parade ring. Do you think he could be a cup horse one day? You've ridden a lot of nice horses, so do you think that of him?
Yeah, no, inshallah, yeah. He's nice horse, you know. Thanks God the stable has very good horses, and the horses is coming step by step. And thanks God we'll see in Riyadh.
Are you excited for the Riyadh season?
Yeah, sure, yeah. This is our place, you know. Everybody is happy, you know. But Taif is very good, you know. And thanks to the whole team and the people in the racetrack, everybody thanks. But everybody want to go to Riyadh, you know.
Thank you so much, Camille.
Yeah, thank you very much.
As we watch them jump away, and Kaflaholm not getting the best start, but very quickly getting to the front. Rory, we hear Camilo talk about how good the dam was. Give us some numbers. Tell us how good she was according to the form.
Camilo won a cup race on her, but she also won the King Abdulaziz Cup, where Michael Barcelona rode her, and she was a 4 3/4 length winner that day in a Group 1 contest. She also won the King Fahad bin Abdulaziz Cup, another Group 1. And in all, of her 11 wins, 10 of them came in cup races. She was absolutely top-notch, and she's already producing horses who look capable of going in the same sort of direction. The way this horse has won on debut, despite the fact that, you know, he's not really bred to be a 2-year-old, he's not really bred to be a 7 furlong performer. He's clearly just inherited a lot of class from his dam, and that's great to see. And I think, you know, we hear the jockeys talk about, especially those who've been here for a while, talking about knowing the families of the horses they're riding, because, you know, a lot of them locally bred, particularly those representing the white stable and the red stable here, and that's wonderful to see. And Kafla, obviously, we didn't get to see her as a general rule. A couple of wins came on really big days here in the King Abdulaziz Cup, and the fact that you had international jockeys turning up to ride on those occasions shows you what a big deal it was. But we missed all that, but we're here for it now, and it's wonderful to see a son of Kafla looking to have all her class, and you like to think the sky is the limit for him going on. I think it's fair to say this will be our moment of the day. Despite what we have later on, there's some you know, the more valuable races of the day are early on, but this maiden winner, probably the most exciting we'll see all day.
Yes, and my first thought for this is future targets. Now, we know the Saudi Derby is over 1,600 metres, open for 2-year-olds. I know the White Stable will have a lot of horses that will be aimed for that. Would that be a potential path for this horse to go on, or are you thinking maybe the future is as a 3-year-old for this horse? Let's not worry too much about the Saudi Derby and just look to build slowly, because it would be a fairly quick turnaround, wouldn't it? It would be a real intense effort, considering the debuts just happened today.
When exactly is the Saudi Derby?
Midway through the Riyadh season, so it's not right at the end. It's not towards Saudi Cup night. It's midway through. I think of Commissioner King when he won it last year.
Yes, exactly. Commissioner King won it last year. Obviously, the exact dates move around because of Ramadan. Yeah. But yeah, I think he wants to get another run into him, at least maybe 2 runs into him before that. But this shows that he's right. Well, listen, we were talking to Camilo about horses, exciting horses that we've seen here early in the season, and that's suddenly right up there in terms of the 2-year-old performances. I didn't get the time for the race, but it looked it was 1:20 something. So it was a very good time for the 7 furlongs, particularly for a debutant, and that clearly gets you excited. And although I've been talking about horses winning races by, you know, 12 or 15 or 17 lengths and not always getting carried away by it, that was very different, wasn't it? As you said, very controlled performance. He didn't blast out and do them for speed, and he's run against quite experienced horses. Just sort of looking at the replay there, I saw that Thunder stumbled really badly in the early stages, and Thunder's actually run on really well to hit the frame, and that's a good performance given what happened there for him. Obviously beaten a long way by Kaflaholm, and it's difficult to talk about the others in this race given how far the winner has come clear in the straight. But there are 1 or 2 promising sorts in behind at this sort of level, and it's again worth pointing out that Baterik came here with a rating of 72 and has finished 4th in the end. So, you know, there's a little bit of depth here, but the winner will deserve the rating against for this, I would say.
And what I love about these good 2-year-old winners is it's not quite like the 3-year-old maiden winners who are then chucked in against the older horses who have got more experience. Kaflorm is going to run against other 2-year-olds, and we'll be able to get a much better gauge of how he shapes up in comparison to the best 2-year-olds of his generation when he takes on those other horses. But they'll all be the same age competition, so at least he won't be chucked into the fire of a really hard-hitting handicap like we saw in our last contest.
Now, who would you like to see him run up against?
Oh, well, he doesn't even see the mighty Al Motterhead, but we'll get into that later on in the show.
Now, hold on a second.
It'll be a topic for the after-show show. I have to go to John because they're already in the parading for the next race. So, John, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, lads. That really was a tremendous performance. A horse we'll be hearing a lot more of in the future. Right, this is Filly's Maiden. It's race 4 on the card, 1,400 metres. Amirat Fares is horse number 1. Abdullah Al Saidi is aboard. Horse number 2 is Mathi Selman Al Rashid rides. Number 3 is Rose Al Dareya, Fahed Al Furedi. 4 is Trujina, Naif Al Anazi. 5 is Al Rahaj in the hands of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 6 is Mantukat Al Jeed Wiggy, gets the leg up on that one, Wigberto Ramos. Horse number 7, Wajihat Al Maidan, Abdullah Al Khamis is aboard. Horse number 8 is Miss Helen, Mohammed Al Yami. Horse number 9 is Busmat Al Sunnay Eitan, the jockey aboard that one. Tan for Red, Fawas Wanas is horse number 10. Number 11 is Romanilla in the hands of Ahmed Al Shra. And horse number 12 is Hakwat, Rayan Al Tuesh aboard in those white stable colours again. So just a 12 going to post here over the 1,400 metres as the previous race was. So you can get a bit of a time comparison as to the previous race as well with that very impressive winner. Yeah, the horses making their way onto the track now. And we can hand back to Rory and Callum. And, of course, Shamila, who picked out that previous winner.
Yes, thank you very much, John. Shamila is flying with 2 winners. I've got 2 myself. Rory. Come on now. No, it's been a while. You've been flying well ahead of me recently. It's been a while since I've had a good run of things.
Yeah, but
Shamila's always flying along, isn't she?
Your pick of the card, I suppose, was the winner of the previous contest before that, and that was a very good pick from you. And Shamila's, listen, I love the fact that Shamila's happy to throw in a horse from the paddock who might be, you know, a no-hoper on paper, but it's important to get that information about exactly how well they look, how well they are, and the fact that they're tuned up to do their very best on the day. And you know, we get a much better idea from Shamila with these debutants, which one's likely to be ready to go forward. And she's been on fire today. So, in essence, for me, looking at handicappers, for example, you might as well not bother trying to get them on the paddock, because once they've run 20 or 30 times, they largely look the same. You can pick out the ones that don't really look themselves, but Shamila's doing a tremendous job. Here we are with this lot. Mathi in picture, well beaten on belated debut. She's a 4-year-old now, and she's turned around very quickly from that, so she's not easy to fancy. The very light grey is Rose Aldarea, half-sister to 3-time winner Salaf, but she's making a worryingly late debut, really, for a filly with her pedigree as a 4-year-old. Trujina looks well. She's a half-sister to winners Yamtaz and Bin Khaldoon, and she's a very interesting debutant from a yard who can get winners first time out.
Al Rahaj is number 5, 64 rated.
Yeah, had 6 runs so far, including 5 at Riyadh last season. Best effort to date was probably when finishing 3rd in the 7-furlong maiden in February this year in Riyadh. And might have needed the run when 8th to Mustango over 6 furlongs on return. Should benefit from a step up and trip.
Here's another one, Mantukat Al Jeed, interesting runner.
Yes, a second one from the red stable here. Mantukat Al Jeed had 6 subsequent winners behind, with 3/4 length second to Modern Artist on debut. And was 4.5 lengths second to Waka last time out. A slight disappointment was that the debut effort was really good. I mean, absolutely full of subsequent winners. And she didn't go on particularly after that, her next 2 starts. Back to form last time out, but you want a wee bit extra from Mantukat Al Jeed to win this race.
We're going to rattle through the next couple and we'll get back to them in more detail. This is Busmat, horse number 9.
Not from 23. He had been running, or she had been running pretty well earlier in the season, but her last 2 runs have been poor, just given the idea she's had enough for the season, to be perfectly honest. Tan Fared was runner-up over 7 furlongs early last year, but hasn't really gone on from it. She ran in the local 1,000 guineas here, but she's been disappointing her last 2 starts this season.
Romanella is number 11 and Hakwat is number 12.
Yeah, Romanella showed a glimmer of promise in one of her runs at Riyadh, but hasn't developed from that, and it's hard to fancy. Hakwat is much more interesting, pretty consistent performer, and found some improvement when beating the neck with second to Moaz over course and distance last time out. She was 4.5 lengths clear of the third that day, and she now seems to be going in the right direction and is arguably the most likely winner on paper.
It's great to see people getting involved in the comments. Demetrius Vratis really likes horse number 5, which is Al Raj. Or it could have been horse number 5 in our previous contest, which was our eventual really impressive winner as well. So
yeah, let's say that's what he meant.
Let's say what he went for, and that he's had a winner as well. So congratulations to you. Shamila, you're on flying form. Find us another winner.
Thank you very much, Callum. I'm trying my best to find you guys winners in the parade ring. And in this race, horse number 8, Miss Helen, is really standing out to me. Really nice looking fillies in this contest. Obviously only 3 years old. A lot of them could have a lot more growing to do, but Miss Helen looks very impressive indeed. A horse that I also like, who is a debutant, is horse number 4, Trujina, ridden by Naif Alanazi this time. Both of the debutants don't look 100% ready to go. However, she is the best looking one out of all of them. Muhammad Al-Yami has just got the leg up onto Miss Helen, and she is by the brilliant US Navy flag, and she just looks really well. Obviously, she was 5th last time out, so she could come on from the run.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and I think that sets it up perfectly. We didn't get a chance to chat about 3 of these. The first one, Miss Helen.
Yeah, suggestion there she might come on from her latest run. That was off a little bit of a break, but to be honest, she's had 9 starts now, Miss Helen, and although she's shown a fair level of ability, she's been in the money several times. She's not done better than 4th, and her 4 1/4 length 5th to Mustango last time out gives her place claims, but you just wonder whether there might be something that's going to improve past her.
Mustango didn't boost that form, did he, in our second race from the card either?
No, that's not a big positive for the firm. No.
Let's talk about horse number 12, Hakwat, who you can see on screen now. This was the second placed effort at the back end of September, and not a bad run, just the line came too quickly.
Yeah, Hakwat was staying on really strongly behind Moaz here over course and distance. You see her taking aim at the leader, and she goes very close. Just another couple of strides needed to get her head in front, but the line comes just in time for Moaz, who holds on by a neck. But the impressive thing is she pulls 4.5 lengths clear of the others. Looks a bit further than that to my eye. But you do get a finish on the outside. That makes sense.
Ujawania with the horse that's flashing home down the outside. Number 6, this is Matukat Al-Jid, a horse that was very promising on debut in a race full of winners, but hasn't taken that form forward.
Yeah, I mean, she's run respectably since that, but that looked the kind of run that would see her do really well. You see her coming through on the inside, the white cap in second place here, Mantukat Al-Jid.
The winner here got an ideal run. It was when the track was riding really favouring the low stalls. This horse hadn't shown much form earlier, broke for stall 1 and was just never caught.
Yes, and she couldn't get on terms here, Mantukat Al-Jid, but she's kept on well for second. I don't think this particular piece of form is good enough to win this race. You're just still waiting for her to build on the promise of debut, but there was enough there, and she's likely enough race to think that she can still go forward with that good pedigree of hers.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but we've lost the sun completely. We also haven't talked about some of these runners still. Amira Ferez, horse number 1.
Amira Ferez, we missed it, not from 16 in her career to date. She followed a good third over a mile 2 starts back with a just a fair 6 last time out to Noor Al-Elia. Over a mile and a quarter. That form has worked out okay, but she's beaten 9 3/4 lengths in 6, so she needs to step up a little bit. She's probably a little bit better than rating a 59 suggests, but you'd like to think, again, that something that wins a race like this would be sort of hitting 70 or thereabouts.
And with Jayhat Al-Maidan, horse number 7, is another one we didn't quite get to mention. 9 starts without a win.
Yeah, 9 starts without a win and not been in the places. Been 11.5 lengths in 6 last time out. Has earned... Nope, again, we're talking about horses earning prize money. Has been running respectably. Hasn't earned a penny in prize money so far. So Connections will be hoping for a bit better today.
Absolutely. So as they make their way down towards the start, we can dig into a little bit more detail into some of these. I'm really drawn to Trujina. We've just seen a very smart pedigree win at the last contest. It wouldn't be a surprise to see this happen again.
It wouldn't be a massive surprise. Yeah, the dam wasn't quite so good as the dam of our last winner. She was a winner of one of her races. Her win came over a mile and a half. in a with the Prince Abdulaziz bin Abdullah bin Turki Al Saud prize going back quite a few years. It has to be
said. We have to make it clear to those watching that when we say prize on the older races, that doesn't necessarily mean cup race.
No, a lot of most of the races were some kind of prize, that this is going back now to 2010. So 13 years ago. They're 17 now. That was her sole win, but she showed fairly decent form, and she has produced winners as well. She produced Yamtaz and Bin Khaldoon are both winners here. In fairness, she's had more opportunity to produce winners than the dam of our last winner, who's a fair bit younger. But there's enough there to suggest that Trujina could be a nice time, and she's a good looker as well. She caught the eye in the paddock, so she's one you've got to bear in mind. And it's interesting to see how she stacks up against Mantukat Al-Jid racing on the same colours, with Berto Ramos, of course, riding Mantukat Al-Jid and Naif Al-Anazi on Trujina. You'd say Mantukat Al-Jid is the more obvious of the pair, but you do have to always keep an eye on these newcomers who are capable of popping up and outclassing their opposition, as we've seen in the last race.
Rose Alderaya is another newcomer here, comes here on debut. Macho out of a mare called Chillin' Pretty.
Yes, she's got a decent enough pedigree. She's a half-sister to a three-time winner called Salaf. So that's all interesting. But you'd have thought with a pedigree like that, she should have been out in the racecourse before at the end of her 4-year-old season. So that's a little bit of a worry. Connections obviously be hoping to get a win into her. But yeah, it's always a concern when fillies are so slow to make the racecourse. Suggested that they've been very slow to come to hands, or they've had physical issues.
We can just see Romanilla getting tack adjustment done, as if you're watching for the first time, just a reminder that they're circling around before they go to the start. If you're in the middle of the circle, it's just a tack adjustment. If you're beyond that white line at the back of the shot there, you're getting a vet checkup.
We know that a few of our listeners or our watchers come from the States as well. And people watching this, now the cap's a slightly different colour, but according to what we've got, the cap is the same colour as the checks and the stripes and the sleeves. Those watching from the States will be horrified to see a horse running. These are the colours of Penny Chenry, who owns Secretariat, and yet they're being used in different jurisdictions because there's no restriction on those colours being used. So those colours are being used in the UK at the moment for fairly ordinary horses, and you can see them here running in Saudi Arabia as well. But I imagine traditionalists in the US will be horrified by seeing those silks not associated with that great stable.
Well, we often see the Kennet Valley Thoroughbred colours, Jigginstown colours as well on show as well. So plenty of repeat, and we all know that there's certainly nothing wrong with things being copied in different jurisdictions. That is for sure. So they're circling down at the start. Let's go through selections nice and early. As we see Alex Moreno looking very chilled and relaxed.
Yes, indeed. Now, what the selection's going to be, I haven't decided here.
Well, I know I'm going to go for Wigberto here. Mantukat Al-Jid is going to be my selection. As much as I'm interested in Trujina, I'm just hoping Mantukat Al-Jid, this will be the one.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go then with Hakwat out wide. They represent two of the biggest owners on the scene here in Saudi Arabia. They've both shown plenty of promise in a few starts so far. I just like the last run of Hakwat a bit better than I like Mantukat Al-Jid's run that we saw. Hopefully she's running into form at the moment, but they've both shown plenty of promise, and it'd be good to see the pair of them come to the fore.
Yes, I can totally understand your reason for your selection. So let's just go through these again. Shamila likes Trujina, the debutante. I like Mantukat Al-Jid for the red stable. Shamila also likes Miss Helen. That was her major eye catcher in the grey colours with the red diagonal stripe, and Hakwat in the white stable colours in Rory's selection. As Romanilla goes into the stalls, we can hand over to John Blunt.
Thank you very much. It's Mantukat Al-Jid probably for me here as well, although Hakwat in those white stable colours could well be a big threat, although stall 12 a little bit tricky, but we've seen how horses can circumnavigate that particular problem. There's the 12 in shot, or the 11 in shot I should say, Romanilla. The 12 is Hakwat, and there was Busmat who's in as well. They're going in pretty sharpish here. The 10 is Tanfa Red, moving forward now. Fawaz Wanas aboard that one. Still got Mantukat Al-Jid to come forward. The 4 Trujina as well, and the 5 Al-Rahaj. Good to see a Wigberto Ramos victory. 3 still to load. 5 coming forward now. Al Rahaj in those very pale colours. Still waiting for Mantukat Al Jid and Trojena, the 2 Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Aziz horses. Mantukat Al Jid goes in, and the 4 is Trojena. Jockeys ready. Horses in, 1400 metres once more. Mantukat Al Jid getting very, very restless in the starting stalls. That's far from ideal. Flags are up, they're off and racing now, though Mantukat Al Jid was quite quick away, in fairness. So Wajamat Al Maidan was rather slowly away. That's one of your back markers in the early part of the race. Good speed from Al Rahaj, the light blue colours. That one's prominent. So too Trojena in the red distinguishing cap, the big white face, who's also up there. Hakwat, the green cap there, the white colours. The sheepskin noseband is racing prominently as well. Then Mantukat Al Jid's got a lovely posse there in 4th, followed then by Romanilla, the check jacket, the outside. Then the green colours of Rose Alderea, followed then by Miss Helen, the red sash. Then right round the outside is Busmat, who's racing wide. Wajahat Al Maidan is then followed up the inner by Amirat Fares, and Mathi is at the rear of the field, making their way through the first 500 metres or so. And towards the outer, it's Al Rahaj, who's just about got on to lead here, to Trojena and Naif Al Anazi racing in 2nd. Right round the outside 3rd, the green cap is Hakwat. Mantukat Al Jid, despite getting rather nervous in the starting stalls, got a nice posse there in 4th. Bit of a gap back to the rest, headed by Miss Helen and improving Amirat Fares. But as they swing for home, 2 furlongs left to go. It's Al Rahaj who's just about the leader, but here now comes Mantukat Al Jid and Wigberto Ramos, and Hakwat round the outside. So it's Mantukat Al Jid, followed then by Hakwat in 2nd. Mantukat Al Jid by length and a half to Hakwat, who's racing in 2nd spot. Al Rahaj is now tired in 3rd. Down towards the final 100 metres they go. It's Mantukat Al Jid and Wigberto Ramos who's going to score here. Mantukat Al Jid has beaten Hakwat into 2nd. They pulled a long way clear of Amirat Fares, who finished in 3rd. Al Rahaj in 4th. Mantukat Al Jid for the wily Panamanian veteran Wigberto Ramos, a former winner of the Saudi Cup, of course, Wigberto, and a multiple champion jockey here in Saudi. And Mantukat Al Jid, 1 minute 29.04 seconds. So, I mean, entitled to be slower in fairness than the previous winner, but interesting the comparison there and the times. Mantukat Al Jid, who's had 4 runs prior to today and never really done a huge amount wrong. There was always likely to be a race for her, and today was that day. Hakwat has finished in 2nd. Amirat Fares has come from quite a long way off the pace to plug on in there for 3rd. And Al Rahaj had been on the speed throughout, but in the end was a little bit tired. Not probably quite the upside to that filly as there is to the winner there, Mantukat Al Jid. Dread to see Wigberto Ramos back in the winners' enclosure. It's been a good afternoon so far for our Latin American jockeys here in Saudi. 2 wins for Camilo Ospina and 1 for Wigberto Ramos, and sat nicely in behind the speed. This filly got rather het up in the starting stalls as well. She was almost sitting down there. She was very, very flighty, but she's managed to get her head together for the race itself, and she's just sat off the back of, again, a pretty strong pace as you always get here at Taif, and then she's pounced in the closing stages. Mantukat Al Jid, an easy winner there for the Red Stable, as we colloquially refer to them as, Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Aziz, to give the owner there his full name. But Wigberto Ramos has scored aboard Mantukat Al Jid, and we'll probably be seeing an entertaining, as usual, Wigberto interview with Shamila very shortly, as Mantukat Al Jid takes out the 4th.
Wigberto Ramos, well done Ramos, mashallah, tabarak ar-Rahman. Ramos, tell me about the race.
Well, thank you. This filly is being increasing every race. I already ride this filly 5 times, and every time she's been doing better and better. To me, it's a very good feeling to win this color Prince Faisal and Abdullah Mushri. They are really like my family. Well, thanks. Thank you.
The wily old fox has done it again, and we know we've got a large amount of Latin American viewers on this YouTube channel, and they'll be over the moon with the success of not only Camilo Ospina, but also Wigberto Ramos, who is given this horse a masterful ride, sitting behind the owner mate, who is making the pace and hoping that that horse fades and slipping straight down the inside.
Yes, I don't think Wigberto's had his best. He's a multiple champion jockey here, of course, but it's worth pointing out that he's been massive for Saudi Arabian racing, not just for Wigberto Ramos riding here, but for the infrastructure of racing here. You know, we talk about a lot of Panamanian jockeys here, aren't they? There are a lot of Panamanian jockeys here because of Wigberto Ramos. He was the first to come. It's 22 years since Wigberto Ramos came here permanently. And the reason that other Panamanian jockeys have come here is specifically because of him. He speaks very highly of Saudi Arabian racing, and he's been basically going back home and preaching to his countrymen. You've got to come over here. It's good racing. It's well run. The tracks are good. It's a good opportunity.
And I think that's a key element to remember, because I think a lot of people who'll be watching the coverage for the very first time, watching Saudi Arabian racing, will be thinking it's the prize money that draws people over. People are coming here for the money. And that's just not true at all. If we didn't just get a wiggle, we got a full dance and a kick there. You love to see it. Love to see it, Wigberto. Enjoy your success. But it is the infrastructure that has drawn people in, and the professionalism of what we're putting forward, the product that put on display here, which I think is the real draw.
Absolutely, yeah, and obviously people think about the Saudi Cup when they think about racing in Saudi Arabia. That's a big deal. But you know, we've been racing in Taif for longer than we've been racing in Riyadh. Obviously, Riyadh's a relatively new track, and the prize money is good here, but it's not absolutely outstanding, and that's not a criticism at all. This is good nuts and bolts racing. We're not putting on ridiculous money to attract a foreign investment here. This is very much about the local industry, and Wigberto's been a massive part of that for a long time. It took a lot of faith to come here. It's one thing coming over to ride in big races, Group 1 races, but to stay here and become a linchpin of racing in Saudi Arabia was a big deal. And he's worked for. He was stable jockey for the Red Stable for quite some time.
He said how much it meant, that they were like family to him. Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning jockey, and if we don't get a wiggle, we'll riot up in the studio.
Finally, a winner for the Wigman, Wigberto Ramos. 5th time lucky for this filly. Congratulations, Wiggy. Talk me through the race.
Thank you. Well, like you said, this is my fifth time that I ride this filly from the beginning. She always showed me a lot of speed, a lot of nervous. Abdullah, he's been doing a very good job for him, Abdullah Mushiri. Since the 3rd race, she started to come down. And the last 2 races, she gave me a little kick from behind. I said to Abdullah, hey, she got the message. So hopefully next time we can do better. Today is 1,400. She set it down good. When I asked her, she go for.
Do you think she suits this distance? Would you keep her at this distance? Could she go further, maybe?
I might she can go 1 mile because she's small. It's a small filly, and she got natural speed.
Do you think she could grow into herself? She's only 3 years old. She could improve from next season, maybe? I
hope, because the big race is for her coming in the big distance. And now she got nice natural speed that we can use in this kind of races.
Are you excited for the Riyadh season to finally get going?
Right, I'm dying to get to Riyadh and then start the season over there. This is different, totally different.
And are you looking forward to any of your other rides today and tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow I got one more in the 7th race, but tomorrow I got like 2 good shots.
Thank you so much, Wiggy. Well done.
Thanks.
As we watched them jump away from the start, one who got really badly upset in the stall was Wahija Al Maidan, but our eventual winner also got upset in the stall, ended up sitting down, getting back up, getting settled again, and now settled in behind in about 5th position at this stage.
Yeah, she's moving up into 4th place, or the white cap of the rail on the second cutters. You see that Trujina showed really good speed to lead here. She didn't handle the bend very well, Trujina. She just dropped back from that point. Showed a lot of greenness. She's an interesting one for further down the line. But Wigberto's happy where he is here, and I guess he's hoping that that the other Red Stable runner will roll off the rail a little bit and give him a gap. As we said, if you're able to hold the rail here, the leaders do tend to come off the inside a little bit. But he's you know, he's got options there, although at this stage, he's got his main danger, Hakwat, outside him. That's leading him by 3/4 of a length at this stage. But I think Wigberto's going that little bit easier. One of them's going to go for the run on the outside. Wigberto actually, in the end, it comes just on the outside of Trujina, but gets on the inside of the other leader there to get to the front, and it becomes a match at this stage between Hakwat on the outside and Mantukat Al-Jid on the inner. At this stage, it looks like it's going to be very close, but Mantukat Al-Jid finds plenty. As you heard Wigberto saying, the penny dropped a bit with her last time out. She's been a tad disappointed. She's run perfectly well, but she showed a load of promise on debut. And of course, what we've seen is if you've got natural talent, that will show first time up. The question then is how much you learn mentally from that. And she didn't really learn mentally from her first couple of races. As he said last time out, at the end of her race, things began to drop into place for her, and she's shown that maturity by winning today.
I love our drone shot. Our drone cams are so brilliant to see how these races pan out. And the thing that caught my eye was not only did Trujina stay on the rail, which is something that I actually missed in the race. I thought we slipped down the inside of Trujina, but hadn't. Trujina stuck on the rail. But it was Al Raja, who was the horse that actually drifted out and allowed Mantukat Al-Jid to go through that gap. And yeah, you had to be patient if you were Wigberto, but that's when the experience comes on. He doesn't go, I'm going to go right around the outside. He's patient, he waits, the gap then comes.
Yeah, and you also saw, we talk about race riding and how things work out. It doesn't always work out. It was interesting that Rayan Altuersh on the runner-up was keen to stay just on his outside.
He's pinning him in, isn't he?
Yeah, so he made sure that Wigberto couldn't take the outside route if he wanted it. He had to ride for luck, and he got that luck, as you said, as Al Rahaj drifted off the rail. It could have happened with Trujina, but Trujina's hung, but she's hung towards the rail rather than away from it.
You don't often see that with youngsters as well. Green horses tend to hang right towards the stands, but this occasion she's hung right down towards the rail and it's sort of leant on the rail almost, giving as she's tiring. So she clearly blocked up that pass, and there's the wiggle. It's a different wiggle to what we've seen before, much like that Cristiano Ronaldo dance that we saw earlier on this season.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a little bit. Hey.
There's a little bit of our dad going on.
There's a little bit of our dad happening.
I very much hope we can speak to Wigberto later on. Really, you know, we've spoken to a couple of jockeys after racing. Unfortunately, when we hear Wigberto hasn't always had the appropriate winners for us to pull them out and talk about them, but he has here with Mantukat Al-Jid. He's a man I'd love to talk about the history of racing here, rather than just going, is this a nice horse? What do you think he'll do next? I'd like to talk about Wigberto, about his career here and what he's done. So hopefully we can have him at some stage.
He's not just the analyst, he can produce this show as well. Our man, Rory Delaghi, doing all the hard work. But yeah, we've had him on before. We had him on while Tom was out here, and he was very good value, very good fun. But he mentioned talking about going onto turf and how much he was looking forward to going onto turf, and how he hoped that one day they could have another turf course somewhere in Saudi Arabia where you can ride during this part of the year, but it's all about weather and finding somewhere that's safe and you've got the infrastructure to do it. But he's got a wonderful mind, and it would be great to have him on the after show.
Indeed, and again, I think, you know, given his love for racing here and given his service to racing in this country, I think, you know, he must be coming close to the end of his career now. He's in his 50s. I think he'd be a guy that you want to have on your side in racing administration as well, because he knows the industry back to front here. It's not always the most suitable path for ex-jockeys, but I do get the impression that Wigberto would fit in that kind of role very well.
Absolutely, I'm sure Prince Bandar is listening and
if
putting
you're
his ducks in a row.
Prince Bandar,
if you're listening, Prince Bandar, give Wiggy a call.
Give Wiggy a job.
Yeah, no, but I don't think he's planning on retiring anytime soon, because he's still riding at a level where he can really do the business.
But this is the thing, when you've got a jockey with his experience, and he's ridden over 2,000 winners, I think, in his career. You never think about retiring. The second you start thinking about retiring, it's probably too late to be thinking about it.
But that's it. There's a key thing with a lot of jockeys that we've seen who like to retire on top, because it's too dangerous a profession to be doing it when you're not at your peak physical ability. Yeah. And that's even more of a round of applause for Wigberto, who's now doing it well into his 50s. So
he's like the Cliff Richard of Saudi racing, isn't he?
I was going to call him the Little Wayne of Saudi racing, but okay.
But if you talk to jockeys who've been at the top and have retired, either, you know, you've got to do what Tony McCoy did. You announced your retirement after winning I think it was a Grade 2 he won, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was on that Uxizondra, wasn't it, who he won on?
Ooh, I'm going to say it wasn't Uxizondra, but you might be right.
Accepted,
we'll have to check that. Was it the Game Spirit Chase?
It was a chase, I want to say, at Newbury.
It was in the JP colours, certainly.
Yeah.
It was at Newbury. We'll dig back and find out where that was. But yeah, for someone like that, you've got to make that decision when you're at the top. Otherwise, you can drag it on. And once you're thinking about it when you're riding, that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, exactly. It's not safe for you. It's not safe for other jockeys either. So plenty more to look forward to. And certainly we've seen a couple of very nice performances recently. Let's move on to our next contest. And John Blance can take you through the runners and the riders.
I certainly can, Callum. Thank you very much. And yeah, always interesting to hear from Rory Delaghi, and the comparison between Cliff Richard there and Wigberto Ramos is about as good as it could possibly get. Horse number 1 is Walad Chrome here in the hands of Rayan Al Toesh. Horse number 2 is Hayadi. That's the man of Mohammed Al Shurimah. Horse number 3 is Al Haydabi. Fawas Wanas is aboard. Horse number 4 is Yaka Al Mayali. Number 5 is Damluge, that's the mount of Salman Al-Rashid. Horse number 6 is Glael. Number 7 is Behavs Al-Bare, Luis Morales is aboard. And horse number 8 is Yazid Al-Khair in the hands of Asil Al-Sahani. Number 9 is Behan, Alexis Moreno takes the ride. Number 10 is Nolan, Ayan Al-Turisi. Number 11 is Yatawara, get that right in the end. Samid Al-Sharani is riding. Horse number 12 is Rayat Alelia, Khalid Al-Memoni. Number 13 is Raji Al-Rahman, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Horse number 14 is Ibn Watani, the mount of Abdullah Al-Kradis. Horse number 15 is Joa Alelia, the mount of Mohammed Suleiman. Number 16 is Sadek Al-Wafa, Camilo Ospina, the Colombian who's looking for a 3-timer on the card. Horse number 17 is Berlant, or Berlon. Berlant, maybe. Anyway, Abdulaziz Aliyesh is aboard. And horse number 18 is Mabrukat Najd in the hands of Abdul Ella Al Hussein, who is in good form at the moment. So that is your set of runners and riders who are making their way now into the parade ring. Yes, accompanied by only 2 musketeers today. Let's get back to our 2 musketeers, though. It's Rory and Callum.
Oh, the links that John Blance provide are always majestic. This, however, is one of the toughest races you'll see all day. Very hard to find a horse with a strong level of form to support in this contest.
Yeah, I find this a tough one, I have to say. And yeah, you're looking at horses with ratings in the 60s. Whenever we find races like this, there must be something that runs to mid-70s. You're looking for that horse, and you go, no, I don't think so. And then the ones with the good ratings, you go, oh, he's just not in great form, or this isn't his trip, or
yeah, that's the thing.
Can you trust him to win a race? And
it's
it becomes
a trip.
Yeah.
We're going over 2,000 metres now, and that throws this race wide open, because I'm looking at a horse like Damluge, and I'm going, well, look at the form. The 6th was disappointing, but you've got 2 seconds in a row. This horse is shaping like a winner. Oh, yeah. Form over 2,000 metres is absolutely abhorrent. So no chance here today. So you suddenly start trying to find ticks, but you ended up making crosses.
Absolutely. But listen, before we move on, there's something that's itching away at me.
Oh, go on.
It wasn't Uxie Zondra, the horse that Tony McCoy announced his retirement at Newbury that day when no one was expecting on TV. Mr. Mole.
Mr. Mole.
I'll tell you what, if I rode Mr.
Paul Nichols trained?
Yeah,
Mr. Mole.
he was, yeah.
Oh, can't believe I missed that.
And I have to say, if I'd ever ridden Mr. Mole, I'd have announced my retirement as well.
He looked good on that day, though, didn't he?
But he was an absolute pig, quite frankly. So, no wonder.
Yeah,
there you go. Anyway, so we've got that off our chest.
Mr. Mole. I'm really frustrated with that, because I'm a massive McCoy fan, and yeah, those JP McManus colours are really what my early memories of racing are, and so it's great to see. But again, no chance of our big man Wigberto Ramos doing that anytime soon.
No, I'm suddenly getting flashbacks. And you know, it's like Vietnam flashbacks of Mr. Mole. His head was so high in the air that his front feet didn't always touch the ground.
Yeah, and the big fluffy noseband on as well, didn't he? In a grand horse. I don't know what you're talking about. But back to more pressing concerns. 2,000 metres. It is a local bred maiden, 3-year-olds and up. Have you found anything that you're willing to put your face and trust behind? Closer look.
Let's go through them all first, and then I'll be forced to make a selection towards the end.
Shall we start from the bottom?
Yeah, we can start from the bottom, because that means we can jump on whenever we see them coming round in the parade ring again.
Yes,
right.
Mabrukat Najd, number 80.
Largely consistent, not from 20 so far, rating a 61. best forms at a mile, was only 7th behind Mustafi over course and distance last time out. So, trips aside, question mark. This will be a recurring theme, I hate to say.
Ballant, number 70.
Poor form on balance at around 7 furlong, and he fared no better when tried over course and distance last time out, so not easy to fancy. Although, to be honest, none of them are easy to fancy.
Sadek Al Wafa, number 16.
Yeah, Sadek Al Wafa now was 3rd in a lot of 75 handicap over a mile and a quarter in February in Riyadh. Hasn't fired this season. Has been rated a little bit higher in the past. If he can find the form that saw him placed in a lot of 75 handicap, he'd have a big chance here, but he's not been showing it of late.
He finished behind a lot of these last time out as well. Johar Alalea.
Johar Alalia, beaten almost 20 lengths, went 4th over 6 furlongs on debut. That looks okay at first glance when you see, 4th on debut. That's a bit of ability. When you're beaten 20 lengths over 6 furlongs, doesn't count for a hell of a lot. And was soundly beaten both starts since over a mile, and again takes another step up in trip.
Ibn Watani is number 14. It's another horse that you can struggle to find any positives for.
Yeah, has had 4 runs. The only form that he's shown to date was when 5th in 1 mile maiden at Riyadh in March. But he's been poor in both starts this term, including over course and distance.
Raji Al Rahman had a 3rd place effort to his name back in meeting 32.
Yeah, but that came in a 0 to 60 handicap and was only 15.5 lengths 8th. In a course and distance event last time out. That did come in a good race, though. Jcsa event won by Intigene, so this will certainly be easier.
And the time was good on that occasion as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's at the time that Raji, it's almost suspiciously good, given that he was quite well beaten in the end. But yeah, if he repeats that, he's got a chance. But obviously, he's not from 18, so, you know, that throws out its own questions.
Riyad Alalia is horse number 12. Only had the 3 starts and looked quite promising second time up.
Yeah, obviously less exposed than most of these. Second to Al Fakir over course and distance, meeting 39. There were 3 subsequent winners behind her that day, I should say. But a bit disappointing when only 6 to Mustafi last time out, and needs to find the form that she showed 2 starts back.
Yatawara is horse number 11.
Yeah, Yatawara, well beaten in 2 starts. This term was second in a 6 furlong maiden at Riyadh in December of last year. And was well beaten the only time that he has tried a mile and a quarter.
Nolan is horse number 10 on your race card in those bright pink colours. Lovely looking animal, but as we see, horse number 1 in shot, Walid Crow.
Yep, a cracking beard on show from Rayan Al-Twersh here. Second to Mandub Al Riyadh, meeting 31 over 7 furlongs. That's a perfectly good run, but hasn't backed it up. It did okay last time out, but has been well held at a mile, and his form over further is yet to be tested, but he doesn't look like he's crying out for a step up and trip.
They are already making their way down to post behind us. A reminder, the 2,000 metres started right in front of the grandstand, so we'll have a chance to look at them a little bit closer, but we'll keep running through them. Bayan, number 9, that goes in the red and white colours. A horse that's not from 19.
Yeah, but let's touch.
Oh, in fact, we're going to go straight to horse number 8, who is in shot right now. That is Yazid Al-Khair, running in different colours to what we've seen him in previously in the red and white colours. Yazid Al-Khair is going to flash home to finish second in a race that was blown apart by the leader and the eventual winner over course and distance.
Yeah, this is the race won by Mustafi over course and distance last time. Mustafi already well clear. And you see Yazid Al-Khair, as you said, in different colours with those he's running in today, finishing best of the others to finish a clear second. That makes him look like the one to beat here. He's not from 27, though. That's the concern. Now, nothing can lay a glove on Mustafi this day. He's a clear second, and there are about 6 of these.
Nolan's in 3rd as well. So
Nolan's 3rd in the pink colours with the white cap. We see him at the bottom of our picture here. So Nolan ran pretty well in that contest. There were others in behind. Mabrukat Najd was only 7th that day.
Behavs Albari, sorry.
Yes, that was in behind that day as well. We've had 1 or 2 who've shown decent form. Rayat Alalia was 6th that day. So the form's all there.
Shamila, I'm not sure where you've gotten to. I think, we can see you. You're in front of the stalls. Wonderful stuff. How are you getting on down there?
I'm doing great, Callum. And the previous race, the sun just dipped out of nowhere. However, we have a beautiful sunset behind me right now. I am in front of the stalls for the 2,000 meter start. We only have 2 days left, so I was like, you know what? I have to get down to the 2,000 meter start. It is my favorite place at the race course. I am really excited to see horse number 1, Walad Chrome, in this contest. He's by California Chrome, and California Chrome almost re-sparked my love of racing after I saw him winning in the Dubai World Cup. He was 4th last time out, 2nd before that, so he jumps from stall number 1 today. He will be on the rail the whole way, so hopefully that'll work in his favor. Now the horses are just making their way round here, and I will take you through back to where all the horses are walking around so I don't get squished by the stalls.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Once you make it round there, talk to us about who you're seeing walking around in this early circling stage and who's catching your eye as they circle behind the stalls.
Yeah, I've just finally made my way back into where the horses are circling now. I really like horse number 5, Damlouge. He is the highest rated horse in the race at 65. Just looking really, really well, just coming in front of the shot here. And the jockey is rocking some cool Adidas socks. That I've never seen that before. Get him sponsored by Adidas. Horse that I also really like the look of is horse number 8, Yazdid Al-Khair, one of the most experienced horses in the race with 27 runs under his belt. Was 2nd last time out, and the 2nd time before that jumps out of stall number 8, which could work to his favor as well. Now you can see just some horses, a few horses in the middle of the pack here, 4 of them getting their tack readjusted, and it is important to highlight that horse number 12 as well was acting up the whole way down to the start and behind the stalls as well. Khaled Al-Mamoni is just expressing his concern there as his tack gets readjusted, so hopefully all is okay, but he almost dived into the ground and almost unseated Khaled Al-Mamoni, so you can see why he is a bit shaken up there.
So is that runner here, who is Rayat Al-Aliya, is that horse in the middle right now being attended to?
Yep, they are. He is being attended to. The vet had a look over him. They did trot him up, and everything seemed fine. So they are just adjusting all the saddles. And a little bit of snippet of information for you. Horse number 3, ridden by Fawaz Wanas. He is on 49 winners as an apprentice. 1 more winner, and he will have his official title as a professional. So hopefully, fingers crossed for Fawaz Wanas to finally get his professional belt.
Well, that's wonderful to think that Fawaz Wanas, one of the real star of the apprentice scene here in Saudi Arabia, has been doing lots of great work, and we see these beautiful camera shots from up here. Rory, California Chrome as a sire. Triple Crown winner, if I'm correct in saying that.
Yes, absolutely outstanding racehorse, California Chrome.
Outstanding racehorse, but I often feel hasn't quite set the world alight as a sire. Would I be right in saying that? I think of American Pharaoh as the horse that really set the world alight from the US as a sire, or maybe that's just because of my European leanings.
Quite possibly. Yeah, there's still enough time though for California Chrome to set his legacy. But yeah, maybe there have been other sires who've made more of an immediate impact than him at stud. But listen, it's always a positive we can see sons of California Chrome here. And we're certainly not complaining about that fact.
We're not complaining at all. They're already loading. Rapid fire here today. Let's go through selections. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
I'm going to stick with Yazdid Al-Khair in a tough race. He's not from 27, which is the big concern with him. But that 2nd last time, I gives him the beating of a lot of these, and he'll be staying on better than most. A lot of horses probably don't want this trip. Yazdid Al-Khair definitely does.
I'm going for Raji Al-Rahman, horse number 13. Unlucky for some, but I think it's going to be lucky today if he can repeat that form from the last outing. This is a much easier contest. So to go through those again, Raji Al-Rahman for myself, Rory and Shamila like Yazdid Al-Khair, and Shamila also likes Damlouge and Walad Chrome. Now to hand over to John Blance. Who do you like?
Well, I do like Walad Chrome in this race, Callum. I mean, not strongly, but I think it's relatively consistent. Still, possibly some upside, and stall 1, I think, should be a good place to obviously emerge from. But to be perfectly honest, in this race, there are quite a few tongue twisters in here. I'll settle for just getting through and getting the horses correctly pronounced in the correct order. But let's hope that'll happen. Behan's about to go in. Next to come forward is Behavs Al-Bare. towards the outer, Mabrukat Najd. 2,000 metres in front of them here, so they start in front of the stands and then make their way past the winning post before embarking on a further circuit of the track. Bihavs Al-Bahre goes in. We're still waiting for the 16, Sadek Al-Wafa to go in, Camilo Ospina. 1 still out, Walad Chrome. 15 still to go in as well, that's Yoha Alelia, another one in colours not published earlier on. Berlant to come forward as well. Looks like we've got a full complement though, over the 2,000 metres. There's Walad Chrome in shot from stall 1. Local bred horses maiden. Ready. Oh, there's one getting very, very heads up. That's Joa Alelia. Horse number 15 is backed out of the stalls. So will they try and reload, or are they going to go without the 15? Rest are waiting very patiently. They're going to try again with Joa Alelia. Mohammed Suleiman, the brave jockey, is going to go back in there to try and get back on. Tell you what, don't catch me anywhere near there. He's on though. There's Mohammed, he's a brave lad. Stand by. Starter happy. Gates back and away they go. They're racing slowly away. Bihavs Al-Bahre. Good start though from Walad Chrome right up the inside, trying to put stall 1 to good use. Yarka Al-Maili is also going forward in the grey colours there with the blue cap. Another prominent early runner is Bihan, the red cap. The pink colours with the white cap of Nolan is trying to float down into a slightly better position from a wide draw. They're then followed by Al-Hay Derby, who's racing there in a roundabout 5th spot. Another one who's relatively prominent is Damluge, the 5 horse, as they make their way around the turn at the bottom of the track. 27.59 seconds through the opening 400 metres. And the leaders with Yarka Al-Maili leads by about a length or so to Bihan, who's racing in 2nd, then Walad Chrome, who's in 3rd. They're then followed by Nolan, who sits in 4th, gap of a couple of lengths then to Hayadi, who's in 5th. Ibn Watani's a little bit wide on the track, followed then by Damluge. They're then followed by Yatawara, very wide on the course, trying to make a little bit of ground is Mabrukat Najd as they head on down the far side of the track. It's Yarka Al-Maili who leads by about 3/4 of a length. Walad Chrome is still going nicely up the inside in 2nd. Nolan round the outside in 3rd, the striped sleeves and white cap. Followed then in 4th spot by Bihan, who's just lost a position or 2. Then up the inside, Al-Hay Derby, who's trying to get a little bit nearer the blue and white colours. They're then followed by Hayadi, who's just being driven along somewhat. Right round the outside, Mabrukat Najd is still going the longest way. They're then followed by Joha Alelia, who's getting a little bit closer. Also getting a little bit nearer as well as Bihavs Al-Bahre as they make the turn with 500 metres left to go. And these two have just locked on a little bit now. The 4-horse Yarka Al-Maili just about the leader to Walad Chrome, who's boxing on round the outside, and Walad Chrome just about hits the front now to Yarka Al-Maili, who's in 2nd. They are well clear, 15 to 16 lengths clear ahead of Nolan, who's racing in 3rd. The rest are strung out all over Saudi. They've swung for home, and it's Walad Chrome, but still battling on in 2nd, Yarka Al-Maili. These two going head for head as they go inside the final furlong. Walad Chrome may have peaked on his run because Yarka Al-Maili is staying on strongly, and it's Yarka Al-Maili who's now going on by a couple of lengths as the race up towards the line. Yarka Al-Maili, the winner, beats into 2nd Walad Chrome. Up for 3rd was Bihavs Al-Bahre, and the 4th or so was Raji Al-Rahman from the back. Good tussle between the pair there. Looked as though as a Walad Chrome backer, I was thinking I'd got another winner there because he did look as though he was going to be too strong in the closing stage. Had a wide run as they came into the home straight. Yarka Al-Maili has gone very nicely throughout the contest, always relatively prominent, and has battled on really strongly in the latter stages when it looked as though maybe all was lost. But at the 10th time of asking, Yarka Al-Maili has got off the mark, beating Walad Chrome into 2nd, Bihavs Al-Bahre in 3rd. 3 lengths the winning margin in the end, and 3 lengths back to Bihav's Albare. So the chasing pack did get a little bit closer, but those two really did set sail for home a long way out, to coin a cliche, and I've spent an entire career doing that. 2 minutes 15.55 seconds, the winning time to 16.22 for the horse in second. But it's Jcsa Al-Maili who scored there, and it was probably a pretty good run from Walad Chrome. That was only the 8th start. 2 horses who are never going to be world beaters, but might just be able to find a little bit more improvement as we go through, maybe into the Riyadh season as well. Walad Chrome has certainly not lost a great deal in defeat there, but it's gone in the end to Jcsa Al-Maili, who has turned around an 11th place run from last time, has a bit of a quick backup as well, gone on to score, and that's your winner in race number 5.
Now, Rory, I'm sure you're familiar with the artist Big Sean, because he had a song that the first line is, "Last night took an L, but tonight I bounced back." And that's exactly what our race winner, Jcsa Al-Maili, is done here today. In impressive fashion, has bounced right back after a really poor performance back in meeting 47, behind an awful lot of these.
Just to touch on Big Sean, as far as I'm concerned, Big Sean is Barry from EastEnders. But yes, Jcsa Al-Maili, disappointing last time, behind a load of these in a race that we actually saw behind Mustafi, turned the form right with Yazid Al-Khair. But he actually ran a decent race on his previous start when making the running and finishing 4th. He wasn't able to get to the front last time out. They've gone hard here. But Walad Chrome was a horse we talked about having plenty of ability, but not looking like he was going to relish this trip. And you could see it looked like a really good battle between the pair of them up the straight. But Walad Chrome has run out of stamina inside the final furlong and looked very, very tired. You saw him hanging badly. But I think that was just tiredness rather than any awkwardness on his part. And the one that's seen it out best is Jcsa Al-Maili. I can see why John was just hoping to call them the right order and the right pronunciation of that race, because you read these names and think I'll be all right with that, and then you have to say it out loud, and it's a different kettle of fish altogether.
Yes.
But did it well enough in the end. It was a strange race because it split into two races. The front pair went well clear, and you could see that the pair of them were struggling a little bit at the top of the straight, but they were so far clear of the others. The others weren't. To bridge that gap takes a lot of effort, and these horses at this level just aren't able to bridge that gap. They needed the top two to stop outright in order to get there. If there was pressure on them from behind, that might have made it difficult, but there was no pressure from behind. They broke away mid-race, and it was always going to be a battle between the pair of them. He looks like he's had a race all right, doesn't he? He knows that he's had one. He'll want a bit of a break after that.
Yeah, he's run right to the bottom of himself there. And one of the things that I know you like to talk about is when horses get a lead, how much it takes to draw them back in. Everyone at home will be like, why did you give them such a big lead? But actually closing that gap costs a lot of petrol and isn't easy. Once you're in front, you can set that rhythm. It's all on you. You can bully the opposition.
Yeah, it's not easy to do. The key is to get in that rhythm very quickly, even if you're going at a pace that you might not be able to sustain all the way through the race. The key is whether it's more destructive to you or your opposition. And if you're able to break away from it, it's more destructive on the opposition, because they've got to make such an effort to bridge that gap. And what all the jockeys in the race want to happen is for somebody else to do the donkey work. And you see this, the best parallels is with cycling. If you watch the Tour de France, you're looking at the peloton. Somebody often needs to do the donkey work to bridge the gap between the peloton and the front runners, but they don't tend to do the winning.
Yeah, well, the horse who was tasked with bridging the gap was Nolan, who didn't even finish in the first 3. Tried to bridge that gap and ended up finishing right down the field. So you can clearly understand why jockeys don't want to make that first move, but also at the same point, someone's got to move. Otherwise, you get this situation where two horses who are legless are ending up winning the race.
Yeah, but the tricky thing about that is once it's happened, we didn't know, looking at this race, the two of these were going to break away. So you don't know that in the first place. By the time it starts to happen, it's almost too late for action. Unless the field work, again, talking about the peloton again, unless they work together to get there, then it's always somebody's job to do the hard work, who will then not be rewarded for it. And by definition, jockeys don't really want to be in that position because they get criticised for it. But as a result, it ends up handing the race to the leaders in this situation.
Yeah, look at Nolan there in the pink colours, the only one really trying to close that gap. Clearly, the rider, Ayan Al-Tarisi, the jockey on board Nolan, who is really trying to close that gap, but is actually not bridging the gap at all. It ends up falling into the clutches of the ones behind. But right now, Wallet Chrome's in the lead, but not looking entirely comfortable there.
No, and again, he's just hit the wall stamina-wise. The pair of them have run around a little bit. They've leaned on each other as well.
They've really leaned on each other, haven't they?
But I think, if anything, you'd say that the runner-up is more sinner than sinned against. So you don't expect the stewards to do anything about a scenario like that. But yeah, he's not exactly sprouted wings in the closing stages, the winner. But you know, the second Wild Chrome just got very tired, and that's how the race has panned out in the last 200 metres. The stewards might want to look at it, but this is just two tired horses rolling around. This is not about jockeyship. It's just about horses who've gone a little bit too hard early on, naturally getting tired and rolling around in the latter stages of the race.
And the jockey aboard Wallet Chrome has done nothing wrong either, has he? Because at the end of the day, it sticks in the correct hand, it sticks in his left hand. The horse is drifting out to the left. He's trying his hardest to keep the horse straight, and he ends up just falling into the rail anyway. And he's not hampered the eventual winner. I think it would have been a different story had the winner not won that race.
Well, yes, you had a scenario where Wild Chrome was in front. If he started to hang against the winner at that stage, and the winner hadn't been able to get past him, it would have been a different story altogether. But you see, immediately from the start, the winner wants to get out there and gets across to the rail. You see Wild Chrome pushing up from stall 1 to get into 3rd place or 4th place in the early stages.
The real story here is the horse that comes out of stall 7, Behavs Albari, who was last out the gates and ends up finishing 3rd. That's a great run because that horse got absolutely wiped out at the start and ends up running on really well to finish 3rd.
Yeah, a good performance from Behavs Albari there. Very inexperienced as well. It's just his 3rd start. He badly needed the experience on debut, and he did a lot better when finishing 4th in that race behind Mustafi last time out. So that was a good run from him. He's built on it here despite running into hardship. And yeah, I think you're right that if you want to pull anything from the race, it's probably him, because you know the 1st and 2nd are beneficiaries of the way this race panned out. By getting to the front and by breaking away from the pack here, they've definitely they've given themselves a massive chance. You've been dropping back already.
Now.
Yeah.
This is the breakaway right here. They put in 3 lengths in the space of maybe 50 metres. They're 3 lengths clear.
Well, I think what's happened there, you see the horse in 4th at the moment, Bian, weakened very quickly. He was in 3rd place and reasonably close up, but for whatever reason, he's gone backwards very, very quickly in the race, and that has created a gap between the front two and Nolan. And at this stage, Nolan's under strong pressure to try to close that gap again because it's opened up very quickly. And you see, he's the one he's under a lot of pressure at this stage. There's no surprise that he drops away. He simply isn't able to get back. Now, if he had a bit more ability and he was able to get into that lead and get within 3 or 4 lengths of the front two, that would have helped the others. They would have had a target to aim at. But when the leader is 12, 15 lengths in front of you, that doesn't really represent the target for a horse.
That's not a target, and the target that is in front of you is actually coming back towards you, and that doesn't help either because the others are going away. I think it's an even more impressive performance from Jcsa Almayeli, who has managed to really inject the pace into this race and then out-battled Wallet Chrome and really run Wallet Chrome into submission and has just rallied and stayed strong. I sort of able to dictate, obviously, similar to a lot of horses here in King Khalid race courses. Once you're able to dictate, you can really, the race is all yours to lose.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Chrome had a little bit more pace than him coming into the bend, but Wild Chrome is essentially a 7-furlong horse, and he just didn't have the stamina late in the day. We're watching the start there, and as you're right, Bian, I think it is, who comes across and gives Behavs Albari a big nudge there. And I guess Yazid Al-Khair, who was a bit disappointing in the end, he was in the middle of that as well, so that wouldn't have helped his chances. And what's happened is the two who are drawn low with pace, they've just gradually wound it up from the start. They're not all early speed at all, but they wanted to be in a handy position, and they've just gradually worked things. They've tightened the screw from before halfway, and as I said, it's really crucial when a race is setting up in a certain way, and you've got your leaders and you've got your stalkers, and then you've got the hold-up horses in behind. When the main stalker stops quickly, it can suddenly alter the shape of the race completely, and that's what we saw happen there. It did, yeah. It's remarkable that something as minor as that can completely change the way the race is run. Now, I'd say this is form that you won't be able to set your watch by. I think this will end up being muddling form because lots of horses have had excuses here. They've not really been in a race because those are held up who are going well at this stage have suddenly got nothing to aim at late in the race.
Nolan swinging along in behind. You've got horses that were well fancied. I know I brought up Rajay Al Rahman. That ended up finishing fourth, but right out the back of short, that horse was waiting for them to come back, and they never did. So he ended up passing the likes of Nolan, who were falling into their laps. There's a little bit of action at the start as well, some housekeeping. Sadek Al Wafa was actually withdrawn from the contest. So if you're a supporter of Sadek Al Wafa, that was a very late withdrawal right at the start. We saw being ponied by us at the start of as they'd run past us. So if you're looking for Sadek Al Wafa, it's not that the horse is miles out the back of the field. It never started in the first place.
No, you see, obviously he came past us with the outrider, which it's always good to see. It's a good system, and he was absolutely fine. But I don't know what happened to him at the start. But he clearly the starter decided that he wasn't going to take part today, and that was the end of that.
Ibn Watani as well.
Well tailed off there, yes.
Yeah, basically pulled up at the end of that. But take nothing away from our race winner. We've talked about a lot of factors that have gone into how this horse has won the race. One fact we've not talked about is how this horse has kept true, injected pace, and then out-battled his only rival. So can't take anything away from that.
No, exactly. I mean, listen, I'm inclined to look at a race in terms of ratings and where the horses might go and what the form is worth. But from a human point of view, he's shown a lot of guts, a lot of courage to win this race. So you've got to give him credit for out-battling the runner-up and for running to the line despite the fact that he was clearly very tired with that big race move. But he's clung on, he's been past, and then he's then rallied to get himself back in front. I don't think the form is worth an awful lot, but I think you've always got to give credit to a horse who can do that.
Yes, certainly give credit to the winning horse and winning cadets. You just see the smile on the green face as well. It's just what you want to see. It's what the sport is all about. We move swiftly on to our next contest, and this is a contest over 2,400 metres. And not only that, this race is only available to the purebred Arabians. It's a full field. Plenty of horses here. We don't know whether they'll handle the trip, but there's one man who can take us through the runners and the riders, and it is Mr. John Blanc.
Callum, many thanks. Yeah, we've got this 2,400-metre Arabian race coming up now. Nayar Athbar Abdul Ella Al Hussein is aboard. Hadjar is horse number 2. Tariq Al Hassan. Horse number 3 doesn't run. Number 4 is Madkur Ayan Al Turisi. 5 is Muna. That's in the hands of Fahed Al Furedi. Horse number 6 is Tabea Al Naif. Number 7 is Moga, Naif Al Anazi. Number 9 is Umbab. Number 8 doesn't run. Number 9 is Umbab, Abdul Aziz Al Yesh. Horse number 10 is Shamk Al Khaladia. Jose Rodriguez is aboard. Number 11 is Samadea Athbar, Khaled Al Mimoni. Horse number 12, Al Hassas, the Qatari bred Muhammad Al Yami. Horse number 13 is Lahab, Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 14 is Baha Zakir, Osama Al-Sharani. Horse number 15 is Shamik Gudar. Horse number 16 is Easter du Soleil. Camila Ospina is aboard. Horse number 17 is Zafar Al-Khaladia. That's horse number 17. Number 18 is Sibo Al-Mori. And horse number 19 is Zahi Al-Jazri. Asal Al-Saadi is aboard that one because the two non-runners, numbers 3 and 8, leave a field of 17 in all. So it's a big field of purebred Arabians here. It's the longest race of the afternoon, and they're making their way into the parade ring.
Thank you, John. The longest race of the afternoon indeed, and worth 50,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. They go over 2,400 metres, Rory, and I think there's only one horse I want to talk about, and it is the mighty Baha Zakir.
Well, I very much hope you're going to talk about the other 17 as well, because
they've all got equal chance.
Yes. But yeah, listen, we looked at this race together, and the the obvious starting point is that this is a rare race over the 1.5 miles, the 2,400 metres for these Arabian breds, and very, very few are proven at the trip. One who is, of course, is Bahar Zakir, who was an easy winner, of course, in distance, beating Zahi Al Jazra at meeting 23. We're not actually going to get footage of that, but he won very easily. He tanked over his rivals. Now, my question for you is, did he really need to stay the trip to win that day, or was he just in an absolutely dreadful contest where the front two got in a battle and beat each other, and he was able just to mosey alongside on the bridle and ease past them late on? Did that race absolutely fall into his lap, or is he a true stayer who will show his worth back at 1.5 miles for the first time since?
I think there's a mixture of the two here. I think he did beat two very poor rivals who he faces up again today. Let's not ignore that fact, but also he clearly stayed that trip, but he was really very cold that day, patiently let the two battle out in front, and then when we say cantered past them, the jockey could have got off and run past them. They were going that slowly, so it is a bit of a false promise. But I think in a race that we go over the 2,400 metres, I don't think these purebred Arabians are able to temper their speed like thoroughbreds. You've got to kind of go with some sort of acceleration at the start, and I think a lot of these will be in a war of attrition towards the end, and in that state I want to be on something that I know stays the trip. And we look at number 1, Naya Atba.
Naya Atba drops in class, which is a positive for Naya Atba. Is a 1.25 mile winner in not to 85 company at meeting 28. Disappointing at the same level last time out, and trying a new trip now, but it is at least dropping in class into 0 to 75, been keeping stronger company generally, so we could easily see a revival from Naya Atba, who the cameraman seems to like plenty.
Yes, it's got a lovely look to it. He's got a lovely back end, plenty of muscle on show, will be fit enough for this. Number 2 is Hajar.
Hajar, 5 wins in Poland, but no form in 2 starts here. She may well find her form, but she hasn't looked to have adapted so far. And she doesn't really take the eye. She's looking very lean in the paddock, isn't she?
Yeah, she looks quite light. We'll go straight to number 4, as number 3 is an on-runner, Madcall.
Yeah, third in the 0 to 85, 2 starts back, but only 8th last time out, beating 11 3/4 lengths behind Muntasir. Now, important, you don't get confused between Muntasir and Muntasirat Al-Khaladia, different horses, and they all appear in the form lines for this race.
Yeah, so keep your ears open and your eyes peeled if you look at Muna, number 5.
Muna has only had the 3 runs, but has run well in all 3 starts and was 2 3/4 lengths second to Muntasirat Al-Khaladia last time out over 1.25 miles. Up and trip now, but obvious claims.
Tarbeya Al-Naif is number 6.
Her win, rather than meeting 37, came over 7 furlongs. She was beaten 7 lengths when 4th to Muntasirat Al-Khaladia last time out. Muna was second. Not much between them there, but I'm not sure she'll relish the trip as much as Muna will.
Moga was... yes, it is Moga. Sorry, I got confused there. Second, last 2 starts, but not quite what you want to see. It's kind of a lie, that form.
Yeah, she's obviously a maiden after 4 runs. She's been running okay to be second in her last 2 starts. She had Alexia behind her when second over 1.25 miles, 2 starts back, but she was then beaten by Alexia last time out. That was over 7 furlongs. I think she will relish this longer trip, but I don't think there's an awful lot of substance to the form of those 2 races.
Mbap is the French runner here, number 9 on your race card.
Yeah, not discredited when 6 to Tendil Al Jazra in a 1.25 miles, not to 85 handicap at meeting 41. That would give her chances, but flopped at this level last time out, and she does need to bounce back. Or he does, rather, I should say.
Shamak Al-Khaladia won a race last time out, only 3 runners.
Yeah, he's a 10-year-old, but he's been running a maidens this season. Finally got his head in front and won last time out, but that was a pretty bad contest. Only 3 runners that day, and I think he's liable to struggle back. And you wouldn't say he was fit looking at him there, but he only ran last week, so he must be.
Yeah, that is him looking fit. We don't fat shame here. And number 11 is Samida Atba.
Largely consistent in handicaps. 4th last time out to Muntasir over the 1.25 mile trip. Stepping up in trip now, but one of the more obvious ones given that pretty consistent form.
Got Khalid Al-Mamoni in the saddle as well, a jockey in form. Al-Hassas, the Qatari bred.
Yeah, a winner in Qatar, but hasn't cut any ice here and needs to do an awful lot better to be going close in this event.
Next horse is number 13, a horse that means a lot to you, Lahab. You selected him last time, and he went and did the business.
I was with you. You say that as if that was the last winner I had here, which, in fairness, it may well be. He was dropped in class to win that. I mean, that's why I liked him last time. I dropped into a 0-60 over the 1.25 mile trip. He beat Baghdad Gouda. That was a competitive race in terms of the numbers, but he's back up in class today. He's got to do a little bit better, but he's still fairly treated.
Shalat Al Mikhail, a winner yesterday, was also in that race. As we
Indeed,
see,
yes.
Baha Zakir, the horse at 2,400 metre fall.
Bahar Zakir, very much the one you want. He bolted up in that that event over course and distance of meeting 23, beating Zahi Al Jazra, who reopposes here. The question is, whether that was a horse really relishing the trip or relishing the way the race was run.
Yes, it will be interesting to see how it gets on. This is Shamik Gouda, horse number 50.
Shamik Gouda won a 0-60 handicap, 3 starts back and meeting 22. Not been so good since. Well held over this trip over the slightly short trip, 1.25 miles in this company last time out, so needs to do better than that, but does have the back form to suggest he can bounce back.
He's a gorgeous animal as well, but Easter de Soleil is the next one we're looking at, has been busy.
Yeah, won a maiden at meeting 28 and had been running pretty well before that, to be honest. Finished third on her next start, but her last few runs have been disappointing. She's beaten 17.25 lengths in a mile 0-75 handicap last time out. And Easter de Soleil just given every indication that maybe she's had a bit too much for the season and could do with a break.
Zafar Al-Khalideh, number 17.
Well behind Lahab in that 0-60 last time out, wins 7th, and he makes little appeal on that running.
Yes, and here is Boua Mori, an absolute gorgeous stamp of a horse, but handsome is as handsome does.
It does, and he does. I mean, listen, he has won a race.
He ran it well.
He won a 7 furlong 0-60, meeting 29. 6th to Lahab last time out. But usually in competitive races, he's fairly easy to oppose. This is one of the weaker ones he's been in a while, and it will give us an indication of how strong the race is, where he finishes in the end, to be honest.
And finally, number 19, Zahi Al Jazra.
He's the lowest rated in the race, but he is a consistent sort. Still a maiden, Zahi Al Jazra. 3rd behind Lahab last time out, over 1.25 miles, and got fairly solid place claims with a repeat of that effort.
Shamila has made her way back to the parade ring, and hopefully she can give us an eye-catcher.
Thank you very much, Callum. All the jockeys have been legged up and they are making their way down to the 2,400 metre start now. Horse that caught my eye initially was horse number 5, Muna, ridden by Fahad Al Faredi, second last time out, one of the highest rated horses in the race, rated 75. I really like her chances in this. She's by TM Fred Texas, who I spoke to you about before. Really nice sire, really well respected sire in the US and in Europe. Also, I have to give a shout out to horse number 7, Moga. She is my heart horse. I absolutely love her, and these fillies are up against the colts, but do not worry about that. They can handle it absolutely 100%, and she's ridden by Naif Al-Anazi this time out, so she's in really, really great hands. I would love to see her in the winner's enclosure. However, I will stick to Muna as my parade ring selection. A horse that I wasn't convinced on is horse number 9, Bab. Just didn't look 100% to me, didn't have a great gait. Could probably come on from the run. He has had a few starts this season already, 16th last time out, so I mean, not great. And also horse number 19 as well, the reserve, didn't look 100% fit, even though he was 3rd last time out, so I could eat my words after this race.
Thank you very much, Shamila, for that very informative paddock report. Let's have a look at some of these in action. We're only going to have a look at one in action. It's Muna, horse number 5. Your race cards might have a blank colour. That horse is going to be running in blue colours with the orange V on the back and stripes on the sleeves. We can see Muna here really running a big, strong race to finish 2nd at the back end of September.
Yes, this is a race won by Muntasirat Al-Khalideh, over 1.25 miles. One or two of the other rivals today are in behind Muna on this occasion, and she runs to the line. She never really looks like getting back on terms with Muntasirat Al-Khalideh, despite the winner running around a little bit in the closing stages. But likewise, she doesn't really look like giving up 2nd spot, and that's about the most solid recent form on offer here. You wouldn't say on that evidence that she's going to improve for a longer trip, but she hit the line hard enough there to be not confident but hopeful.
My one concern about that is the fact that the horse in third, this is how much I'm really getting into this into this purebred Arabian racing, was Jcsa, who is famous for not being able to win races. And Jcsa getting close to you in a finish is never really a positive. It can sometimes bring that form level down a little bit. And Muntasira Al-Khaldir has regularly let herself down in bigger field races and was able to dominate on that day. So I'm not sure whether that was the strongest of all-round contests.
No, it wasn't. But again, have you seen the recent form and offer on this race? Yeah. The one thing I disagree with there is the idea that you got a horse like Jcsa who's frequently close up but doesn't win races. I think it's unfair then to say when that was close up but behind the runner, well, that lets the form down. If Jcsa has shown herself to be useless, and then it was a close-up there, then you go, well, that must be very strong form. When you've got a horse who flatters to deceive, then their presence in sort of third or fourth place can just be misleading. It doesn't, they tend to be running to different levels at different times, depending on how the race goes. Those horses who can flatter, they often run their best races in strongest company, and then disappoint when they've got a good opportunity to win. So I wouldn't get too hung up on that.
They're coming behind the start of the I think now is a good time to talk about the Arabian racing program. Those who've been with us a lot recently would have noticed the fields are smaller, but it's great to see a full field today in this contest. We've got 17 going to place in this with a couple of late withdrawals, but the reserve does get a run. What I've loved about this contest is the fact that it's over 1.5 miles and people are willing to stay to run in it, and they're willing to stay behind and not travel down to Riyadh immediately to get this run over 2,400 meters. Plenty of these horses don't immediately strike you as stayers, but it's just great to see that the breed is being supported in these longer contests.
It is. I mean, obviously, we had a couple of races yesterday for the Arabians, and we only had 3 runners in each, and then here we go with a race that won't suit an awful lot of them. But in fairness, most of them have got form in around 1.25 miles, the vast majority. So it's worth trying them here. And of course, something that might have been disappointing over the shorter trip will rise to the occasion over this longer trip and probably show improved form. But who's it going to be?
We've seen in our previous contest a horse go out from the lead and make this race a real war of attrition. Do you see the same thing happening here? Do you envisage the same sort of effect happening in this race where one of these horses just says, I'm going to go, and if you want to catch me, good luck?
They would make for a very intriguing contest with Arabians. I could see, I don't really see that happening because I don't see too many who will relish this kind of stamina test ridden from the front. Now, you've already pointed out that Bahar Zakir is a winner of a course and distance who won very easily, so that will relish the distance, but that wants to be ridden patiently and sort of pick up rivals late in the day. I don't see that many of the jockeys riding in this race will want to go hard from the start.
Let's go through selections right now. Rory, I know Shamila likes Muna. She also likes Moga. Obviously, that's her favourite horse in training, or one of them. Who do you like in this one, Rory?
I thought they would all lose.
Something's got to win.
I am going to take a chance on Nayar Aspa, actually. I thought, although he's been a bit disappointing since winning a 0-85 back in meeting 25, he has been keeping that company since, and he takes a considerable drop in class into a 0-75, where quite a few of these will be eligible for lesser races as well. So I'll take a chance that the drop in class does the trick for the top weight.
So I'm going to go with Bahar Zakir, number 14. Rory likes Naya Atbar, number 1. Shamila likes Muna, number 5. And Moga, number 7. Remember, let us know who you like in the comments. We love giving you guys a shout out, win, lose or draw. Great to see so many people involved in the watching and in the comments too. Anna Tata giving us a trophy. Hopefully you'll have a trophy too, Anna, if you can get a winning selection in this race too. We move swiftly on to our most recent contest, race number 6 on your race cards, and John Blant will take you through. Who do you like in this one, John?
Well, this is a very, very tricky race. I think Rory has outlined that very eloquently. Possibly Bahar Zakir, but I wouldn't like to get too excited about that one's chance because of the lack of available evidence as to whether many of these will stay or stay it effectively. All horses can get from one point to another at a certain time. It's whether they do so quick enough to actually be competitive at all. So yeah, it's a difficult one. It's a big field as well. I can't recall an Arabian race that I've called since I've been working here in Taif with as big a field. So it keeps everyone on their toes, this particular contest. Hadjar to go in. And of course there'll be some really good Arabian racing when we decamp to Riyadh over the next few weeks. Shamkh Al Khaladia to go in. Horse number 7 is Moga, in the hands of Naif Al Anazi. Second last time out, this one. Stalled 15 today. That could be a little bit tricky. Just getting a bit agitated prior to going in. This is Nayar Athbar coming forward. Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Next to go in will be Moga, who continues to be a little bit flighty, just flashing the tail and kicking out as well. Feature of Saudi racing is how well behaved most of the horses are behind the starting stalls, but Moga being the exception that proves the rule. Baha Zakir to go in. Stall number 6 for that was nicely drawn as well. Horse number 9 is Umbab. Abdulaziz Al Yesh aboard Umbab. Still waiting for this 7 Moga to go in, who's currently at 45 degrees to the starting gate. It's gone in now, though. Horse number 16 is Ista du Soleil, Camilo Ospina. Looking for yet another winner on the card. Nice draw as well, stall 5. A good way of playing any of these races in Saudi Arabia would be, if in doubt, look at Camilo's mount. Into stall 5, Ista du Soleil. The 11 is Samadea Athbar. And they're just about all ready. 2,400 metres in front of them. Gates back and away they go. They are racing for our first purebred Arabian contest of the day. And through the early stages, Al Hassas has just about gone on to take it up. Also prominent there is Ista du Soleil. Camilo Ospina getting that one into a good posse early. They're then followed in third by Umbab, who also has got to the rail or near the rail with a degree of pace. Hadjar around the outside is relatively, around the inside I should say, is relatively prominent. They're then followed by Al Hassas, around the outside I should say, by Tabea Al Naif, who gets into a more prominent position. Al Hassas is leading them at the moment, but it's a very well grouped up field here as they make their way towards the grandstand, with a circuit of the track still to get round. It's Tabea Al Naif that leads. In second position, Al Hassas. They're then followed in third by Ista du Soleil. Camilo taking a trailing posse. Then Hadjar, who's racing in fourth spot. They're then followed by Shamik Gouda, who's in fifth. The 11 is Samadea Athbar racing in sixth. Getting a little bit closer now is Zahi Al Jazra, as the field now just thins out again. They get rather grouped up as they came towards the grandstand, but they are now just getting more spaced out. Umbab is losing a position or two. One that's trying to get a little bit closer is Muna in the blue and orange colours, and just moving quite stealthily now into a more advanced position. So down the far side they go. 13.98, 14.15, 14.41 the sectionals in this purebred Arabian race, and out in front is Tabea Al Naif in the black and white colours. Al Hassas is still prominent there in second. Right round the outside, Hadjar just going past that one now. They're then followed by Ista du Soleil. Camilo Ospina looking for a treble on the card, going very nicely indeed. Then after that, round the outside, getting a little bit nearer, is Muna. Just watching that one's progress, although coming rather wide to try and make that ground. We're getting to the bend very shortly. So they're making the turn for home. Tabea Al Naif just about the leader. In second position, Shamik Gouda. Then up the inside in third, Al Hassas has been prominent throughout. Now Ospina's mount, Ista du Soleil, is going backwards pretty quickly. One that's making headway right round the outside, very eye-catchingly, is Nayar Athbar. The two-tone blue colours with the red sheepskin noseband is coming wide but travelling very strongly. So they've made the turn for home now, and out in front is Shamik Gudar. To round towards the outer in second, Nayar Athbar. That's your leading duo. They're then followed in third position by Madkur, who's now staying on from the back in the blue colours as well. But swinging for home with a 2-length advantage is Shamik Gudar. Shamik Gudar by about 3 lengths now to Madkur, who's racing in second. Nayar Athbar's run has petered out rather tamely. They're then followed in fourth by Samadea Athbar, but well inside the final furlong they go. Shamik Gudar the leader, still making headway in second is Madkur. Shamik Gudar, Madkur making ground with every stride as they race up towards the line. Going to get there. Wins it, Madkur. Beats it as second, Shamik Gudar. Third horse home was Samadea Athbar, and Naya Athbar, who flattered to deceive, has finished in fourth. Madkur got into the race quite late. It can be the case in these Arabian races. There's only sort of one gear that's on display from quite a few of them. Those that get to the head of affairs can get rather tired. Those that stay at the back plug on quite nicely. And I'm possibly damning this horse with faint praise to the extent that that's the best way of describing what this horse has done in the closing stages, Madkur, but has certainly picked off one or two tiring rivals and has gone on to win by, well, in the end, is a fairly cosy head. Shamik Gudar in second, and they were well clear in the end of, well, in third spot, Samadea Athbar, and the fourth horse home was Nayar Athbar, who absolutely lolloped into the race, going really, really well, but then didn't find a huge amount. And Boal Mori, who was a long way back in the early stages, has stayed on for fifth. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 minutes 59.87 seconds there. The winning time for Madkur has won by 4/100ths of a second to Shamik Gudar, who's clocked 2:59.91. The winning margin a neck in the end, and that's how they finished in our sixth race. And it was a good contest in the end, but ultimately Ayan Al-Turizi has partnered Madkur to victory, a second win at the 11th time of asking for that winner of our purebred Arabian race. The 6 on the card, 3 more still to come, including the Sprint Championships. Looking forward to those.
Well, if you selected Shamik Gudar, you can come up from behind your sofa. It's all going to be okay. As you've had your heart broken by Ayan Al-Tarifi and Madkur, who have just outstayed and outbattled, having been smuggled into this contest.
Yeah, a nice ride to watch with Madkur. Run a really good race here at 2 starts ago, to be third in the higher grade handicap. But disappointed last time, only finishing 8th behind Mundasir, and had a bit of a ground to make up on a couple of runners from that. But as we've seen with the purebred Arabians, they can throw in the occasional stinker. If they're not particularly well positioned, they can lose interest. And he's bounced back to form to win this off joint top weight. I thought my selection, Nayar Athbar, was going to take a big part of the finish.
What a move around the outside, started sweeping past rivals.
He seems to take forever to come around the bend, though, didn't they? We've seen a few of them do that. You sort of move up, travelling well into the bend, but when you get back out of the bend, you still haven't got to the front. It's like, oh, well, that's
Wait a
not
minute.
great, is it?
You've actually just gone very wide.
Yeah, so he flattened out a little bit after that. Another one with a similar sort of profile. I disappointed last time, having run well in an Auto 85 a couple of runs ago. So the right sort of idea. but the wrong horse to carry it out.
Yeah, Samida Atbar as well, a very consistent performer, ran into third in a very close third with your selection. So you can clearly see the form line they're showing. So it's certainly not a fluke result. I just thought I really enjoyed that race and the different riding styles that were done. Some jockeys were really waiting and maybe gave themselves too much to do. Others went too early and were trotting across the line. I saw Lahab look so tired coming across the line. That was a completely different horse to what we saw last time.
Yeah, just in a different class of race and going to stride faster than he wanted to, I think, with Lahab. And he's disappointed. But we had I'm going to say good fortune and misfortune of listening to some of the connections of Shamik Gouda getting very excited as he headed up the straight in the lead and looking almost assured of victory. But as the line inched closer, it became clear that it was going to be tight, and he just shifted off a straight line in the closing stages. Has Shamik Gouda and given up victory to the well-ridden Madkour at the line.
Yes, it was a tight finish at the line, but it's Madkour who gets up to win it. But take nothing away from Shamik Gouda, who that's another bounce back to form performance for the winner back in meeting 22, and then ended up struggling in 2 subsequent starts. You see them going away there. Up front, you see a really strong start by Al Hassas, who tries to get in front early and get to that rail and try and stick there, but isn't there for long.
No, and again, going hard over this trip for horses who are not proven at it is maybe not the wisest move. But the front 3 here have built up a little bit of a lead, and you'll see that Tarbeya Al Naif goes forward. You see that Camilo Espina wants to go forward on Easter de Soleil as well. And I think we ended up with, as a result, I think those who went to the front early were happy enough to slow it down, but you see the pace picking up there when Tarbeya Al Naif, who's run out until 17, goes on and makes an early bid for glory. But this is a horse who's a mare whose form has come at 7 furlongs, and she wasn't going to keep this gallop up for the duration, given the speed she was going and given her stamina limitations.
We can see Hadjar on the outside here, trying to bring that Polish form to the table. Hadjar was trying to cover that move when the leaders tried to strike on and tried to get that move covered. But you can just see just how hard work it is to get around the outside of horses, which we'll see with your selection doing a very similar thing. Having to come around the outside isn't easy.
No, it isn't. And for whatever reason, the last couple of days, those who are going wide around the bends have struggled a lot more than they would have done. We've seen that paying off in the past. Jockeys actually deliberately trying to loop wide of the field into the straight, but it's those who've been a bit closer to the rail who've gone on. We see the winner come into the picture now at the bottom there, Madkour, as the pace.
Follows the eventual second.
Yeah, exactly. The pace is beginning to tell now. The runner-up, Shamik Gouda, is travelling well at this stage and goes to the front. We see coming from well off the pace. You see a Nayar Athba moving into it and looking dangerous. But I think that move was just a little bit too big a move too early. And I think Nayar Athba might have played a part in the finish if allowed to sort of gradually creep into contention. But you see that's moved up very, very quickly to gain about 5 or 6 places. And the move immediately begins to flatten out. You see Shamik Gouda in front at this stage, but not really getting away. Gets into a 3-length lead, and it looks like that might be crucial at this stage. But Madkour sticks to the leader, switches towards the inside now, and although initially unable to bridge the gap, the winner's just gone for home. Sorry, runner-up's gone for home just a bit too soon and begins to paddle. And as he begins to paddle, that gives Madkour the confidence to come through with an effort. And I think, to be honest, the winner had looked held with 2 furlongs to run, but the door was left ajar, and the winning jockey Ayad Tarisi didn't need to be asked twice to produce his mount on the inside, and I thought looking at this first time round that maybe he thought he had the winner covered the whole way and it was a very confident ride. But you watch it again, you see that he is off the bridle early in the straight and initially unable to bridge the gap until the leader begins to wobble a little bit, and that gives him a second chance to come through.
I think the race is really made on that final turn in for home. I feel, again, so lucky to have these drone shots to really show it off. But if you're a supporter of Samida Atbar, you will be cursing your luck, because Samida Atbar is always up there, probably has run the hardest race of everyone, with front ranks throughout, always sitting about 4th or 5th position, gets on the inside, has to pass the slowing down Taif Al Naif, and gets absolutely slapped in the side of the jaw by Madcore coming by, and seems to completely spit the dummy out and fall out of rhythm and love with the game completely. And then, halfway down the straight, decides, you know what, I quite fancy this again, and kicks on again and runs on really nicely to end up nicking third from Naya Atbar in the final stride. But it all got very tight and compact right around that turn, and the horse that was most let down in that situation was Samida Atbar, who ended up coming on and running on a big race later on. Underneath a jockey who I keep banging the drum, Khaled Al-Bimoni, is in such good form right now. Yeah,
he's riding extremely well. He rides these races well too. I think you make a good point there. I think a lot of time people will point out horses that are a little bit unlucky in the run, and I think it tends to get overplayed quite a lot. But in these purebred Arabian races, these horses are less able to pick up again, having been checked on the run, than you'd expect good thoroughbreds to be. They just don't have instant acceleration, even the good ones. They tend to take a little bit of time to pick up. So yeah, Samida Atbar lost momentum there when getting tightened up by Madkur off the bend, dropped back and then run on again. Clearly, you'd say he stays the trip. That will give him options going forward. He's not a superstar, but he has won a race, and this is the 4th time in 5 starts he's been in the money. So again, consistency. It's what you're looking for in a lot of these horses. Away from the superstars, horses who can consistently get in the money and run their race.
Moga on the outside there, Shamila's selection, horse number 7 getting very, very warm. Beautiful shots in Moga coming around, but that horse has run its race before it's even got out at the start. You can just see horse number 18, Bo Al Mori, who probably ran a very good effort compared to what we've seen recently, and actually a horse that I thought wouldn't get the trip, quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, he's been dropped out and is allowed to sort of come through horses late in the day, Bo Al Mori. And as I was saying, he has won a race. He won a week 7 furlong contest earlier in the season, and I thought he'll give you an idea of the strength of the form. If he's close up, it's not particularly strong form. But what he's done is he's eschewed the early gallop, and he's only come through late in the day.
Yeah, they just come swinging around the turn there. One of the interesting things you'll notice is Baha Zakir, the horse that has form over this trip, was given a really patient ride and was stalking through rivals, but was just probably 6 lengths behind Naya Atbar, who was doing the same thing. So you always knew you were going to be a little bit off the pace when we hit the pan really and started really kicking down the straight. And you could see he had to come right wide around the bend and was never really able to get into. You just see in the red cap at the back of shot here. He's got into the race, but he's just been too slow to get into the race. Look at where Naya Atbar is there.
Yes, he's done exactly the same thing as he did when he won. He's come with the same run, but the horses in front of him are not coming back to him as they did in that contest. And now he's being asked to quicken, and that's not something he really does. When we saw him last winning, we saw him able to cruise into contention with a question not being asked, and that's helped him through the race. Here, they're just not falling back into his lap, and that hasn't suited him.
Yeah, it's almost as if they've run a more truer race than they did last time, and they've been able to maintain the speed up front. That's not allowed him to bridge that gap. But he was cutting through the field like a hot knife through buttock, and he was in second last most of the way around. And you start getting very excited when you just see him weaving through runners, and it's one of my favourite sights in racing, a horse coming from off the pace and just cutting through the field. And when it works, it's great, but sometimes you're too far back and you can sort of just sit back and enjoy it and know you're not going to be threatening the leaders.
Yes, it's a poor man's Arazzi is what you're suggesting.
Yes.
The beauty of watching Arazzi cut through his field is the fact that the jockey never had to get serious with him. I think his jockey that day said he just had to click at him, and the horse took off. And that's great to see. But you mentioned that he was making relentless headway, but the second he comes under pressure because the gap isn't closing and needs to be asked for an effort, then the runners petered out. And that tends to happen with these horses quite a lot. Yeah,
see the horse that was he was getting there in his own speed, but then as soon as he was asked, with a little bit of a different situation for him. But we go from one extreme to another. We've just gone over 2,400 metres. Now we will drop right back to 1,200 metres for the first of our sprint championships. This is for 3-year-olds, and John Blance will take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, just the 8 runners go to post here. Taj Neom is the mount of Alexis Moreno, emerging from stall 1. Number 2 is Rossmore Nation, who won a lower level very impressively last time out. Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 3 is Bakil, very interesting runner. That's the mount of Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 4 is Al Sharid, Wigberto Ramos rides. Number 5 is December, Khalid Al Mimoni. Amarillo Gold, Camilo Ospina is aboard. Horse number 7 is Msea, in the hands of Fahed Al Faredi. Horse number 8, Kind Spirit, doesn't go. Horse number 9, Bashawat, is the last of these. Abdullah Al Khamis is aboard. So just the 8 of them going to post. They'll be making their way in. It's a good little race, though, as befits a race called the Sprint Championship for 3-year-olds here at Taif. Bakil for me here, I think will go well third up after a win on debut and a pretty good run last time. What do the gentlemen think in the studio?
Yes, thank you very much, John, for taking us through those runners and those riders. Apologies if we're getting any sound issues. We're having a little bit of an issue with sound, so if there are any sound issues, we apologise for that. One thing we won't apologise for is Ed Raffield joining the coverage. He said, "Good afternoon, gentlemen." For those who don't know, Ed is the social media manager for James Jerkins, who's had runners here in Taif, but has now moved his entire string down to Riyadh. So I imagine Ed's having quite a relaxing time of things at the moment and is able just to enjoy the racing.
Yes, and I very much hope he is doing it. I think he'd be I don't know whether he was in when we had the Secretariat colours on show earlier on, and what his views on those colours being used in other jurisdictions. It's always an interesting one. But yeah, we've got some interesting racing coming up now. The last 3 races over the sprint trip, sprint championships for 3 different kinds of horses, and some pretty speedy ones on show. Bakil, I think, is the one to beat in this contest. He certainly has the rating. He's got a rating of 94. He's been in good form this season. Won his final start in Riyadh last year, where he beat Taj Neom. He then won on his reappearance this season when he had the likes of Amarillo Gold and Rossmore Nation behind. And he ran a cracker last time out when 3/4 length second to Ryan's Party in a strong contest. That makes him the one to beat. Although I think Rossmore Nation, who he beat, he kicked out of the way at meeting 27. That horse has improved an awful lot since. That was Rossmore Nation's second start in Saudi Arabia since transferring from the Mick Appleby yard to the UK. And he was taking time to acclimatise. He showed an awful lot more of what he can do last time out when winning in good style. Beating Assad by 3 1/4 lengths. I don't think that form's good enough to win this, but the fact that he took such a big step forward from the second to third start means I think he can probably do so again. And if he improves another 6 or 7 pounds on that effort, he's a big player here.
And he was an authoritative winner on that occasion as well, wasn't he? Really, when he hit the front, he kept going, and it was very decisive success. As we can just see Bashawat making his way into the parade ring as well. This is a 3-year-old colt by Dark Angel, a stallion we don't often see here in Saudi Arabia.
You don't see an awful lot of Dark Angel, but his offspring are very good, and Bashawat is a decent performance. Course and distance maiden winner in his time. He was clear of the third, went second to the mighty Sunset Flash in a course and distance open back in meeting 34. Again, a good second next time out, but only 5th to Groom in a Notch 90 handicap over course and distance last time out when Taj Neom was 3rd.
This is Taj Neom right here.
Yeah, looking very well, Taj Neom. Back to form, went 3rd to Groom in that contest. That was a very well contested handicap. Groom's run very well since. He has fallen short at this level in the past. That's the concern, though. Rossmore Nation, we've mentioned. He looks in very good order. He's held by Bakil on his running 2 starts ago, but improved enormously to win last time out. And I think he can take a step forward again to be a player here.
I'm not the paddock expert, but my goodness, Rossmore Nation looks a picture. Look at the power on display there. Really exciting horse for the future, I think. Anything he does now will be built on in Riyadh. Hopefully a sprinter to follow. Here's Bakil, the one they've all got to beat on paper.
Yeah, he's the one to beat on the ratings, and he's been keeping very good company. As I said, he beat Taj Neom at Riyadh. There's not much between them on those terms. They're quite closely matched. He was then a winner at meeting 21 on his return to action as I said, he had Amarillo Gold and Rossmore Nation behind him. And then he ran even better when beaten by Ryan's Party last time out. Repetition of that makes him very much the one to aim at, and he's going to be hard to beat.
The next horse we're going to have a look at is Al Sharid, horse number 4, rated 80, but comes here on a bad run of form.
He's not running as very, well, I wouldn't say not bad form as such, but his only win to date has come over 1.25 miles. And although he's got more speed than that, he ran respectively when beaten 6 lengths into 5th in the Jcsa Sprint Cup last time out over course and distance behind In Himmer. I think this is a stronger race anyway, and I think he lacked the speed to get on terms. Similar stories, I guess, with December, who's a classy enough performer, but really a 7 furlong horse through and through. Both Taif wins here have come over the 7 furlong trip. He did beat Bashawat over that trip, and Jcsa back in meeting 20, which looks okay. 6th in the Taif Derby last time out over further. Drops back in trip here, but I'm not sure he's got the natural speed for it.
Amarillo Gold, number 6.
Was a course and distance winner in a not so 80 handicap 2 starts back, but that's below this sort of company, and he was well behind both Taj Neom and Bashawat in a course and distance not to 91 by Groom last time out. I think he's going to struggle to turn the tables with those two on that form.
Here's Messiah with the walleye on display there. Crazy Eye, I like to call it.
Crazy Eye walleye on display from Messiah. Was quite an impressive winner 2 starts ago. But drops in trip after only finishing 8th in the Taif Derby last time out, and that was behind December on that occasion. The drop in trip will probably suit Messiah better than December, so I'd fancy him to turn the tables. But again, I'm not absolutely convinced he's a 6 furlong horse through and through. But on the ratings, he's a player, but I think a couple of these have got more explosive pace than him, including Bashawat, who does need a bounce back from that 5th to Groom last time out, but that wasn't a bad performance. This is his course and distance. Course and distance maiden winner. And that 2nd to Sunset Flash was a very good run. Sunset Flash would beat all of these if turning out here. So if Bashawat can get back to that form, he has chances, and he's rated 90.
And one of the great things we'll get to see this weekend here at King Khalid Racecourse is Sunset Flash returning to the racecourse to run tomorrow as well, which will be great to see, because I'm sure Sunset Flash will be a real draw for people to come and see.
Yeah, Sunset Flash was really impressive when winning easily against Bashawat last time out, and we've been waiting to see that horse reappear, a real superstar rated in the hundreds. And
she was a Saudi Cup runner last season.
Saudi Cup runner last season.
She really is a talented individual.
She's got loads of toe, and she'll be a really exciting horse to see tomorrow.
Scared off most of the opposition. I think she only faces about 6 in this contest. I cannot get over how wonderful Rossmore Nation looks in the paddock. I thought that horse has come on again from the last time we saw him. Shamila, what do you make of that horse, number 2, Rossmore Nation?
Thank you very much, Callum. Rossmore Nation is my paddock pick for this race. Looks absolutely stunning. I could not take my eyes off him after all the horses entered the parade ring. Just looks the one to beat, especially compared to the other horses. Only an 8 horse field in this race, in this contest. The jockey is about to get a leg up here, and he just looks like a bull. He looks so well in the parade ring. Another horse I really like is obviously Bakil is the horse to beat on paper. However, I really like the look of Thamar Aidehani's other horse number 9, Bashawat. But honestly, there is no beating Rossmore Nations in the in the looking stakes as well. And I just want to say we have fantastic new saddle cloths for the Sprint Championship races. This is the first Sprint Championship race of the night, race number 7. I've been looking forward to it all day, and I really hope Amarillo Gold can do really well as well. However, there's just no beating Rossmore Nation.
Yes, Shamila, I think you're right. Rossmore Nation is an absolutely stunning individual, but will have to be at his best to beat Bakil, who's got the proven form. Can you see that form being turned around?
Well, yeah, it's possible. As I said, Rossmore Nation really seems to be coming to himself, and it's worth mentioning him.
This is Bakil, who we're looking at now. This is right in front. It's going to get swamped very late on by Ryan's Party, but not a bad performance here at all.
No, this is a strong contest. We've seen the form of this already, franked, when Pagan, who's in 4th place at the moment with the white cap, won impressively yesterday. Ryan's Party also was a horse who's been in absolutely flying form this season, and Bakil has run very well to be second. Again, showing lots of speed, just caught late. The smaller field will suit Bakil, and he can really make that explosive speed count in a race like this.
Let's have a look at Rossmore Nation in action. This was the horse's victory on September the 21st, only 2 days before Bakil did what he did in the video. And I saw this as a really taking performance. Assad is on the inside in second. Assad has fluffed his lines today, but there's hoping Rossmore Nation doesn't do the same thing.
Yeah, well, Assad couldn't get to the front today and probably hasn't run quite to his form as a result. Worth pointing out, this is a 0-80 handicap, so it's not nearly as strong as the events that the Bakil has been running in. And we should put Rossmore Nation's form in some sort of context. He was beaten off a mark of 68 in his final start in the UK before coming here. That was in April, and obviously he hasn't had an awful lot of time to acclimatise here, but I think he's probably showed run a lifetime best from winning last time out. And the question is whether he can come forward again. He seems to be really enjoying life in Saudi, though, because he looks an absolute picture today. But he does need to improve. He's going to beat a horse like Bakil, who's got 11 pounds on him, according to the official handicap. Messiah, they're getting very, very warm. We're seeing him in action here. This is a good performance from Messiah. This is a couple of starts back when winning a 7 furlong known winners of 3. Pretty strong in the finish. Basha Wat finishes second this day, so it puts the form in some sort of context. I think you get good connection back in the field. You've even got your old friend.
Yeah, you've got the superstar in the background, the legend that is Ma'alik, who the real superstar in my eyes, but couldn't lay a glove on this lot.
So some decent types in behind, as we say, and that was a good run from Messiah. But that was 7 furlongs, and I suspect the 7 furlongs is his trip. He was in a tough race last time out in the Taif Derby. This is slightly easier for him, but it's not a lot easier. And my concern with him is that he's dripping sweat between his back legs, which is rarely a good sign.
Yeah, probably just getting a little bit too worked up. I thought Messiah was getting really revved up in the parade, and you could see that this was do or die for Messiah, really taking hold of the bit and almost dragging around his handlers. We'll get to selection very quickly because Ed Raffield has responded to the question that we asked earlier. So who do you like in this one?
I'm going to stick with Bakil here. I think it's not necessarily as clear cut as it could be, but his form is the best in the race. The form of his second place last time out has worked out as well, and he won't be under so much pressure early on in this smaller field, which I think will help him. He's going to go forward, and he's going to ask them to come and beat him.
So Rossmore Nation is a selection of Shamila and myself, and Bakil is a selection of Rory. Quickly before we go to John, Ed has mentioned that he's speaking only for himself here, but iconic colours like Secretariat colours shouldn't be used anywhere else.
I think it's
agreement.
I think it's a fair comment. I think it's difficult, obviously, in some scenarios, and we got some colours now that are very similar to classic winning colours. The colours of the Al-Qatani colours are very similar to the colours of Dick Hollingsworth, for example, classic winning colours of the past, but they're not exactly the same. And someone has to make a decision as to, if in the future we're going to have lots of random colours to keep them separate, and it's difficult to protect those colours, but I absolutely understand the point that's being made there by Ed.
John Blant is our man up in the sky as they continue to load for the first of our sprint championships.
Yes, they're going in. I'm not quite as keen on this saddle cross myself as Shamila is, given that, of course, they're not in trap order or in number order, so it just keeps you on your toes a little bit. Red distinguishing cap for Basha Wat, and there's December going in. The last of these in this 1,200-metre contest. In very quickly, 3-year-old sprint championship here at Taif, 1,200 metres, all in, all out. They are racing. Good start from Taj Neom towards the near side. Al Sharid is also away well, as indeed is Amarillo Gold, as they make their way through the first couple of 100 metres or so. Another one that's prominent is Bakil there, the 3-horse, the green sleeves. Red distinguishing cap of Basha Wat, the same ownership, then followed by Rossmore Nation, then Al Sharid and December's at the rear of pretty well grouped up fields here as they make their way towards the halfway point in the contest very shortly. And up the inside is Taj Neom that leads to Bakil, who's racing in second. Right round the outside in third is Amarillo Gold, who's a little bit wide on the track. Rossmore Nation is now making a move, the black and white colours up the inside. They're then followed towards the outer by Msea, who's a little bit wide on the track. Then Al Rashid as they start to make the swing for home. Bakil has come to take it up. Rossmore Nation, the sheepskin nosebag, coming wide to throw down the challenge. Then up the inside in third is Taj Neom. These three have turned quite well in advance of the rest. They're swinging for home, 400 metres left to go, and it's Rossmore Nation up in class today, who kicks on now to Bakil in second. Taj Neom is boxing on better than Bakil over on the far side. Rossmore Nation though leads to Taj Neom. These two have paired off, racing up towards the line. Rossmore Nation, Taj Neom though hasn't gone away, but Rossmore Nation is gonna hold on and beat Taj Neom into second. Third horse home there was Msea, who had a horrible trip, and it was tight for fourth. There you go. Rossmore Nation did win very impressively last time out, albeit a far less competitive race than this, but has been too strong at this level as well. A good day for Abdul Ella Al Hussein as well. A second win for him. 108.37 the winning time there. So a terrific performance there. From Rossmore Nation. We have to check that winning time. But Rossmore Nation has won. And in second position, Taj Neon, who battled really hard. Those two in the closing stages paired off. Looked as though Bakil had a really good run in transit, but wasn't able to really seal the deal. But it's Rossmore Nation up in class today. Another for Shamila from the parade ring. What a pick out this horse was. In fairness, it was a pick out for quite a few of our pundits today. Certainly looked an absolute picture in the parade ring. And handsome is as handsome does, has gone on to score very nicely indeed. Taj Neom in second. There was a long gap back to the rest, who finished in a bit of a heap. So Rossmore Nation is a horse clearly thriving here in Saudi Arabia. Has only had a couple of runs since importation from the UK, but has built on any achievements, not that they were particularly great back in the UK, and is turning into a pretty high quality sprinter here in Saudi. Taif seems to agree with this horse. Taj Neom in second. Bakil could well have been nabbed there for third, indeed was, and Msea got third in the end. Bakil finished in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4 in the first of the 3 sprint championship races today. Rossmore Nation, a horse very much going in the right direction.
To my laptop.
As we can see, Rossmore Nation coming into the parade ring. Looks an absolute picture in the parade ring, and now looks even better coming into the winner's enclosure underneath a jubilant Abdul Ella Al Hussein, who has a double today, Rory.
Yeah, I think this is a really important win for Rossmore Nation, because this is a championship contest, 300,000 on offer for the race, and you got a horse that was running off marks in their 60s in the UK, coming over to Saudi Arabia on a different surface as well, and showing improved form. We get quite a lot of horses coming here and sort of running to the level they have done. Quite a lot of horses who maybe aren't as effective on the dirt surface and are a little bit disappointing here. But to get a horse who's taken this sort of step forward in the time that he has, as I said, he was absolutely stuffed. 2 starts ago by Bakil, took a big step forward to win from an old stable companion his last time out, beating Assad. But he looked absolutely magnificent. Another tremendous paddock pick from Shamila. I mean, that was a reasonably obvious one. Even we could pick out that he was the pick of the paddock here. But yeah, he's absolutely thrives, and this is clearly a big win. I wonder what Mick Appleby will think, because Mick also owned this. I don't know what he was sold for. He went to the sales. He was consigned by Jimmy Railton. But was withdrawn from the sale in May, and then obviously has been sold privately to come out here. But given the races he was running, and he was a multiple winner in the UK, but at a fairly ordinary level, and this is clearly a very, very good purchase, because he's won this in good style. He's had to battle as well. He hasn't had the run of the race. He's had to battle back from Taj Neom. They had Bakil well beaten in the end. In a race that looked good on paper and has turned out that way. And yeah, this is going to cause a few ripples, I think.
Yes, for sure. Taj Neom ran an absolute cracker in second, always up in the firing line. They swung for home, 3 abreast. Taj Neom on the inside, Bakil in the middle, and Rossmore Nation having to come widest of all. We've seen horses struggle coming from widest of all, but not on this occasion. When they straightened up and knuckled down to fight it out, it was really impressive.
when we get to see the replay, that'll be very interesting, because I thought he's got on terms with horses who were travelling well, Taj Neom and Bakil. I thought he got on terms with them very easily and very quickly without seeming to make much of an effort. And then he was in a good position up the straight. And Taj Neom's come back at him. He's been very game. But Rossmore Nation has been equally game to hold on. And we saw Messiah running on for third. Now, the time we've got for that race suggests it's sub 109. I think that's impossible.
Well, the track record is 112. That's the thing that is the shocking factor.
We see at least 2 races over the 1,200 metres every day's racing here. And I'd say the average winning time is about 1:19 for those races. And we've seen horses get sort of 1:14, 1:15 recently, but 1:09 is physically impossible. If this horse is running 1:09, then someone wants to buy it for a couple of million, because it's worth a fortune if it can do that kind of speed for this. But again, all 3 of the place horses are actually doing 1:09 or less than that, which must be a timing error.
I imagine so, as we can see Taj Neom jump out comfortably in front and get to the rail. He had the lowest draw of all, so he did everything he needed to do. He's tracked in there by Bakil, who came out of 3, who's sitting there nicely. And then you've got Amarillo Gold, who's a horse that is really stepping up in class here. And you'll see Messiah is a horse that gets a nightmare trip right in the middle of your shot, next door to one of the other runners as well.
Yeah, December didn't get much run on the back, was dropping out of it at this stage anyway. And you'll see Messiah always sort of between horses, has to come round the weakening Amarillo Gold at this stage. And you see that Bashawa was never really in contention in the red cap and sort of plugs on late in the day. But really good 3-way head-to-head at this stage. The surprising thing was that Bakil was the first of those to drop away, and Taj Neom, all credit to him, he rallies to get back into a challenging position and pushes Rossmore Nation all the way to the line. The other half of these horses finishing close up in the end. Bakil loses third on the line to Messiah, who's run really well. For me, Messiah is still a 7-furlong horse, capable of winning at this sort of trip, but will find it a lot easier to travel 3 races over a furlong further, and is a horse with plenty of upside to him. He's pretty inexperienced for a race like this, but I think Messiah will keep doing well. But this is really impressive from Rossmore Nation, and I wonder whether Mick Appleby might regret a little bit letting this one go. He's a very, very good trainer, a sprinter. He'd be sending big Evs to the Breeders' Cup, of course, for the Breeders' Cup. That's a good point, actually, because he's a pure sprinter. So I'm trying to think what he can't run him in the Breeders' Cup sprint, can he? Turf sprint, rather.
No, he can't,
the turf races for him not enormously suitable. I'd rather have forgotten about that. But he's clearly a very exciting horse, and Mick does very well with sprinters. He's prepared this horse really well. But obviously, Mick owned him outright. Maybe couldn't find an owner for him in the yard. I thought when Mick buys a horse like this, he's looking for owners to step in, but he's ended up selling the horse to Saudi Arabia, and the UK's loss is very much the Saudi Arabia's gain.
Yeah, and you can see connections here with the winning trophy as well, and certainly a horse to keep an eye on here in the sprinting division, because criminally unexposed here in Saudi Arabia. This was only the 4th start here in the kingdom, so plenty more room to grow, and I think only more and more positive things are going to come out of this. Now remember, this was a 2-time winner in the UK, now a 2-time winner in Saudi, a cup winner in Saudi now, and I can only say this comfortably, that Connection might have a real serious horse on their hands. We can still see the horse in shot as well. He's just over our shoulder, enjoying himself in the Willard enclosure, walking around a little bit stiff afterwards. I wouldn't be surprised if this horse is given a break now. He's had quite a few races in a short period of time. Wouldn't be surprised if he's just given a break as we get into Riyadh. Well,
yeah, obviously we've got a natural break coming up anyway, but it wouldn't do just to have a little bit of a holiday, given this fairly busy spell. And there's plenty of other races to look forward to in a few months' time.
Yes, and there'll be plenty of options for this horse who, again, we talked about a horse he may struggle in Riyadh, more of a nippy type earlier on. This one certainly is a big, strong, powerful animal, will certainly come on from this and could still probably hasn't even got to the bottom of his ability yet.
No, I don't think so. And again, it's taken a while to come out, and sprinters can be like that. They're the really good ones, because sprinting's all about muscle mass. They don't tend to show what they're really all about until they're a little bit older, because it takes them time to build that muscle and to grow into their frames. And this horse showed plenty of ability to win races, but clearly is running to a different level now and is going to progress again. He's a bull of a horse. And there's a lot more to come from. His dam comes from the family of a horse called Magical Memory. You were talking about the Kennet Valley thoroughbreds cutters. Magical Memory, a very, very good sprinter a few years ago for Charlie Hills. He was a Group 2 winner. He won the Duke of York Stakes, for example. He was good enough to run on all the top sprints. This horse comes from that family and clearly has inherited quite a lot of that ability. And it's going to be something else, I think, next year. He's not huge in terms of height, but he's built like a bull, and I think he's only going to get stronger as time goes on.
Yeah, I question the sire here. Like Sioux Nation is his sire. For those of you who don't know, Sioux Nation is one of the best-looking horses you'll ever see. If we see the adjusted times here, it's 1:15.17 is the winning time for Rossmore Nation, not 1:08.37. That is 1:15.73, which now makes a lot more sense. Take nothing away from the winner, still a very good time. But yeah, certainly not near the 1:08 time that was recorded earlier.
So 1:15.17 I've got rather than 73.
17.
Yeah, so which is still a very good time. You know, it's and it'd be interesting to see what sort of time we're getting from the other sprint championship contest here. But that's a good time, and it's time that makes sense. The 1:08 or 1:09 we were saying was would have been, you know,
ridiculous.
Absolutely physically impossible, but still good.
But yes, I was just mentioning his sire, Sioux Nation, one of the best-looking horses you will ever see. He was a gorgeous, strapping animal. He was dark black. He was absolutely gorgeous. I remember seeing him at the Curragh, I think it was when I saw him. It was at the Curragh, and he was a real eye-catcher then, and he went to stud, and everyone thought he would be a superstar at stud straight away. He was beaten by Havana Grey to be leading sire. This son of his is nothing like him, physicality-wise. Sioux Nation wasn't a bull of a horse at all. He was a much more elegant-looking. Everyone thought he would actually get further than he ever did. He turned out to be a sprinter, but he never quite got the distance which his physicality would suggest he'd get. But this son of his is a real power-packed individual, a lovely horse.
No, it would have been really interesting to see how Sioux Nation would have got on if he'd actually been raced on dirt. If they'd taken more time with him and raced him in the States, for example. But of course, he had a pedigree that was very commercial as a sire, so it made a lot of sense to retire in the start. It's not a scat daddy, of course, but big, good-looking. Stood over a fair bit of ground as well, Sioux Nation. But as you said, it looked like he would have been a classic horse and didn't really achieve that.
And they campaigned him like that too, didn't they? That was the thing.
But he wasn't an archetypal European horse. He was a horse who didn't really handle any given the ground. He wanted it really, really fast. And I think he would have absolutely loved racing in the States. But as you say, they weren't going to get rid of him for that because he was always going to be a successful stallion, given his good looks and given his excellent pedigree. And now he's throwing horses like Rossmore Nation here, and you know, we're seeing quite a few Sioux Nations here.
Yeah, and I'm just about to say, is that an angle for him maybe in the future, a Coolmore America stallion?
Yeah, I think it could well be, and you know, his offspring are handling dirt well. Of course, he's got a US heavy pedigree, and Rossmore Nation, you know, he was effective on all weather surfaces in the UK, but clearly he has improved for switching to dirt.
Yes, absolutely. He's come on leaps and bounds here.
And that'll be very interesting. If we see the Sioux Nations winning more than their fair share on the dirt and improving on form they'd shown on turf or artificial surfaces, then that might make him a very interesting sire here.
Yeah, and I think the bloodstock angle is only going to grow more and more as we increase our time here in Saudi Arabia. Abdullah Al Hussein doesn't care about that right now. He's over the moon with his success. Congratulations to him and all connections. They've done very well here. And Rossmore Nation, a horse to follow for sure.
Absolutely, yeah, a horse to be excited about.
Yes, certainly. But we've got plenty more racing to be excited about. We move straight on to the second of our 3 sprint championships. This one for the Arabian horses, and this a very muddling contest on paper.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to work out because, again, we had the issue in our previous Arabian race where very few of them are natural 1.5 mile horses. And you look at this contest, you're looking at a better class of horse. You're looking at, you know, several of these races over 100. And they're clearly good horses. but there aren't many of them who are natural sprinters either. I'd say the most natural sprinter in the field is Owen, who's got a little bit of find on figures. He's rated 96, so he's got about 7 pounds to find with the best of these.
We will hand over to John Blanc for your runners and riders for this Arabian contest.
Yeah, many thanks, guys. Al Khaladia is doing plenty of work here, I think it's fair to say, if you look at the entries. Tuhamiyat Al Khaladia is horse number 1. That's the mount of Mohammed Saeed. Patir Al Khaladia, Asil Al Sahani is horse number 2. Horse number 3 is Watheb Al Khaladia, Fahed Al Furedi. Horse number 4 is Soweti Khaled Al Khaladia, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 5 is Saloum Al Khaladia, Naif Al Anazi. Next is Wathabat Al Khaladia, Camilo Ospina. And then in stark contrast, horse number 7 is just called Own, Abdulaziz Al Yesh. So a lot of long names and a very short one for this Arabian Horses Sprint Championship. It's the 8th of 9 on the card. Lots of distinguishing caps to get my head around as well. Probably best if I hand back to Callum and Rory.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jordan. It's not easy for you at all, is it? It's the Al Khaladir dominated contest. Own, a number 7 in bright blue colours with the yellow spots. You can just see the jockey coming out now. It's Abdullah Aliyesh as well, just coming into shot. And we see the 2 of the 3 Musketeers leading our runners into the parade ring. Rory, some of these have sprinting backgrounds, some of these have mile and a half backgrounds. Katir Al Khaladir is the one that's got 7 wins in France, none of them over sprint trips.
No, all those trips we say in France, mostly in France. Also,
some in Spain.
couple in Spain, one in Belgium actually for Katir Al Khaladia as well, which you don't really expect with a horse with that sort of name. But yes, another son of Laith Al Khaladia, and he's got a big chance on the race, Katir Al Khaladia. But disappointing here last time out. And as you said, the best of his form has come over 7 furlongs at a mile. Probably a mile would be his ideal trip. So the 6 furlongs is a little bit of a question mark for him.
Someone else who is beginning to show a little bit of a question mark coming into the parade ring with one of the Al Khaladir horses, but this is Tuhamiyat Al Khaladir, number 1.
Tuhamiyat Al Khaladir, her only start over 6 furlongs, so her finished 10th in this race last year. She's been running okay since, behind Soweti Khaled Al Khaladir last time out. But yeah, the trip doesn't look ideal based on her running in this race last year.
Yes, the next horse we'll look at is the horse that's got all the form in France, Spain and Belgium. That is Katir Al Khaladir.
Yeah, slightly disappointing effort last time out, it has to be said. Dropping from a mile, and that was a Jcsa contest last time out. And you know, you might say, well, maybe the drop to sprinting will suit, but you dig through the form in France and indeed the form in Spain, and you'd say, well, a mile shouldn't have been a problem last time out, and 6 furlongs is unlikely to be better. Although it must be said, on the ratings, if he can find his best European form, he's got a big chance. But I'd be against him on balance.
This is Waseb Al Khaladir.
Yeah, this is a horse who hasn't had an awful lot of racing and ran out on debut. Looked unsteerable first time out, but has quickly done better than that. Good second in the course and distance, open 2 starts back, and was a creditable 5th in the Taif Derby, Taif Arabian Derby last time out. He will appreciate the step back and trip, and I think he's one of the big players in this contest.
Soweti Khaled Al Khaladir is horse number 4.
Yeah, disappointing last season as a rule, but did run better, win 3rd to Takdir in a 0-95 handicap on his return to action. But whether he backs that up, I don't know. He's beaten 10.5 lengths there, and his overall record suggests he's liable to run poorly as well this time out.
Well, Sabat Al Khaladir, I think, shapes more of a sprinter than they probably campaigned him. So, although we're still looking at number 5.
No, we got Saloum Al Khaladir.
Al Khaladir. I got ahead of myself there.
Yeah, it does stay a mile and a quarter, but 2 cup runs over 6 furlongs have seen him finish 7th and 10th. Including 7th in this race last year. So he looks like he wants further. Whereas, as you said, with the Wathabat Al Khaladir, who we're seeing now looking in really good order, walking around like he owns the place and absolutely shining in his coat, which a lot of greys don't do. But in fairness, the Arabian greys just look better, don't they? The coats do tend to gleam, whereas thoroughbred greys tend not to. But yeah, he looks pretty well. He's won a JCSA Cup over a mile back in March at Riyadh. Was beaten by just narrowly half a length by Farid Al Jazi in a 1 mile open last time out, where he led until close home. I think the drop back and trip probably does suit him. This is the sprinter of the field, though, Own. number 7 on the card. He won a non-winner to 2 over course and distance back in meeting 6. He struggled to get his head in front since then, but he's shown loads of speed. You know, he was a length of 2 cars behind Watheb Al-Khalidiyah last time out. Went third to Ayufat Al-Khalidiyah. He was third in the Riyadh Sprint Championship in March. That was a full field contest, the Sprint Championship in Riyadh. Of the 18 horses who ran there, he's the only one to turn out for the equivalent event at Taif, which is very unusual. And his record over the 6 furlongs reached 3-1-3-3. Now, he's actually looked a bit of a short runner at 6 furlongs in the past, looking like he's going to win races and then getting reeled in close home. But of all of these, he's the one who's got sprinter stamped through him. And I expect him to put up a bold show, despite the fact that he's rated below a few of these.
But let's not forget, he did finish behind Watheb Al-Khalidiyah when the pair met back in meeting 42. So that as much as he is the sprinter type, but Watheb Al-Khalidiyah for me seems like the most natural sprinter in the group, because when sprinting, it's clearly, when we see the form side by side, is the best sprinter here.
Yes, I mean, I think that's fair enough. I just think Owen's a little bit better than his rating suggests he is.
Yeah, Shamila is in at the parade ring. Who do you like in this one?
Well, it's difficult to take my eyes off all of the Khalidiyah horses in this race. However, I will go with horse number 6, Wathabat Al-Khalidiyah, the highest rated horse in the race, and it's for a good reason. She is an 8-year-old filly, one of the only fillies in this contest. However, she looks raring to go. She looks so well, and she actually looks like a colt with that big neck, the very strong hindquarters. She's ridden by Camila Ospina this time. She has 11 wins under her belt already, and 3rd last time out. So obviously, this is the horse that the Khalidiyah stables are hoping gets her head in front. Now, there are 3 other Khalidiyah horses in this race. I also really like the look of Wathab Al-Khalidiyah, ridden by Fahad Al-Faradi, in horse number 3. However, I think Wathbat Al-Khalidiyah just has this race in the bag, and it's worth mentioning that Laith Al-Khalidiyah, the sire, has 5 horses in this 7-runner contest. There are no paddock negatives that I've seen. All the horses look really well, but there's just no beating Khalidiyah stables.
Well, Shamila, you've been on a tour around the Khalidiyah stables, and it's clear to see that the talent that they possess is just unmatched. And it's also great to see that even at this time of year, they've still got irons in the fire, they've still got runners they want to see. Rory, what do you make of this powerful string and how they've sort of dominated the Arabian racing scene here in Taif?
Well, you could argue that total domination is not a good thing. But as you said, you know, we've almost got 2 strings to the or 3 strings, if you like, to the bow. You have the horses running in slightly different colours. You've got the inverted the V on some of them, so they're in slightly different ownership. And you also get quite a lot who are sold and go abroad. You got Katir Al-Khalidiyah, of course, who is by the outstanding sire, but obviously has raced for different connections. So it's not total domination, but the breeding operation is absolutely exceptional. We're seeing Watheb Al-Khalidiyah and Owen here last time out. Owen looked a big danger, I thought, with a couple of furlongs to go, but just flattens out later in the day. I think you need to use him absolutely for speed. He just runs on one pace for 3rd in the end. As you say, he's held on that piece of form, but I still think he's got the ability to win a race like this if used purely for speed.
Great to see Keith Jorgensen in the comments once again, mentioning the 3 and 6 are full brother and sister. That is Watheb Al-Khalidiyah and Wathebat Al-Khalidiyah are both full brothers and sisters. And for me, they're my top 2 in this. As much as I like Owen, he's a bit of a difference to all of these. I think those 2 are streaks ahead of everything else here. Wathebat Al-Khalidiyah obviously looks gorgeous in the parade ring as well, but I think Watheb Al-Khalidiyah at the end of the day is the true sprinter in this contest. There's not very many true sprinters in the Arabian Sprint final.
No, that's the thing, and you'd like to think, if you're breeding these horses, that they wouldn't be a specialist at any particular trip, and they'd be able to excel at trips sort of from 6 furlongs to a mile and a quarter ideally, and you want them to be effective at a mile. I must say, I thought Wathbat Al-Khalidiyah really took the eye. She's older than most of these, the mare, but she absolutely glowed in her coat, and you can see the way she was stepping around the parade ring there, that she was on exceptionally good terms with herself. Her wins have come at 7 furlongs and a mile, but I do think she's got the raw class to be able to drop back to this trip. I think you mentioned Wathab Al-Khalidiyah is a 6 furlong horse, but he's still a maiden. You know, it's one thing saying this is the real sprinter in the race. No wins on the board from Wathab Al-Khalidiyah thus far. Was Wathab Al-Khalidiyah, despite the fact that her wins have come over further, 11 from 18 in her career isn't to be sniffed at. And I've seen her a couple of times this season. Haven't seen her looking as well as she is right now.
We've just got a little bit of housekeeping to give you in a jockey change. Naif Al-Anazi gets the rider board number 5, and Alex Moreno gets jocked off to that. Saloom Al-Khalidiyah will be partnered by Naif Al-Anazi. That's an Al-Khalidiyah horse that we haven't really given much of a mention to.
No. We're not exactly short of Al-Khalidiyah horses in the race, and they're all... there's not a huge amount between them in the race. I thought Tuhamiyat Al-Khalidiyah was the hardest to fancy of those, because she didn't really have the speed for this last year. But otherwise, they're pretty tightly handicapped, aren't they?
I mean, I just can't get over how great Wathabat Al-Khalidiyah looks right now. Just really eye-catching. I am going to
In fact, we do say this all the time about these horses, that a lot of them really catch the eye but don't necessarily show the form. She's got both. Yeah. She is looking absolutely terrific here. She's also got the form to back that up as well. And we know she's got higher class form last season as well. So it just looks like she's physically blooming at the moment, and that should mean that her form blooms with her.
And one of the exciting things, and I'm sure the Al-Khalidiyah stables will be very excited about the fact that she looks this good. She'll be a stunning broodmare when she eventually goes into the paddocks as well. She's just a perfect model of an Arabian horse. But I'm going to stick with my selection of Wathab Al-Khalidiyah. That's horse number 3. So I'm going with horse number 3. Rory, who do you like?
For win purposes, I'm going to go for Wathabat Al-Khalidiyah, but I do want to see Owen run a big race, because I think he's the proper speed in the race, and I'd also like to see him ridden purely with speed in mind.
Yes, so Rory likes Wathabat Al-Khalidiyah, so does Shamila. Rory also likes Owen as well, sneakily on the side. And myself and Shamila are good fans of Wathabat Al-Khalidiyah. So hopefully, John, up in the commentary box, you can tell these horses apart, because you've got a full brother and sister to contend with.
Well, it's what I'm paid to do, and let's hope I can achieve that bare minimum standard. We will see. There is Alexis Moreno, who's actually riding Soweiti Khalid Al-Khalidiyah. All sorts has gone on here. Musical chairs as far as the jockeys are concerned. Eddie Castro's the man you have to feel sorry for. He's been jocked off. Alexis Moreno is now on Soweiti Khalid Al-Khalidiyah. Alexis Moreno was going to be riding Saloom Al-Khalidiyah. Now it's Naif Al-Anazi riding that one. Wathabat Al-Khalidiyah is still being ridden by Camilo Ospina, and to cut a long story short, that is the one that I fancy here as well. Obviously, she looks an absolute picture in the parade ring, but I think although, as Rory was saying, her best form is probably at a mile, she's the type of miler who can easily make the move back to the 6 furlongs here, the 1,200 metres, has that early speed over a mile to still get into a good enough position here, and obviously stays further. So I think Wathabat Al-Khalidiyah for Camilo Ospina, who's on a treble today, and he's had a very good day at the office. This is Owen about to come forward. Abdulaziz Aliyesh rides for the 8th and penultimate race on the card here. This is the Sprint Championship for Arabian horses. Katia Al-Khalidiyah to come forward. Also going in, we have Wathab Al-Khalidiyah. Now going in is Saloom Al-Khalidiyah. Already 1,200 metres in front of them. Stand by. Gates back and away they go, very slowly away with Soweiti Khalid Al-Khalidiyah as they go through the early stages of this purebred Arabian Sprint Championship. Saloom Al-Khalidiyah is prominent in the early stages. So too there is Wathab Al-Khalidiyah, who's now just pushing forward into a decent position. They're then followed right round the outside, firstly by Owen, and then even further towards the outside by Wathabat Al-Khalidiyah, who's going to try and take this turn 4 wide if she's going to win this race. Saloom Al-Khalidiyah is after that. They're then followed by the red and black of Tahumiyat Al-Khalidiyah. I'll get there in the end. And Katir Al-Khalidiyah is at the rear of the field. So they start to make the turn for home. A swinging bend here, 600 metres left to go. And the red cap of Saloom Al-Khalidiyah is just about the leader, but it's on the inside Wathab Al-Khalidiyah that's just about gone on. Still travelling quite well around the outside though is Wathabat Al-Khalidiyah. Then in between those three we've got Soweiti Khalid Al-Khalidiyah. Which Al-Khalidiyah do you like here? They've swung for home. It's Wathab Al-Khalidiyah
Khaladieh, who's still the leader at the moment, but just running around a little bit. And here down the centre of the track comes Wathabat Al Khaladieh, but responding over on the far side is Watheb Al Khaladieh. Watheb Al Khaladieh to Wathabat Al Khaladieh, and it's the Watheb Al Khaladieh who's actually finding a bit more. She's running around a bit out in front, but racing up towards the line. Watheb Al Khaladieh is going to win in the end quite easily, looming large into second, but only into second Wathabat Al Khaladieh. Third or so was Saloum Al Khaladieh. Watheb Al Khaladieh has scored. Again, looked a little bit vulnerable and wasn't the easiest conveyance as they came into the closing stages for Fahed Al Furedi. You can see he drifted off the rail quite a bit and then was running around a bit when clearly in front, but even that hasn't stopped the momentum or checked the momentum enough of this horse, and has gone on to score in a time of 1:22.93 seconds, 1:23.59 for Wathabat Al Khaladieh, beaten 3.5 lengths into second, and Saloum Al Khaladieh has finished in third. So that was your 1, 2, 3. It was a bit of an Al Khaladieh fest over there this afternoon. Tight for second, but it was the 6 over the 5, and the 2 has finished in fourth. And in the end, poor old Owen was at the back of the field there, never really got into the race in a particularly meaningful way. But Watheb Al Khaladieh has scored the 3. This is a first career win for this 4-year-old by, yes, as we are aware, Laith Al Khaladieh, and Fahed Al Furedi has partnered this one to success, and there are some very happy owners in the owners and trainers area here at Taif. Watheb Al Khaladieh has shown a real liking for this sprint trip and has beaten them in the sprint championship for Arabian horses. Still one more race to come. It's the 3-year-old filly sprint championship. It's the 9th and final race on the card, and we'll be doing that very shortly. But right now, it's back to Callum and Rory.
Well, special shout out has to go to Wale Al Khaladieh. Now, if you don't know who Wale Al Khaladieh is, she is the dam responsible for our winner, Watheb Al Khaladieh, and our second, Wathabat Al Khaladieh. Someone in a stud somewhere is getting a massive bonus tonight.
We know pretty much what stud that is as well. Yeah, this is we were just discussing it before the race. It's a tremendous operation, the Al Khaladieh operation, and you've got that exceptional sire in Laith Al Khaladieh, but a dam and Wale Al Khaladieh who's producing first and second in a big cup race. This is not the first time that one of the dams has had had 2 winners on one night here a few weeks ago. Yeah, it's an operation where the horses are of the highest quality, and it's great to see. It's not easy to see when you've got 4 greys and they're all called Al Khaladieh. You're relying very much on cap colour and making sure you got that right to find the winners at times. But this was a good performance from Watheb Al Khaladieh, and again a good pick from you, Callum. He was a maiden coming into this race, and of course if you saw his debut run, you wouldn't want anything to do with him. Yeah. He's swerved violently right coming out of the stalls, and then was so hard to steer that he didn't finish on debut, and you thought, well, that is not a promising start to his career. But he's immediately picked things up, runner-up in his next 2 starts, and then probably biting off a little bit more than he could chew in the Taif Arabian Derby last time out. Again, that trip probably stretched him as well. Yeah. So back at this trip, you said he's the one who looks to have the natural speed for this. Had the speed to lead. I thought he looked vulnerable to Watheb Al Khaladieh coming into the straight. She travelled well. We know she stays further, but she couldn't get on terms. And although he did wander, he drifted out to the right, and then he drifted back to the rail again in the closing stages. He was perfectly genuine in the end, and he fought off his opposition to gain a first success, and a first success in a 300,000 Rial prize. You can't really knock that, can you?
Not bad at all. First prize, 150,000 Real going to the Al Khalidiyah stable. Second prize, 60,000 Real going to the Al Khalidiyah stables. Third prize, 45,000 Real going to the Al Khalidiyah stable as well. It's been a big day for the guys in black and white who have been very successful here. Now, Waseb Al Khalidiyah, he's not the easiest horse to ride. Obviously, we know what happened on debut, but even today, there's clearly something there. There's a mind that isn't purely focused on the job that could hold him back in the future.
No, I once saw the comment about a horse racing at Kelso, of all tracks, which said, ran around like a snipe on the run-in. And I thought that would be a little bit harsh of an assessment of this horse today. But yes, the snipe is quite a good parallel between these when they can look a bit wayward. They certainly ran like a snipe on that debut when running off the track, essentially. He's been a lot more steerable since, but yeah, he showed in the closing stages here by shifting right and then shifting left that he's a little bit tricky. But in fairness, he kept pulling out. You know, he looked like he was under pressure and potentially struggling with 2 furlongs to go. And although he's run around, he's kept going forward. That's the most important thing. We see plenty of horses like this who shift to the right and they don't really want to be going forward, and that's why they do it. They don't really want to go to the front, so when the jockey asks them to go forward, they'll move in a certain direction. It's not necessarily the right one, but for all his waywardness up the straight here, he's very much kept going forward all the time, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, so with these Arabian races, you often see them running around without success. I give you an example, Arsalan, who I'm still furious with after a race that happened over 4 or 5 weeks ago now, but still, it still hurts me. I still have nightmares about that performance. And then you also get horses like Shahanit Al Khalidiyah that are clearly racing right on the edge. They're right on the bit, and they're so hard to control. But if you can just find that balance, and that's where the talent of a jockey like Farhad Al Faradi, 2 winners in 2 days, by the way, that's where their ability comes to the fore, and that's where he's just riding that fine line between success and failure, and he's getting this horse out in front, and despite him running around all over the place, he's only a 4-year-old, he still finds more for pressure and goes and wins, and I thought that was an exceptional bit of jockeyship.
Yeah, look at his ears as well in the closing stages of the race. They're pinned back there, and I still think as he comes to the line, ears pricked, looking very happy with himself.
The pressure goes off, they go straight forward.
But yeah, and some people will take that laying the ears back as a negative sign, but he's still green, he's still trying to find out what's going on around him, and he's ended up producing the race of his career here. Interestingly, Wathabat Al Khalidiyah showed the speed to lead early on, but very quickly our winner takes up that position that he's not really going to give up through the race, getting the lead on the rail. 4 horses stretched out behind him, disputing second. I don't know what happened to Owen here. He showed enough speed to dispute second place after a furlong, and then dropped himself out, and he's ended up sort of running on again late in the day. I put a squiggle next to him after this. I think he didn't want to try between horses when he wasn't getting that position. You can see he's put the brakes on, and he wants no part of this. But the leader's dictating the pace now. He's not going hell for leather, but he's making sure that he's stacking the others up behind him.
Talking about stacked up, look how stacked up the field is. Owen has probably never been in a situation where he's got horses to his left, horses in front, horses around him, and it's just probably all got a bit too much for him. And the eventual winner has managed to just stack the field up very nicely.
Yeah, at this stage, I think he's very vulnerable because the top-rated Wathabat Al Khalidiyah is coming to him early in the straight, and we know that she's got very strong form at 7 furlongs and a mile. So we think, well, she's going to outstay him at this stage, and she stays reasonably straight while he sort of goes out then back in again. But he just keeps putting distance between himself and her.
Going away at the line, isn't he?
Yeah, that's actually a pretty impressive performance for all. You know, you can criticise some elements of it, but you see it from above. And what you're struck by is the fact that he's pulling away from his rivals, having stacked them up behind him early on. He does put the runner-up off a little bit, drifting wide, but he doesn't interfere at all with her. He just lets her know that he's there. Then he goes back to the rail again, and I don't know. I think he's a bit more straightforward than he looked there. He's combative. That's the thing, you know. Yeah. I think he's wandered out to see another runner because he sees a challenge coming. Going,
see his sister.
Yeah, it's like, hello, love. Fancy seeing you here. He's like, you want to come past me? I don't think so. And he gets on with the job.
I love the fact that we're explaining the complex intricacies of the horse the equestrian communication world in "Hello, love, nice to see you here. You're not coming by."
Well, they do seem to have so much more personality, don't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Than your average thoroughbred. Every time you see a race like this, you just wonder. I get the impression they're always talking to each other through the races, you know, and there's a little bit of banter going on there. And for all, you know, you can criticise the purebred Arabia to say, you know, they don't always look they can look a little bit ungainly in a finish. You know, some of them carry their heads a bit awkwardly. The tails tend to flash a little bit and they go up in the air, but that's just a trait of the breed. But it does make for genuinely fascinating racing.
And I think people have an impression of Arabian racing from watching purebred Arabians in the UK, for example. If we're talking about quality, talking about the real stars on show here, these are different gear. They're an absolutely different horse to what we've seen in the UK, what we see in France, what we see in Belgium, what we see in Spain. We've seen a horse here who was a dominant, multiple winner in Europe, getting put firmly in his place here in Saudi Arabia. And I think it's crucial to tell people that the quality that we're seeing is a higher class of Arabian racing than you're seeing in other parts of the world.
I think you're going to get an argument about that, it has to be said. But you make a point about Katir Al-Khalidiyya. This horse has won 7 times, does a bit of globe-trotting, based in France, wins in Spain, wins in Belgium, takes on all comers, looks a very good horse. Comes to Saudi Arabia and hasn't been disgraced here, but unable to dominate these rivals in anything like the same way he was able to do in Europe. And as you said, you're getting some classy horses here at this level. And of course, there's another level of class to come above this as well, we know.
That's the thing. That's the reason why these horses are still here, because they can't lay a glove on Afsan Al-Khalidiyya.
Yeah, what an absolute superstar he is.
Yeah, he really is a star.
Always a pleasure seeing him, and we'd love to see what he can do on turf at some stage.
Well, that's the exciting element. There's a very, very talented purebred Arabian in France who just won the Arabian World Cup race at the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe meeting on the SNAF. At incredibly short odds as well, went off incredibly short. But what will be interesting is if Afsan Al-Khalidiyya can do it on turf, then there has to be a race for the two of them there. You want to build up Arabian racing across the world and get people talking about purebred Arabians. That's the class we want to see.
It is, absolutely, and that's why Afsan Al-Khalidiyya doesn't have to prove himself on turf, but we'd love to see it. There's no reason why he shouldn't be. And I know that the whole family are bred for dirt because that's the surface they race on here. But we don't know what a really classy horse like him can do, because he keeps surprising us with exactly what he can do. Every now and again he looks vulnerable. You think, oh, is this where he gets caught? No, it's not. He just finds extra, and then he's able to snap back on the bridle and coast past the line. You think there's something very, very special about this horse, and what you want to see, you want other people to appreciate that as well. Therefore, you want the chance for him to clash against other nations. And
one of the frightening things about Afsan Al-Khalidiyya is that it's the idleness of which he does his winning. When he was winning when Tom and I first got here, and I saw him, I thought he's vulnerable. His head's in the sky. He's not concentrating at all, and that's because it was all so easy for him. As soon as he came under pressure, his head went down. He was bowed in battle, and he powered away. And I was like, oh my goodness, what an animal!
Yeah, his last 2 starts. I mean, I'd be much the same as you. When you arrive somewhere and the horse is being hyped up, you say, well, what's the big deal about it? And you maybe see a run there and go, well, yeah, it's good, but
there's some red flags here for sure.
His last 2 runs have been something else. First of all, 2 starts ago where he's briefly off the bridle. He just wanders on the bend. You think, oh, are we seeing a sign of temperament? Are we seeing feet of clay? But the way he snapped back on the bridle and won that was impressive. And then last time out, he was just poetry in motion, wasn't he?
And we're seeing the horse he beat. I think it's Noor Jalan. I can't remember what the name is exactly, but the horse that he beat on that occasion is now running again on Saturday, purely to get a race away from Afsan Al-Khalidiyya. So it's fascinating. It's really exciting. And as you can just see there, that's Farhad Al-Faradi and Winning Connections all celebrating the success of a very talented individual in Wasabat Al-Khalidiyya, who won the Sprint Championship for Arabian horses. Now, we move swiftly on to our final race of the day. It's our 9th race on the card. It's another Sprint Championship contest, but this time it is for 3-year-old fillies, and John Blance will take us through the runners and the riders.
Thanks, Callum. Don't go anywhere, lads. This just takes a very short time to do these 5. Horse number 1 is Direct Security. Naif Al-Anazi is aboard. Wash Al-Mohammadiyah is the man of Khaled Al-Mimoni. Horse number 3 is Theka T. Fahed Al-Furedi gets the leg up. Motarakia, who was pretty impressive at a lower level last time, is horse number 4. Camilo Ospina looking for another winner on the card. And the final of the 5 horses is Reem Al-Riyad in the hands of Asil Al-Sahani. Just the 5 going to post for this Fillies Sprint Championship for 3-year-olds over the 1200 once again, and they're in the parade ring now.
Here is Direct Security, horse number 1. Very powerful filly. My goodness, she's a 3-year-old filly. She looks like a 4-year-old. She looks like a 4-year-old colt.
She's got a lot of depth to her Direct Security. She had useful form as a 2-year-old in the UK. 3rd in the Radley Stakes at Newbury over 7 furlongs on heavy ground. And she was also 3rd in the Saudi equivalent of the 1,000 Guineas, the 1,000 championship last year. Good 3rd on a return in a 0-90 contest, but she was well held last time out, and she does need to bounce back from that. But I will say she does look very, very well, and she could easily bounce back. Number 2 looking a little leaner is Wash Al-Mohammadiyah. Highly tried last season. Group 1 races twice. She was contesting. She won a 7 furlong maiden in an auction race the big auction race last year, and she was 7th to Inamir in the Jcsa Sprint Cup last time out. Needs to step up on this, but 3rd run of the season, they often do end up stepping forward. Thekati is a winner over a mile. We see her here. Has lost a plot in recent starts. Running on the Taif Cup and meeting 39, but beaten in a 0-85 handicap last time out, and difficult to fancy Thekati on current evidence. Number 4 is Mosrakia. Now, she was a really impressive winner. She keeps popping up in form lines over the last couple of weeks. Horses running well behind Mosrakia. How many of those horses have won in maiden company in the last 2-3 weeks?
0,
and that's the big worry. She was impressive. She sailed right away from her rivals when she beat Mosara last time out. But the form hasn't worked out, and she does need to prove herself here. On the rating, she's got a chance. She appears to be going the right way, but I wonder if she's a bit overrated because of that win last time out. And then we have number 5, Reem Al-Riyad. Now, she was only second last time out. She was a good second to Bakil over course and distance. She was beaten in the Taif Cup over a mile, but I think this is much more her trip. With a rating of 90, she is the one to beat on paper, and she seems pretty reliable. Your one slight concern is that Bakil was a bit disappointing earlier on, but Bakil's such a reliable performer that I'm inclined to put a bit of a line through his run earlier on, given that he'd already beaten the runner-up in that race earlier this season. So Reem Al-Riyad appears to be the one to beat here. She doesn't have explosive speed as such, the daughter of Otad, but this is her trip. There is a possibility of Direct Security, who's been disappointing the last twice, bounces back to form. She certainly impresses in looks, and she showed the form in the UK, the daughter of Sioux Nation. Unlike one of Sioux Nation's to bolt up on heavy ground, Sioux Nation himself didn't handle it, but she looked good there. Maybe she just had a bit of a flat spot because she's taken time to adjust properly here, even though she showed decent form in Riyadh. I think she might have just gone a little bit flat after that. She's had a break since that disappointing effort last time out. That was in a 0-90. This is a similar sort of calibre of race, to be perfectly honest with you. But I could see Direct Security bouncing back. I think she's an interesting one here, given how well she looks in the paddock. But Reem Al-Riyad, the one to beat on recent evidence.
Yes, Reem Al-Riyad certainly has the highest rating. I'm going to go in a complete opposite direction after we have a look at a bit more information with Reem Al-Riyad. Let's see horse number 5, who is in shot here. Gorgeous looking individual, rated in the 90s. We're going to have a look at this horse finishing 2nd on September the 2nd. That was the last time out effort, back in meeting 39. Comes here off a break. Clearly the one to beat on paper. This was a really good race, but of all the Taif Cups, this was the most forgettable, I felt.
Yeah, yes, I suppose. I mean, that's a little bit harsh. That the Taif Cup being a very good contest, and she does keep on well for 2nd here. But she never looks like making ground. This is over a mile, it must be pointed out. The winner just looks a better class to her on the day.
Takes on Sunset Flash tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting one. She plugs on for 2nd. I didn't think she was relishing the final furlong and a half of that contest. We've seen that she's got very good form at 6 furlongs. I think she'll be seen to better effect. I think she's better judged. We saw her run in that Taif Cup last time out. I think she's better judged in her previous second, where she was second to Bakil.
This is Motorakaya, a horse who has tons of horses who have run well, but not one in behind.
The horse who pushes her closest here ran an absolute stinker in a very ordinary maiden yesterday. That's the worry. Motorakaya looks good here. She's lightly raced, she's unexposed, she's going the right way. But while this looked like a really good form at the time, we've looked at some of these running behind her thinking they've run well against Motorakaya because she's really useful. And then that hasn't worked out. The second in particular was a disappointing horse on Thursday. Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was a disappointing horse that I selected.
Seems a long time ago, and that was one of the early races yesterday. Just didn't run anything like that for him, and that's the worry with Motorakaya. But in her favour, it's not her fault that horses she's absolutely beating out of sight are turning out to be no good.
And maybe they've run themselves into the ground trying to keep up with her.
This is always a possibility as well. When a horse sort of monsters its rivals like that leaves the other ones flat next time out.
Let's go to Shamila in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Callum. It is the last race of the day and a very exciting contest as well, even with the cosy small field of just 5 runners, but these fillies are very strong indeed. Now, my paddock selection, it has to be horse number 5, Reem Al Riyadh, rated 90, ridden by Asil Al Saharni, and he's finally back off his ban, so it would be great to see him have a few winners before the end of the Taif season, considering that he rode a few fantastic winners before the ban as well for Tharma Al Dahani. Now, Reem Al Riyadh is a 3-year-old filly by Ortad, and she is sporting a tongue tie and flare strip today. Now, we have explained flare strip before, but a few weeks ago, so I'll just recap that. It is like a plaster that they put over the horse's nasal passage just to open it up a little bit, as you would see with other running athletes. It just helps open up the airways, makes the horses breathe better. So she is sporting a flare strip. One of the negatives for the paddock in this race is definitely horse number 3, Thakai. Really weak hindquarters, just doesn't look a picture like the other 4 horses in the race who look really, really strong.
Thank you, Shamila. There's one horse we've not talked about. Direct Security looked gorgeous in the paddock. I was surprised that's not your paddock eye catcher.
Yeah, well, Callum, listen, I have looked at these horses and I've tried to go against the highest rated horse in the race, but I just can't, Callum. I need winners.
You do need winners. I think are we now drawn on 3 winners each?
That's interesting. Well, listen, paddock selections always do well, and I'm very confident about that. And I'm very confident in this race as well. I think Asil has my back in this race.
There we go. Asil has your back with Reem Al Riyadh. Now, Rory, I have something I've really needed to say for this contest, and it starts with the top 2 horses in the race. Number 1, Direct Security, and number 2, Wesh Al Mohammedia. These are your first and second in this race, and I will explain why. Direct Security ran a cracking race in the Thousand Championship, which is basically the Thousand Guineas here, and also ran an unbelievable race in the Phillies Mile in that same meeting in Riyadh. Now, we've already seen a horse in the shape of Balb have incredible form in Riyadh as a younger horse and take a while to warm up and get into things, so I imagine Direct Security is doing the same thing as that. Connections didn't have to go for this, but they did. Look at how pretty she is. She's gorgeous. Look at her. She's just walking around like she owned the place. Big, strong girl. She looks like she needs a hurdle, to be honest, but she's a gorgeous individual. She's by Sioux Nation. We've already had a Sioux Nation winner. We know who that delightful bundle of joy is. He's a little troublemaker, so we'll have plenty of time for him. We partied with that young boy right there.
Certainly did.
Now, also, Wesh Al Mohammedia. Now, this filly is fascinating to me. She has got so much speed. She showed it in the auction race last year. Now, we understand the auction race is not the most strong contest when it comes to strength and depth. But Wesh Al Mohammedia didn't just beat them, she battered them, beat them out of sight. So what's going to happen here is that she's got all the speed. Now, the owners have changed the jockey, finally. Khalid Al-Mimoni is on board, and finally we have a jockey who can judge pace. I don't think Wesh Al Mohammedia is going to be fired to the front on this occasion. I think they're going to be more patient, and if she gets to the ideal situation, I think she could be far too quick for all of these. There, woof, I've said it, I'm convinced. Rory, what do you make of that comment?
I think you've definitely stuck your neck on the line there, and fair play to you for doing so. And listen, and good reasoning there as well. The pair of them have got arguably the best 2-year-old form in the race. They both looked decent last season. Direct Security, I think, is clearly an interesting one because she was running on the all-weather at Kempton this time last year for Robin Brisland. She then ran that good race at Newbury and then was sold here. So she was having she had 2 seasons and 1 last year, and I'm not at all surprised that she's maybe taking a little bit of time to get over that. And I kind of expected her to look like she was feeling the effects of that tonight. I thought she'd look like she'd run up light and, you know, look like she might need a bit of a break. But she looks terrific, so I'm inclined to agree with you with that.
Final selections here. Shamila likes Reem Al Riyad. Rory, you also like Reem Al Riyad, am I right?
I do, yeah.
And I like Direct Security and Wash Al Mohammedia. Those are our selections. Enjoy this raid from home. We've got to make our way down to the mini set. John Blance, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, safe travels to the mini set as the horses are about to load up here at the start for our 9th and final race. It's been a terrific day's racing, and I principally really enjoyed the performance of Kafla. I'm sure the guys will talk about that a little bit more in the closing comments, shall we say, but that really was an eye-catchingly good performance. And there's some good runners here as well. I quite like Motarakia, actually. I know she's got to step up on what she did last time, but she was very impressive last time, and she might just be the type of horse to carry on progressing. They're all could be in that category given their age and their, in the case of most of them, relative lack of experience. Thekatee's had 19 starts, but the rest are all capable to find a bit more improvement. But yeah, I like Motarakia. I'm willing to stick with her on the basis of what she did last time, and with Camilo Ospina aboard, you've always got half a chance. So they are about to load for our final race. There is Thekatee in the hands of Fahed Al Faradi. Thekatee has won 2 from 19, hasn't really shown a great deal recently. 17th, 16th and 15th, and needs to get back to some of the previous winning form here, and is the lowliest rated of all of these, just off a mark of 77, so we'll be getting quite a bit of weight off this lot were it a handicap. Highest rated is Reem Al Riyad. Shamila's very keen on this one in the parade ring, and does have some good back class, as indeed does Direct Security. So they are 2 horses who've done it at this sort of level in the past, whereas my selection, Motarakia, hasn't. But I start to say that she can't in the fullness of time, and maybe it's going to be tonight. So the clock ticks on to post time, 6 o'clock local time for the getaway in this race. Direct Security to come forward. Naif Al-Anazi aboard that one. Next in will be Wash Al Mohammedia. Horse number 5 is Reem Al Riyad. Reem Al Riyad is in, 3 in, 2 to go. Thekatee moves forward. This is Motarakia. Loaded up, stand by, they're ready for the Philly Sprint Championship for 3-year-olds. Gates back and away they go. Good start made by Motarakia towards the left as we look at them. Also good pace from Thekatee in the early stages. Wash Al Mohammedia is also showing good early speed, and it's Wash Al Mohammedia that goes on to Thekatee, who races in second. Then Motarakia is in third, followed then by Direct Security, the blue and white colours, and Reem Al Riyad is going to have to pass them all to win here, but they are going a pretty solid gallop, 13.37 to the first call. And the lead out in front is with Wash Al Mohammedir. So in second position, Thekati. Motarakia now just being nudged along in fourth spot. Then Direct Security up the inside, and Reem Al Riyad, Asil Al Sahani still waiting patiently. Inside the final 6 furlongs they go. Wash Al Mohammedir is the leader and is in front by a couple of lengths. To Thekati in second. Reem Al Riyad is making serene headway right round the outside as they level up towards the final couple of furlongs. But it's Wash Al Mohammedir that continues to lead. To Thekati in second. Reem Al Riyad has come wide round the bend, is now getting going, but has a bit to find. Down towards the closing stages they come, and it's Wash Al Mohammedir. But here comes Reem Al Riyad, who's finishing very strongly. Wash Al Mohammedir, Reem Al Riyad needs to find that length and a half and find it pretty quickly as they race up towards the line. Reem Al Riyad gets there and beats Wash Al Mohammedir. In third was Thekati, the fourth or so was Motarakia. Direct Security was fifth and last. Asil Al Sahani didn't let Shamila Hanley down there. Patient ride. They went a good strong gallop in the early stages. Just the 5 runners here, so no potential traffic problems for the closers. And that race has been won in a time of 1:14.92. Interestingly, still not as fast as the time posted earlier on today by the winner of race number 2. So that's an interesting little piece of analysis for you in that race. And in fact, I think the first race was even faster. So there was been some pretty good times clocked by the sprinters today over the 1200 meters. But it's Reem Al Riyad who's won that, sat off that strong gallop and managed to pick off Wash Al Mohammedir in the closing stages. Thekati in third there, further 3 3/4 lengths down. But it really was a case of Wash Al Mohammedir probably setting it up for Reem Al Riyad. And in the end, that class, as well as the way the race had been run, just was the single contributing factor, or the 2 contributing factors to the destiny of the Saudi bred sprint championship for fillies. So we've had 3 good sprint championship races to close off the card. Some interesting Arab races, of course, one of those being a sprint championship contest, and maybe in the shape of Kaflahum, a real star of the future here in Saudi Arabia as well. First Line was the name of the horse I was trying to get out there. So interesting to compare the sprint times of those 1200 meter races when you do your analysis, maybe a little bit later on after racing. But it's Reem Al Riyad who scored there for Asil Al Sahani and Fihan bin Faisal Al Mindil and Sons. That's the winner of the last here at Taif.
Well, there you have it. Shamila and Rory do me at the death as Reem Al Riyad pulls it out the fire to win the Sprint Cup Championship for fillies in impressive style from Wash Al Mohammedir, who did all the hard work but was just denied in the dying strides.
Yeah, Wash Al Mohammedir ran a really good race, but Reem Al Riyad just got on the end. As she loomed up in the straight, I thought she was going to win a little bit easier than she did. It took her time to get on top of the runner-up. But fair play to Wash Al Mohammedir, who kept pulling it out. She's been very highly tried in her career so far. 2 from 8 now, but she's been running a really tough race, and she deserves to win more than she does. She was able to control this. I didn't think they didn't seem to go really hard from the start here, did they?
No, they didn't. The time
more
said that all they were slower than earlier on.
And it just seemed to be more of a tactical race. Nice to see Thekati comes back to some sort of form in third. Disappointed from Direct Security. I mean, she has been disappointing of late, but she looked so well in the parade ring that we thought she'd run a bit better. But she seems to have lost her edge for whatever reason, despite looking really well in the flesh. Maybe she stayed 7 furlongs as a 2-year-old on bad ground at Newbury, so maybe she simply needs to step up and trip, and the 6 furlongs is too sharp for her, particularly in a tactical race here. But Reem Al Riyad came here with the best form on offer. She found the mile just a bit too far in the Taif Cup last time, but dropping back to 6 furlongs really suited her. maybe wasn't the strongest race, certainly in terms of numbers, but she's been really consistent and deserved to go ahead in front again. So nice to see her getting that victory.
Yeah, she was really impressive. She had to come from off the pace. She had to come wide past slowing down horses, and she did a really good job. I think you're absolutely right about direct security. Now, that filly, she's got plenty of ability, but she's not able to do it over this trip now because it's all happening too fast. She looked off her feet early on.
She did. She hasn't finished tired. She's just walked past us a second ago there, and she still looked in fine condition. But I think the trip just doesn't stretch her enough, and she probably needs to step up to at least 7 for maybe a mile. As I said, given she stayed 7 very well as a juvenile. She now looks like she wants a little bit further, and she should be easy enough to place, given her rating will come down after this as well.
Now, Shamila mentioned that all her paddock selections always run well. And I laughed. How wrong was I? How wrong was I? Very well done, Shamila. Reem Al Riyad breaks my heart. And tell me, not only did she jump out of you in the parade ring, but what was it about her that made her jump out of you? Aside from the fact she had a rating of 90 and ran well last time out.
She just had a really big presence inside the parade ring. Like some horses, you don't even notice they're there. You kind of cast your eye over them. You don't really notice them. But I was locked in on her. She just looked really, really well. Her hindquarters were beautiful. Just everything about her. She has that attitude as well. That was really impressive and confident as well.
Yeah, she had that swagger walking around the parade ring that you love to see. A big shout out to Khaled Al Mimoni. I do think the jockey change has made all the difference there. She's managed to get a good break, Wash Al Mohammedia, and she's managed to dictate and run a much more complete, mature race than I've seen her run in a long time. I'm a big fan of this filly. You could see her in the parade ring though. She's so light and effeminate compared to some of these others, and that might count against her in these big, tough, top-level sprints.
Yes, it's possible. I mean, and in fairness, it was a good call by you. You said she's been doing too much early in her races. She needs a jockey who will go forward with her, but sort of race her a little bit and give her a chance to see her race out. And Khaled Al Mimoni showed his class with the ride he gave her. He hasn't won, and you know, we often tend to praise winning rides, but sometimes losing rides deserve an awful lot of praise as well. And Khaled Al Mimoni has given her the perfect ride. She just wasn't quite good enough on the day to cope with a really smart filly and Reem Al Riyad, but she's only gone down very narrowly. It's only the last 2 strides she's been caught.
Well, we're looking at the full race replay now, and you can just see just how far detached our eventual winner is. No rush to get involved in a race, only over 1,200 metres.
I was really worried at this stage as well. I was kind of like, oh, the paddock selections aren't going to go down very well. I was dreading coming back to the mini studio to see you, but yeah, honestly, Asil just times it to perfection, and I think he's really underrated as a jockey, to be honest, and he just times it to really well and gets Reem Al Riyad to the front.
Well, we really want to get to know Asil, but he's always banned, so it's quite hard to kind of follow the jockey that's never on the race course. But when he is here, he's done a magnificent job. Pure patience in the saddle.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing regarding the jockeys here, you see her coming with the winning run. The winner's done well to again pinch a lead off the bend, and she's still got running left in the finish. So there's a very well judged ride by the jockey on the runner-up. But Asil's always confident, and you see he just gets there in the nick of time. She's won cozily.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing for
But obviously
Cozy,
we're watching it from 100 yards beyond the finishing post. So from where we're standing, it gives the runner-up more of a chance because she appears to be in front for longer than she is. But still, a cosy win for Reem Al Riyad, but a good ride on the runner-up. And we talk about jockeys. It's very easy to say all the jockeys are really good, but we were missing 21 jockeys yesterday. And to be honest, we saw a couple of clunkers of rides from less experienced jockeys. And it's important for us to point out, when we say Khaled Al Mimoni is a really good jockey, Asil's a really good jockey and deserves more rides, though that's really true, because whenever they're given an opportunity, they always give a horse a good ride. And we saw with less experienced jockeys coming in yesterday, a couple of tactical errors being made. And it's very facile when you just say all the jockeys get it right all the time. That clearly isn't the case. But the standard of jockeyship among the local jockeys here is very high among the better riders.
And that was the thing that I think we're really trying to get across, is that the standard of jockeyship is superb. But there are some jockeys that stand out amongst others. We've just seen the Winning Connections there collect their trophy. Fantastic moment for all involved. And it's a big win for this filly because it's only a second success. So what do you see her future? I think Rossmore Nation's a very different horse. We saw Rossmore Nation win the Colts version of this, and he's a big, strong ball of power. Another paddock eye catcher from Shamila. But he's run a mighty race, but he looks to be ready and set to go into these hardcore sprint battles with big 21 runner fields like we'll see in Riyadh. I don't particularly see the same for Reem Al Riyadh, as well as a lot of these fillies who look a little bit lighter, a little bit more feminine.
Yeah, she looked okay. She certainly wasn't the smallest in that race.
No.
I don't think she's a pure sprinter. She kind of falls between two stools. I thought the mile, she stayed the mile last time out, but she didn't relish the final 2 furlongs of it. She wasn't making late ground, and she was running on memory late in the day, but very gamely. I think 7 furlongs will end up being her best trip. And of course, as she said, this is just her second race. There's no need to sort of throw her all the cup races. She can run in non-winners of 3. She can run an open company over 7 furlongs. It's a specialist distance, and I think she will find opportunities at that sort of trip. I think against the very best sprinters, she'd probably get a little bit lost. But I think 7 furlongs looks her ideal trip to me on the evidence of what I've seen in her last couple of starts.
She could absolutely mop up in the filly 7 furlong division, because that's not particularly the strongest division we've got here. So if you've got a horse that can do it, she's not quick enough for 6, but not got the stamina for the mile. It's an ideal opportunity for her to sneak in there and do the damage.
It does, and I think the key there, run at your ideal trip if you can. But as the old saying goes, keep yourself in the best company and your horses in the worst. Find the weakest division that's there, especially if it suits you, and mop up those races rather than banging your head against a brick wall against better horses constantly.
Shamila, you always keep yourself in the best company, obviously. But some of the runners in behind today, was there anyone that caught your eye during that race? Any of the runners up or anyone deeper in the field?
I really liked the runner-up. I thought she did really, really well in that race, honestly. And like you said, it was so cozy. I think if Asil had waited half a second to push, I don't think he would have won that race at all. But I think it was a really strange race. Obviously, only 5 runners. I would have liked to see some stronger fillies in the race, perhaps. But I know it's the end of the season here, and everyone's taken all their good horses back to Riyadh already in preparation. But what can we do?
You can certainly see the excitement with the jockeys when you interview them. You mentioned Riyadh, their eyes light up. In fact, children at Christmas. But Rory, you've had a highlight, and we've seen a very special juvenile today in the shape of Kaflahom. Tell me more about this potential superstar.
Yeah, no, listen, it was a 25,000 Real to the winner race. Far from the sexiest race on the card. In fact, probably one of the lowliest races there. But Kaflahom, extremely well bred, a blue burner, half-brother to a couple of winners, but more importantly, a son of Kafla, who was an absolute superstar herself. Camilo Espina touched on that after saying, I'd ridden the dam, so I know the family well, and she was very good. She was really good. She was a dual Group 1 winner. She won 11 races in her career, 10 of those cup races, 2 of them Group 1s, and she's passed on an awful lot of her ability to Kaflahom, who looked the type who would do well in Riyadh. When we saw him in the parade ring, he was a paddock pick again for Shamila. We wondered whether, he's quite a big type. This is him right at the end of the season. He might just need this run before he starts winning good races in Riyadh. My Lord, were we wrong, because he absolutely blew his rivals away, and he didn't just do it by blasting from the start and building up a big lead. He didn't lead early on. He moved gradually to the front. He turned the screw, and he's ended up winning 15 1/4 lengths ease down, looking like he could do so much more. Now, I'm critical of a lot of these winners. Motrakia being a perfect example. She won very easily last time out, and of course she's come undone, stepped up in class in the Sprint Championship in her final race. But this was a different kettle of fish. This was a horse who screams, I'm going to do an awful lot better next time out as well. But to win by 15 1/4 lengths on his day, listen, not the strongest maiden in the world, it has to be said, but he absolutely used class, and given the class that his dam had, as I said, a 10-time cup winner, she's clearly passed on her ability to him, and the son of Blue Burner is a genuinely exciting horse to look forward to for next season.
So, Shamila, I have to ask you a question, because Rory and I will not agree. Now, I am the biggest Motorhead fan on the planet. No one is more of a Motorhead fan than me. I don't even think Bobby's Kitten fan they're as much of a Motorhead fan as I am. We were having a quick discussion, and we had to hand over to our commentary in the next race. But our Motorhead versus Kaflahom, sorry, I have to get that out of my head. Kaflahom. Motorhead versus Kaflahom. Now, we understand that the Saudi Derby is the aim for our Motorhead. Now, Kaflahom seems to scream that type of trip as well, 1,600 metres as a 2-year-old. Head-to-head, I know Kaflahom hasn't had the experience, but from what we just saw there, is that a danger to our Motorhead?
I think it could be a danger to Al Motorhead. I don't think I've seen a horse that can beat Al Motorhead yet. However, Kaflahom will come very close. And And I've never seen Camilo Ospina. He rides a lot of winners. He rides a lot of horses that are debutantes that win really nice here in Taif first time out. However, he came off those horses. He was beaming. He was so happy with this winner, and he likes to underplay it and things like that. But you could tell he was really happy and really confident with this horse's abilities.
It reminded me of how he was after Zayn Al Zayn won on debut. Now, unfortunately, she returned very quickly and was unable to do it in the Taif Cup. But that sort of same feeling, and the similarity is he rode Zayn Al Zayn's dam as well. So you can clearly see how much it means to him when he's building up this relationship with these deep pedigrees.
Yeah, I think she's a bit of a shell of a horse, Zayn Al Zayn. She was a really gorgeous looker on debut, but I thought she would benefit from quite a lot of time to strengthen up, and she was turned out quickly, as you said, and was disappointing. But in fairness, she faced a much tougher task than it looked on her second start, and she came undone as a result. She will fulfil her promise in time. He looks like he clearly will fill out his frame. He's a big horse. He's got scope to do better, but I think he's ready to go straight away. I doubt he will ever meet Al Mottahed.
Yeah.
That's my prediction.
The only place that would meet is the Saudi Derby, wouldn't it?
I know they're talking Saudi Derby, but Al Mottahed is just, for all his pedigree suggests he'll stay the mile, the way he races, it's all eyeballs out. He's a sprinter through and through. He'd be fully effective at 5 furlongs. But he's a very, very good prospect for 6. But Caflahom is going to be a 1.25 mile horse down the line. A mile will be his minimum by the time he comes to the Saudi Derby. Obviously, he needs to get more experience for a race like that. But yeah, it's late next year, the season after that even, that we'll be seeing the best of Caflahom. He's just a tremendous long-term prospect.
We saw, you mentioned Zayn Al Zayn being a shell of a horse. Caflahom is already a giant, and he's filled himself out. He's walking around like this, walking around like I feel when I've come out the gym for the first time in a while. And he's just full of that power, and that's what's exciting about him.
Yeah, and I couldn't take my eyes off him in the parade ring. All the horses looked like greyhounds next to him. He looked like a bull. And yeah, I just cannot wait to see what he does next.
It reminds me of Commissioner King, different ownership, but very similar type.
Yeah, but a different kind of horse physically to most of these racing with. A big, strong horse, much more of a European / American horse in terms of his looks. And he really showed that when he won the Saudi Derby last year. But we're seeing the horses who'll be potentially taking his crown this time around. And it's great to see these horses developing. Great to see this kind of talent popping up right at the end of the season as well.
Yeah, and just to remind you, he's a local bred, which means he can run in local bred contests, which is quite frankly terrifying. The White Stable still has some more irons in the fire, I understand.
They do, and I believe we haven't even seen half of what they have in the tank.
That is quite frankly terrifying. Rory, who are you most looking forward to seeing tomorrow?
I'll leave that one to you because you're a big fan of the potential star of the show tomorrow, so I will let you carry that out.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow afternoon you will be privileged enough to be in the presence of Sunset Flash. She ran in the Saudi Cup last season. She's now dropping back into sprinting distance. Alex Morena loves her more than he loves his own dog, and I cannot wait for you to join us on Saturday, tomorrow, here at King Khalid Racecourse. Remember, like, subscribe, and turn on those bell notifications.